a Highland defender. Written by Barbara Baird and published by Starfall Publications. Save more with our offers and bundles on our website, starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy. Chapter 1. Eamon Baird stood on the roof of his father and mother's home, his eyes focused on the horizon as a cool breeze came in from the north. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as the chill licked at his skin, Eamon rubbing his 3 days' worth of stubble as he kept his gaze fixated on the horizon. 10 years had passed. 10 years since the attacks led by Sir Jessup and his army that nearly obliterated his entire clan. But Eamon was only a boy then, removed from the fight as his elders set about securing another victory, one that bought them time to live in relative peace. But, like all pacts that had been made, Eamon knew it was only a matter of time before the wrath of the Sassenach inevitably struck again, and he was no longer a boy, he was a man. A competent and headstrong warrior with his father's massive, sinewy build that struck fear into the hearts of those who did not know him. He had carried on the legacy of his clan's penchant for breeding the best warriors in all of the land, and now, here and now, Eamon was the official head of the clan's premier warriors known as the Bairdsmen. Many changes had taken place in the course of a decade, and Eamon, 22, appeared to be in his 30s from the amount of fighting he had seen. It was nothing significant, just scuffles here and there with the Sassenach and fellow countrymen alike. But it was enough to have aged Eamon, and as he stood on his father's roof and recalled tales of the battle with Sir Jessup, he could not help but wonder when the time would come where he would be involved in a fight of that calibre. "Eamon!" a female voice called out from down below. Eamon walked over to the ladder that led to ground level and peeked over. His sister Rose staring up at him with a perplexed expression. "Aye," he said. "What are you doing up there?" Rose inquired. Eamon shrugged. "Just taking in the early morning sunrise, sister." "Ye will catch a cold." He waved her off. "I am fine. Dinny worry about me." Eamon could not help but note how much she had grown in the past few years as she did. They were no longer the children. They were the leaders of the clan. "Father wishes to speak to ye," Rose said. Eamon descended the ladder and met up with his sister. "Are ye sure ye are all right?" Rose asked. "Aye, I told you I am fine." "There is a look in your eyes. There is no look in me eyes." Rose laughed. "I ken ye well, brother. I ken when something is troubling ye." There was, but Eamon did not want to say it out loud, though he knew his sister was probably well aware of what was troubling him. He merely hooked his arm around her neck, kissed her on the cheek, and said, "Ye think too much, sister." Eamon jogged ahead of her, no longer wanting to speak about what was on his mind, for fear of reminding himself that many things weighed heavy on his heart. Instead, he raced ahead to the tavern, knowing full well where his father was and what he was up to. Finlay Baird was no longer the man he once was. He was old, complete with a head of silver hair and a beard to match. He had sustained enough injuries during his life that he was no longer able to fight. He walked with a cane, and he fought off a cough that seemed to rear its head every few days to remind him that his time on earth was coming to an end. He was sipping a whiskey in the tavern, his thoughts focused on his wife and his children, and all that they had built as Eamon walked inside. Finlay smiled, consistently proud of his children. "Me boy," he said. "Come, sit." Eamon gestured to the whiskey. "A wee bit early in the day for that father, is it nae?" Finlay flashed a smile. "I will nae be told by me children aboot when and where to drink. I am an old man. I ha' earned a little carelessness." Eamon sat, looking at his father fondly. When both of the men were in the same room, one could not help but note how alike they looked. It was only a difference of weathered skin, silver hair and ageing that set them apart. 2 generations of Bairds seated together, passing the torch slowly but surely from the last generation to the next. "Rose said ye wished to speak with me," Eamon said. Finlay nodded. "Aye." Eamon waited a long beat for his father to continue. "Well," he said, finally breaking the silence. "What is on your mind, father?" Finlay slowly levelled his gaze on his son. "Today is the day. Is it nay?" Eamon felt his heart sink into his stomach. He tried his best to fight off the choking sensation in his throat, his emotions struggling to get out. "Aye," he said. "It is." Finlay shrugged. "I just wanted to see if—" "I am fine, father," Eamon replied, shifting his weight, defensive. "I am nae some wounded animal that needs tending tae." "Nae one said that ye were." "Nor one needed tae. I can sense it in the tones that are spoken tae me." Finlay could see the anger welling up inside of his son. It was only natural, considering the circumstances. "Rose," he began, thought that it might be appropriate to raise a toast to Juliet this evening. She thought— Eamon held up his hand, gritting his teeth as he heard the name out loud that ran through his mind at least a dozen times a day. "Please, father," he pleaded. "Dinna speak of her out loud." Finlay leaned forward, adjusting his grip on his wooden cane. "Ye hae nae spoken of her since it happened. Me son." "What is there to say?" "Me wife passed from illness. All in the clan kens of what happened. Saying it out loud dozens of times will nae change the fact that she is gone. It is healthy to purge your mind of the burden, me son. Ye let these thoughts of her fester. Ye allow your grief to define ye." "I dinna let me grief define me." Finlay rested a weathered hand on top of his son's strong and able hand. "Ye day, Eamon. I assure ye of this. I am your father, and I am telling ye that ye are nae letting yourself grieve." Eamon sat back, absorbing his father's words. He knew them to be true, and he hated admitting that fact to himself. "She passed a year ago, father," he said. "That is enough time to move on." "But ye have nae," Finlay replied. "Ye merely speak these words without any conviction behind them. Ye say ye hae grieved, but I dinna think that this is true." Eamon shook his head. "Nor man or woman or creature should dwell on thoughts of losing a loved one for this long a time." "There are no rules, Eamon. Grief is nor something that goes away quickly." Eamon hung his head and screamed internally for his sadness to subside. For a moment, he was vulnerable, his father's words cutting through him like a knife. "I miss her," he said, low enough that only his father could hear. "And it does nae seem to be any less potent of an emotion as each day passes. My heart weighs just as heavy as it did when she passed." Finlay nodded. "I can only imagine, me son. It was a sudden passing. It was a lot for you to bear." Eamon sighed, his memories depleting him of energy as he sat back. "We are all lost so much," he said. "Yeah, me, Gavina, every person here. It does nae seem that one day passes without someone we love being lost to the abyss." Finlay nodded, completely empathetic with his son. "I ken, Eamon," he said. "Believe me, I ken." Eamon opened his mouth to say something else, but he was cut short when the loud and terrified shrieking of a woman was heard from the other end of the village. Finlay and Eamon hustled outside of the tavern, their eyes scanning for the source of the noise. "Over there!" a voice cried out. "There! Over there!" Eamon diverted his gaze to a woman who had been in the midst of tending to a garden, her finger crooked toward the west, as a single rider on horseback, clad in grey garb, mounted a horse and began riding away from the village. "Stop him," Finlay said, gritting his teeth and gripping onto his cane with a white-knuckled grip. Eamon located the nearest horse, seized a saddle, and mounted it. He bucked the horse and rode off after the rider. The rider, moving as fast as his horse could carry him, removed a bow and arrow from his satchel. Lining up a shot, he aimed at Eamon, closing in from 30 yards out, and let off a shot. Eamon, spotting the bow being lined up, ducked to his left and narrowly missed being impaled as he closed in on the rider. The rider, cursing at his miss, kicked his heels into the side of the horse and continued his ride. He headed for the foliage in front of him, dense and stretching on for a significant number of miles. Eamon, hot on the rider's heels, cursed once he realised he had no weapons on him. He trailed the rider as they zigzagged their way through the trees, the rider competent in his stride and keeping Eamon on his toes. Eamon pursued the rider for a half-mile, unable to close in on him, and then a thought popped up into his brain. He broke right, disappearing from the rider's rear as the sound of his horse's hoof beats slowly faded. The rider, casting a look over his shoulder, smiled with satisfaction, certain that he had lost the Highlander. He continued to ride as fast and as hard as he could, making his way toward the designated rallying point that his leader had given him. He looked ahead, a cascade of light peeking in from the other side of the forest. His salvation. The rider pushed and pushed and pushed, confident that he was on the cusp of making his escape. As he attempted to push through and out of the forest, he felt the weight of the horse of the Highlander pursuing him, slamming into his side and knocking him clear off his mount. Eamon, having successfully flanked the rider, also fell from his horse. The two men laid on the ground for a moment, the wind knocked out of them as they struggled to stand. The rider stood first, slowly unsheathing his sword as Eamon found his footing. Eamon knew he had no time to waste. He charged. He tackled the rider to the ground, the two men tumbling over each other and struggling to get the advantage. It wasn't long until Eamon knocked the sword from the rider's grip, leaving him no choice but to fight with bare hands. Eamon punched the rider punched Eamon. A few more kicks and blows were exchanged, one of which knocked Eamon dizzy. The rider took the opportunity to put Eamon into a headlock, preparing to break his neck as Eamon began to see dark spots around his vision. Eamon felt things slowly turn to black, his hands groping along the ground for anything that could assist him. His fingertips then grazed a rock, his palm quickly suctioning up against the rock before he picked it up, swung it back, and slammed it into the rider's skull. The rider fell instantly, the rock having cracked open his skull in a fatal blow that killed him right away. Eamon stood back, catching his breath as he stared at the sprawled-out corpse. Moments later, two of the other Baird's men arrived on horseback and quickly dismounted. "Eamon!" the one called Sean said. "Are ye all right?" Eamon opened his mouth to reply as he looked at the grey garb on the fallen rider and the flaming cross stitched in red on his tunic. He gasped, having heard of these colours and insignia before. Eamon moved closer to the rider, examining his garb from head to toe to confirm what he already knew. "We mayst get back to the village," he said. "Something foreboding is playing out before us." Chapter 2. The body of the rider that Eamon had slain was brought into the tavern and placed on a table. The Bairdsman who had come to Eamon's assistance, Sean, winced as they laid the corpse down. "We could nae take it somewhere where we dinna eat and drink," he said. Eamon flashed Sean a look, the same irked look he flashed Sean often, being that Sean was a man prone to speaking his mind constantly. Sean held up his hands in submission, taking the hint fine. "What is this?" a familiar voice called out from the doorway. Eamon turned and laid eyes on his Aunt Gavina, her hair tied in a braid and hands on her hips. She was older now, a mother, but still the most formidable warrior in these parts. Even if Eamon did have about 100 pounds on her, Eamon gestured to the dead rider. "Look," he said. Gavina walked over and looked at the dead man's grey garb and reversed red crucifix crudely stitched into his tunic. She closed her eyes. "Me, God." Sean held up his hands. "I would very much like to ken what ye both seem to already ken." Eamon jutted his chin toward the dead body. "He is a member of the Hands of God." Sean squinted. "What is that?" "A group of rogue Sassenach warriors," the voice of Finlay said from the corner, seated with a depleted look on his face and a watchful eye focused on the dead body. "The Hands of God," Sean said. Gavina nodded. "Aye. There are rumours that has circulated for the past several years about them. It was said that there was a small band of men, nor mair than 30 of them, who were expelled or rebelled from Sassenach rule. They set about looting and pillaging anything they could and adopted the moniker Hands of God as a way to strike fear into the hearts of Scotsmen." Finlay shook his head. "Nay," he said, slowly rising from his chair. "That is nay entirely true, Gavina." He walked over to the body. "I am afraid it is much mair sinister and foreboding than that." Gavina, Eamon and Sean waited for Finlay to continue. "Ye are correct," Finlay continued, "that these men were once under the employ of the Sassenach. That is true, but they did nae just rebel from their order. They were wronged by them." Sean squinted again. "How do ye mean?" Finlay looked at Sean. "These men are rogues who betrayed or were cast out by their Sassenach overlords. These are men whose lives were nothing shy of obliterated by the war we have been engaged in for quite some time." He drew a breath. "Their leader," he continued, "and I am nae sure of his name, lost his wife to a fight with the Highlanders. At least, that is the rumour." "We all lost someone," Eamon said, reflecting on thoughts of his deceased wife. "Ye dinna see us killing and pillaging to deal with our grief." Not a word was spoken for a moment, as everyone let Eamon have his moment. "The point," Finlay finally said, "is that these men, these Hands of God, had their lives taken from them, and they hold a very strict frame of thought when it comes to their current plight." "Which is?" Gavina asked. "They believe that everyone in Scotland, everyone is responsible for the turmoil that has occurred for over 20 years. They blame the Sassenach and Highlanders alike for prolonging the conflict, for decimating their families and their lives, and they believe that there is only one way to finally settle things once and for all." Everyone in the room eagerly held on for the rest. "They wish to kill everyone," Finlay said. "Every last breathing creature in Scotland, native and Sassenach alike. Not a soul spared." A tenseness collected around the room. It felt as if all the air had evacuated and vanished. Sean shook his head, incredulous. "If what ye say is true," he said, "and they ha' but only 30 men, there is no way they can accomplish that." Finlay wagged his finger. "I would nae be so sure of that. These men are no ordinary group of warriors. They are trained in the art of surprise attack. They attack under the cover of darkness like spectres rather than men." Finlay leaned on his cane as he recalled a particular story and sighed. "As I said," he continued, "I ken of only the rumours of these men that he'd been proven to be true, one of which occurred but 5 years ago. I received word of this from the McManus clan." Everyone once again waited for Finlay to muster the strength to continue. "There was a village," Finlay said. It laid some distance from here. It was obliterated overnight. 100 people, all of them killed silently in the night. Men, women, children, everyone. The McManus clan found them. They had arrived in an attempt to trade goods. They discovered what remained of the village. It was nae much. All in the room were holding their breath. These hands of God, Finlay said, kill with precision, stealth, nor grand attack. They slit the throats of maced everyone they killed, one by one, with nae one of them being detected. These are silent killers of the most lethal breed. Only 30 men were able to take them out. How can one ken if the rumours are true about their numbers? Sean said, eager to debunk the facts laid before him. They were spotted once, Finlay said, by one of the McManus clan. He spotted them riding off into the distance. Their familiar garb, as seen on the dead man afore ye, was recognised. He fled quickly, worried that the hands of God might have spotted him. This is madness, Sean said. Impossible. Finlay shook his head. It is mair than possible. These men are oot there, and I fear that us catching one of them by pure happenstance will end up signalling an alarm. Gavina huffed. What should we do? If they kill like father has said, Eamon added, then we mayst seek them oot. Sean flexed his brow. Seek them out? Aye, we mayst kill them afore they kill us. We mayst protect the village. If rumours of their abilities are true, then it is a fool's errand. Nor, Finlay interjected, Eamon is right. We mayst attempt to locate them. I am nor saying that we try to take them, but it is important to seek them oot. The dead man before ye is a scout. He was preparing to return. To the rest of his people to tell them of our numbers. This has been a precursor to an attack. Silence settled over the room. We should hae Eamon prepare the Bairdsmen, Gavina said. He should take them and attempt to find these men. Once he does, he mayst return and relay all that he has discovered. Finlay looked upon his son. Eamon, he said, what say ye? It took Eamon a moment, but he nodded. Aye, he said. I shall take the Bairdsmen oot tonight and track the rogues. Finlay tapped his cane twice on the floor. Well done. Take all the supplies ye need. Sean forked his thumb at the dead body. And what of this one? Finlay looked at the body for several moments. Burn it, he said, before leaving the tavern. An hour later, after the body of the rogue had been burned, Eamon sought out Gavina in her home, hoping for some words of wisdom from his aunt. Gavina, he said, poking his head through her doorway. Gavina, in the midst of polishing a dagger by a table, looked up and smiled. Eamon, come in. Eamon entered, his eyes looking around for signs of Gavina's 10-year-old daughter, Isla, named after her sister, the lady of the Baird clan, who had passed away just 2 years prior. Where is Isla? Eamon inquired. Gavina gestured toward a window. She plays with several of the other children. I suspect she will be covered in mud upon her return, as she has been so many times before. You say it with such enthusiasm. Gavina smiled. I like being a mother. Eamon took a beat. Well, Christian would have been proud. Gavina's thoughts then ran to her husband, who had passed away of illness a few months prior. She missed the Sassenach knight turned ally, her confidant, her love. Aye, she said to Eamon, I believe ye to be right. Gavina placed down her blade and looked at her nephew. What troubles ye? Eamon huffed. I dinna ken. Everything, perhaps. I take it ye spoke with your father. A nod. Aye, I did. Well, the words he expressed to ye maist likely reflects what the rest of your family feels. Eamon squinted. I dinna understand. Aye, ye day. Pretend that I dinny. Gavina smirked. Ye lost your wife. Ye miss her. Since the day she passed, ye act as if nae a thing affects ye. Ye he never cried. Ye he never gotten angry. Ye merely drift through life, as if ye dinny hear a care in the world. That is nae true. Gavina stood, slowly. Then why, nephew? Why is it that ye dinny seem to be saddened over the death of a woman ye loved so much? Eamon felt a cacophony of emotions flowing through him. Anger, sadness, regret, more anger. He never knew how to process them. Any time he thought on his wife, that was how he felt. I feel nae a thing, Eamon said to his aunt. I feel so many things, but it is as if I cannae act on them. I cannae cry or yell or express myself. It is as if I am numb. Gavina nodded, empathizing with her nephew more than he could ever know. I ken, she said. It is something that takes time. Eamon sat down across from Gavina and sighed. It scares me. I worry that I might become crazed in due time, that how I feel will finally boil over until I ignite. Gavina reached out, resting her hand on top of Eamon's. Dinny think that. That is nae how a Baird functions. I am just scared, Gavina. I am scared and saddened, and it does nae gae away. Gavina felt overwhelmed by Eamon's sadness, practically secreting from his pores and causing her to dwell on feelings she shared with him due to the death of her loved one. With nothing else left for her to say, she merely reached over and gave her nephew a reassuring hug. For the first time in a long time, Eamon, holding on to his aunt's embrace, felt like he did when he was all of 10 years of age. That evening, as the sun settled in the west and painted the sky hues of orange and pink, Eamon and 10 other men, dressed all in black with burly frames and lethal glints in their eyes to match, set out to find the hands of God. Eamon, mounted on his horse in front of the men known as the Bairdsmen, took one last look around at his small army and nodded approvingly. He then raised his hand, pointed it to the north, and ordered his men to ride. The Bairdsmen rode off into the north, Eamon leading the charge and doing his best not to dwell on the emotions still running rampant through his mind. He was heartbroken, he knew thus, but he worried, like he told his Aunt Gavina, that the time would soon come when he would do something in response, once those emotions finally came screaming out of him. Chapter 3. Agatha Pickering was always complimented for her beauty. Words like lovely, charming, and exquisite had been poured over her nearly her entire life. It was not that Agatha was immune to compliments, but she had been judged solely on her stunning and aquiline looks her entire life, and most that met her assumed, due to her beauty, that she didn't have the mind to match. But Agatha did, many, many times over. Agatha had always dreamed of being a person of medicine, of learning more about the human body and becoming a healer back in her home of England. But that was not how the world worked, and Agatha was forced to flee the country after her mother passed away. Agatha sought employment wherever she could, drifting from one place to the next, before finding herself stuck in the employ of a Highland lord by the name of Sir Ian. Sir Ian was cordial at first, but as Agatha continued to work for him, she found that he was much more lecherous and vile with his intentions. Agatha, standing and looking out the window in her master's bedroom, sighed away those thoughts, like she did so many mornings before. It just was what it was. Agatha! A high-pitched voice called out from behind her, her master's young son, George. Agatha smiled. George was the only welcomed reprieve in her life of servitude. "Georgie," she called back. "Father says he wants to speak with you." Agatha's smile somewhat faded. She held on to a shred of it for the boy's sake. "Thank you, Georgie. Tell him I am on my way." George flashed a smile and quickly hurried out of the room. Agatha stood there, shaking her head for a moment, before she placed down the broom that she had been using to sweep the floor and moved her way downstairs to the kitchen. Sitting on a stool and gorging himself with food was Lord Ian, her master, overweight, and sporting a knack for making odd grunts and groans to assist him in coping with his poor digestion. "Me dear," Lord Ian greeted as she entered, "this chicken tastes undercooked." Agatha wanted so desperately to roll her eyes, but she didn't. "I apologise, my lord," she said. "I shall prepare another." He held up a meaty finger. "Be quick. I am quite famished from me ride in the countryside." Agatha closed her eyes. "You rode around in a carriage being pulled by 4 horses, you oversized bastard." "I am sincerely sorry, my lord," she said. "That sounds awful." It was. "Me feet cramp so." He looked down in disgust at his shoes. "I shall require a rub later with that peppermint ointment I'd enjoy so much." Agatha shivered, disgusted at the notion of touching his pink mould-like feet. "Yes, my lord," she responded dutifully. "Consider it done." "Agatha!" a voice called out from the back door. Agatha turned her head and saw Joanna, another one of Lord Ian's maids, hanging their master's clothes to dry outside. "Yes?" she said. "I could use your assistance oot back," Joanna said, smirking. "It would be my pleasure," Agatha said, returning the smile before moving outside. Joanna huffed as she hung clothes on the line. "Ghastly man," she whispered. "I ha' only worked for him for a short while. I dinny how ye ha' been in his employ for 2 years." Agatha also huffed as she assisted in hanging the clothes. "It was not my choice," she said, "and I think he relishes treating an English woman like dirt to make himself feel better." Joanna squinted. "How does a Sassenach, Englishwoman become a maiden for a Highlander lord?" Agatha shrugged. "I drove every man who approached me away. Eventually, you meet one who does not take kindly to having his advances spurned, so he ends up yielding his power in a way where you ended up being traded down to positions such as these." She gestured around her. "It is not by choice. Believe me. It must wreak havoc on your sanity." Agatha nodded. "Yes, in more ways than one." They continued tending to the laundry for a few moments, saying nothing as the chirping of a bird from not far away filled the void. "I always wonder," Agatha said, finally breaking the silence, "what my fate will be if I do not leave this place." "Can ye?" Joanna inquired. "I want to, but Lord Ian will not let me go willingly. I fear he will merely trade me at some point to another lord. Or worse." Joanna shook her head. "It should nae be this way for a woman." "Yet it is. Perhaps," Joanna lowered her voice, "perhaps ye should. Just run." The word struck a chord in Agatha, her mind racing to places they had never been before. "Just run," she said. "Aye," Joanna said. "Far and away. You told me yourself that ye had no loyalties or family other than me." She winced. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to say it like that." Agatha waved her off. "It is quite all right, really, and your words are weighing heavy on me at this moment. I didn't mean for them tay." "No, perhaps you are correct. I have never just simply thought of leaving this place." Agatha sighed. "I just do not know how I would go about achieving that." Joanna smiled. "Time," she said. "Time and opportunity, me friend." They continued tending to their duties for a few more minutes before Lord Ian appeared in the doorway. "Joanna," he said. "Agatha, come! We have visitors!" Joanna and Agatha followed their master inside and were led to the front entrance. Standing at attention were 10 Highlanders, all of them on horseback, with a strapping and dark-haired man dressed in all black approaching Lord Ian. Agatha had to swallow a gasp as she laid eyes on his rugged good looks. "Agatha," Lord Ian said, motioning to the riders. "Joanna, this is Eamon Baird of the Baird clan and his warriors. They have stopped by our village tonight for supplies and nourishment." Eamon tilted his head to Agatha and Joanna. "Ladies," he said, his eyes focusing intently on Agatha. For a moment unable to help himself from smiling, Lord Ian motioned inside the house. "Come, sit with us. Drink. Tell me about your travels." Eamon ordered his men to tether their horses before following Lord Ian inside his home. "Thank ye kindly," he said. Lord Ian pointed to Agatha and Joanna, squinting with displeasure. "Please, fetch Sir Eamon here a drink. Make haste." Agatha took it upon herself to take over the duties, exchanging sideways glances with Eamon every couple of moments. Lord Ian and Eamon sat at the table. Lord Ian steepled his fingers as he sat, grunting under the pressure of his enormous weight. "The Bairds," he said. "The Bairds. I ken of your clan well. Ye are responsible for the demise of Lord Henry of Sandford quite a spell ago." Eamon nodded. "Aye, that was afore I was born." "And what brings ye tae me village today? Me men require rest and sustenance. However, we are tracking a group of outlaws. Perhaps ye ha' heard of them?" Lord Ian grunted, shrugged. "So many people ha' come in and out of my life, Master Baird." "Eamon is fine." "Aye, Eamon. Anyway, Eamon, I will help you as much as I can, but I am nae sure that I can be of much assistance. Me mind is nae what it once was." Agatha fetched Eamon an ale and brought it to the table. The two of them smiled and made quick eye contact as Eamon picked up the mug and thanked Agatha kindly for her efforts. He then watched Lord Ian dismiss Agatha in a rude manner, and based on the unmistakable tension coagulating in the room, he knew that she did not want to be here. "Tell me," Eamon said, lowering his voice and leaning in toward Lord Ian, "what do ye ken of the hands of God?" Lord Ian's face turned pale. He cleared his throat, struggling for a moment to find the words. I, he stammered. "I ken of a little. Nae good things, I am afraid." "Well," Eamon said, "we believe that a man I killed scouting oot me village was one of their scouts." "Ye confirmed this?" "Nae directly. I had to put the man down before he took me life." Lord Ian sighed. "The hands of God," he repeated. "A vile sort, those men. I ha' never laid eyes on them before. All I ha' heard are the atrocities that they ha' committed. We seek to find them, me and me men. If the rumours of the hands of God are true, and if this man was indeed a scout, then we worry that an attack on our village is imminent. I understand, though I worry of ye asking for assistance should a fight rear its head. There are nae many warriors left in me village." Eamon held up his hand. "No, we merely seek rest for the evening. I was just wondering if perhaps ye had seen these men, if they had come through this village perhaps." Lord Ian shook his head. "No. If they did, I imagine they would have simply killed us all and burned the village tae the ground." "Aye." Eamon hung his head. "I believe that ye may be right." Lord Ian stood. "I am sorry," he said, "that I could nae be of mair assistance in this matter. However, consider me home and me doors open to ye and yer men. I shall hae rooms set up for them in the tavern. As for ye, Eamon Baird, ye will stay here tonight." He looked at Agatha. "Agatha, prepare your room for Mr. Baird." I trust ye will nae mind that he stays in your room tonight while ye find other lodgings. Agatha felt her heart beating out of her chest, elated at the news of Eamon being in close proximity with her before replying with, "Not in the slightest. I shall sleep in the cellar." Minutes later, Eamon told his men that they were to be set up in the tavern, with a place to stay for the evening. He was then assisted by Joanna and Agatha in carrying his saddle and bags up to the second floor where Agatha's room was. They said nothing the entire walk up, merely exchanging minor glances and smiles as they hauled his bags upstairs. They came to her door, Agatha opening it slowly and standing aside. "After you, Mr. Baird." Eamon could not help but note her accent. "Your Sassenach?" Agatha hung her head. "I hope that does not offend you." He shook his head. "Not in the slightest," he said, repeating the same words she had spoken just minutes prior. They walked inside and placed down his bags, the two of them standing just a short distance from one another and experiencing emotions inside of them that made them feel the unexpected tension of being in a room alone together. Eventually, Agatha broke the silence. "I will fetch you some supper, if you'd like." Eamon nodded. "That sounds splendid. Thank ye." "Anything in particular that you would like?" Eamon shrugged. "I am quite famished. Anything will be satisfactory." "Anything?" He nodded. Agatha drew a breath, worried that their conversation would quickly snowball into something more. "I will fetch you your supper," she said. "I shall return momentarily. After that, I will leave you to rest." "Thank ye, Agatha." Eamon bid her as she left the room. Agatha couldn't help but release an anticipatory breath as she left the room, her heart fluttering and a hand to her chest as she thought of the charming and ruggedly good-looking Highlander. She liked him, a sense of nobility and strength attracting her to him. He was strong, capable, a man who could clearly prove his worth easily. But another thought also quickly crept up into her mind when she thought of him. Opportunity. She saw a chance to escape her life of servitude, someone to provide her the salvation she always sought after. Chapter 4. Rain poured in sheets down the side of the mountain, slamming against it with crashes of thunder that shook the rocky exterior. Inside a cave toward the central part of the mountain, on a steep incline that most men couldn't climb, 25 men dressed in grey tunics sat around a fire, the blaze causing shadows on their garb that made the flaming crucifix stitched into their clothing appear as if it was dancing. Seated a short distance away by his lonesome was a man with his head bowed, sitting cross-legged and staring at a small, leather-bound Bible with blood-spotted pages. The man, Simon, repeated the words he read silently without looking, a hand pressed to the page as he recited the silent verses from memory. After a few minutes, he finished, and he returned to the fire and sat beside his men. "I have spoken to God," his rich Sassenach voice said. "The time has come to finish our crusade." The knights around him said nothing, completely placid, void, and without any apparent emotion. They followed orders. They were motivated by their pain. The rest meant nothing more. Simon looked to one of his knights. "Where is Andrew?" he asked. The knight shook his head. "He was scouting the Baird's village," he said. "He was supposed to return several hours ago. He has not." Simon nodded. "What are the chances that he has been caught?" "Difficult to say. Andrew is a competent man, but the possibility exists." Simon took a moment. "It does not matter. Even if Andrew is still alive and interrogated, he will give them nothing. As I said, I have spoken to God. He told me the time has come to end this crusade." Simon stood, pacing around his men. They all followed him with a close eye, eagerly awaiting his orders. "These lands are ripe with sinners," Simon said. "The pestilence and violence that has plagued these lands has destroyed the very earth that God has gifted to them. All of life is a gift, and it has been squandered by the English and the Highlanders alike. Both sides act as if they have the moral high ground, but they do not. They hide behind the word of God, but never truly heed his words or his warnings. Life is sacred, one that is meant to be spent in servitude to the Lord, yet only the men I see seated before me have honoured that. Each of you has given over his life to serving a higher power." Simon took a moment to breathe. He kneeled, his gaze focused on the fire, his pupils glowing in the blaze. "These disgraced denizens we once fought for have lost their way. They have pillaged and destroyed these very lands that God gifted them, and through their actions they have forced the Highlanders to adopt violent and savage lifestyles in order to survive. It is a cyclical behaviour that has developed into a disease, and we are the cure." Simon stood for a moment in silence. The crackling of the fire was the only thing filling the air in the cave for a good while. "As I said," Simon continued, "the time has come to bring forth the final purging of these lands. It has been a tumultuous journey, but we have identified the location of every English stronghold and Highlander village in these lands. We shall destroy all of them, every last living soul in this land, until it is cleansed of this sickness. A new dawn shall arise, and the Scottish Highlands will find itself at peace for the first time in ages. This is God's will, and we are his dutiful servants that will carry out his plan, with a vengeance so swift and unforgiving that every man, woman, and child on this earth will recognise his might and his will." Nods were exchanged. Silent prayers were offered up to God. "Now," Simon said, hands on his hips, "we must discuss what has happened to Andrew." A knight shrugged. "We have no idea of his whereabouts. It is quite possible that the Bairds have taken him hostage." "There is no worry," another knight said. "Andrew, like us all, would die before giving us up." "Regardless," Simon said, "it forces us into a position to strike much quicker than anticipated. Do we start with the Bairds? Should we kill them first?" Simon shook his head. "Number. We must take down each clan and English stronghold according to the plan we have set. We cannot deviate. The only way we will succeed is if we adhere to what God has told us to do. The Baird's time will come, yes, but we must assume that Andrew has been captured or killed. He, like us all, knew the risks of what this crusade entails. His predicament is no longer our concern, and only God can spare his life now, but only if that is his will." Simon walked around the fire and came to the entrance of the cave, staring out at the expanse of the Highlands. "Can you feel it?" he said. "Can you feel God's presence? Can you smell the blood that will be spilt in his name, in his honour?" He smiled. "Our moment has come, my friends. No longer will we sit and wait. Tonight we rest, but tomorrow we shall begin the final stages of purging these lands. A glorious moment is upon us, and God smiles upon each and every one of you with a proud inflection. Our moment has arrived, gentlemen. Our time to do God's will is now at hand." Finlay walked through the village at a slow pace, leaning on his cane and huffing with irritation from the amount of effort it took to do something as simple as taking a stroll. He smiled, reflecting on the past when he was an agile young man, a fierce warrior matched only by a few souls throughout the Highlands. But those days were long gone. He was an old man now, a father, a widower. He was no longer a warrior, no longer a formidable physical presence, but as he made his way through the village, taking in all that he and his wife had built, he could not help but feel proud. At one point, Finlay felt himself gravitating toward the blacksmith's shop. The owner and blacksmith Thomas was hard at work forging a piece of chainmail as he drew in a deep breath filled with the sweet-scented optimism that tended to lace the early morning air. "Working hard?" Finlay asked Thomas. Thomas looked up and smiled. "No." Finlay moved toward a bench adjacent to Thomas and slowly slipped down. He groaned, sighing after he did so as he felt his bones creak. "Nay, the man ye once were, eh?" Thomas said. Finlay shrugged. "The passing of time, it happens to us all. It is the strength of the spirit that counts. I ha' ken men and women who ha' lived long lives with ailments far worse than ye. It is the accumulation of all the battles I have fought, me dear Thomas. It has finally taken its toll. I would be lying if I said I didn't miss the days of charging into battle on horseback." Thomas laughed as he examined his progress on the chainmail. "Ye actually relish wartime, Finlay." "I am hearing that correctly." Finlay waved the comment off, squinted. No, that is nae what I mean. I suppose I am just saying that I miss me agility. I miss many things, quite frankly. Such as..." Finlay smiled. "Me wife, Isla. Some days it feels as though she has just passed. It aches me heart. I wonder how long it will be this way." Thomas sighed, his own memories of love and loss pouring into his mind. He approached Finlay and sat down on the bench next to him. "It will nae ever pass, Finlay. Ever." Finlay hung his head, digging the tip of his cane into the ground. Sometimes I question this life and all that it entails. I find myself on more than one occasion telling me children that all bad things shall pass, that heartache and pain are only temporary, that they make ye stronger." "Ye speak the truth." Finlay shook his head. "I find myself having a hard time accepting that notion, as of late." "It happens to us all." "It happens the frequently, Thomas. I have promised so many people, including myself, that one day the pain and hardships would pass, that me clan, me family, and me children would be able to live in peace." He sighed. "It seems that notion is only sustained for so long before something terrible strikes." Thomas said nothing as Finlay stood and began pacing in a circle. "I dinna," Finlay said. "I dinna ken how much a man can take afore he finally breaks." Thomas stood and walked up behind Finlay. "There is no other option, Finlay. Life is a struggle. It is nae meant to be easy. Ye ken as well as any of us that it is the fight that builds character, that makes us stronger." Finlay turned on his heel, fire in his eyes. "I want peace, Thomas. I want me children and their children and their children's children to live free of all the struggles I and me clan ha' gone through. We ha' seen nothing but war, nothing but turmoil, and this scout that entered our village the other day is yet another reminder that another fight is on the horizon." Thomas nodded, jutted his chin. "Then we will fight, as we always hae. We will repel whoever comes into our village, as we ha' done time and time again. We are the Baird clan. We ha' survived this long, and I am inclined to believe that we will continue to do so." Finlay felt himself on the verge of tears, shaking his head and wishing that his wife was by his side to offer him comfort. "A leader does nae break down as I am right noo," he said. "This is nae how I should be composing myself." Thomas huffed. "That is a complete lie, Finlay." "Why do ye say that?" "Because ye are human. That is why. Te pretend like ye dinna feel and hurt, and think like the rest of us is simply untrue. Those who dinna take the time to think about what pains them is something that a man of, let's say, Lord Henry's calibre tends to exude. Those are the madmen. The men without a soul or conscience." Memories of the strife that came about 20 years prior flooded Finlay's mind. He recalled the late Lord Henry's wrath and all of the destruction it had entailed, yet another reminder of the perpetual struggles that he seemed to have fought all his life. "I," Finlay said, "I am nay Lord Torstein. He is an honourable man. He helped us fight for many years." Thomas smiled. "Nay," he replied, "ye are nay, and that is a good thing. And dinna think for a moment that questioning life and God and everything else makes ye weak. Ye are nay weak." He gestured around. "Ye are the leader of the Bairds. Ye brought us tae this place, ye and your wife Isla. Ye gave us hope, and ye hae fought every day to preserve it. Ye are a leader, Finlay Baird, and I am proud to call ye me friend." Finlay turned around. Thomas extended his hand as tears came into his eyes, proud tears. Finlay scooped up Thomas's hand, shook it, and said, "Thank ye, me friend. Ye words encourage me." "Always," Thomas said as he broke the embrace. "And there is also one other bit of comfort I can offer ye in these trying times." Thomas went behind his workbench, reached into a drawer, and produced a bottle of whisky. Finlay smiled when he saw the copper liquor and moved toward Thomas to partake in a much-needed moment of alleviation. Chapter 5. Eamon and the Baird's men had settled their belongings before Lord Ian invited them to his domicile to partake in drinks. Agatha was in the kitchen when the Bairdsmen entered, preparing food and drink for the large party, as she and Eamon occasionally stole a smile-complimented glance at one another. "Come," Lord Ian said, gesturing around the long table. "Sit." The Bairdsmen each took a chair, Lord Ian making it a point to be seated beside Eamon. "I trust your accommodations," he said, "are to your satisfaction." Eamon smiled. "Aye, very much so." "Good and well, me friend. I want ye to feel as comfortable as possible during your stay in me village. I am sorry to say that I had not personally been here afore, Lord Ian. Me father has. Finlay Baird." Lord Ian smiled as Agatha began bringing the food to the table with Joanna's assistance. "Your father is a good man," he said. "Many battles he has fought. I ha' heard the stories. Sadly, me days of war are long behind me, but I dae ha' many a memory of taking up the sword." One of Eamon's men smirked and winked at Eamon. Eamon hid his smile at the thought of Sir Ian claiming that a man of his size and state of health had ever been able to run, much less fight. "Tell me," Lord Ian said, between shoving food in his mouth, "about how ye plan on taking down the hands of God." A tension-laced silence settled over the table. All eyes were on Eamon, eagerly anticipating his answer. "A difficult question to answer," Eamon said. "What we ken of the hands of God are mostly rumours." "All of them true," Lord Ian said. "If I recall correctly, the McManus clan has seen them in the flesh." Eamon furrowed his brow. "The McManus clan?" "Aye, dae ye ken of them?" Eamon nodded. "Me clan has an alliance with them." "I would suggest speaking with them," Lord Ian said. "They might possess knowledge that can assist ye in your mission." He turned and looked at Agatha. "Agatha, fetch us some more wine, and be quick, though I ken it is a task for ye." Eamon huffed and caught eyes with Agatha. She smiled at Sir Ian and nodded before saying, "Right away, my lord." Eamon couldn't help himself once he saw the dismay on Agatha's face. "How did she manage to become a maid for ye?" he asked Sir Ian. Sir Ian huffed. "Ha! She was gifted to me by a Sassenach knight. It appears that she spurned his proposal, so he banished her from his stead and gifted her to me. Quite a pain she has been, I mayst say." Eamon clenched his fist, irked by Sir Ian's words that Agatha could no doubt hear from the next room. "She appears to hae served ye well." Sir Ian waved a hand, but Eamon caught a ravenous glimmer in his eyes before he spoke. She is adequate. I might just dispose of her once she has outlived her purpose. Eamon furrowed his brow. What day ye mean? There is a shelf life with women, me friend. All men ken this. Once they ha' reached a certain age they no longer become of use. Like monkeys they tend to be, swinging from one tree to the next until they lose their strength and fall to the ground. Eamon could not help but shake his head at Sir Ian's callous words over a woman who so clearly was stuck in a situation she could not control. He wanted to confront Sir Ian, but he knew he had to do it in a way without being direct. "Tell me," Eamon said to Sir Ian. "How is your health, Sir Ian?" Sir Ian, through mouthfuls of food, squinted. "What do you mean?" "Well, I just think of me father, Finlay. He was a fine warrior, but the years and battles took a toll on his mind and body. He is nor the man he once was." I concur. The same has happened to me." Eamon shook his head, held up a finger, and leaned forward. I understand. But even though me father is nor the man he once was, he still, well, how should I put it, manages to keep himself in significant shape despite his age. I am just wondering why the same has nae worked for ye." Smiles and laughter were stifled as Eamon made it a point to glance at Sir Ian's gut. Sir Ian felt the dig and did his best to pretend that it did not affect him. "Aye," Sir Ian said, waving his hand. "I inherited me large frame from me father." "And perhaps," Eamon said patronisingly, "too much ale and raw meats assisted in your current state." He laughed, pretending it was a joke, though all at the table knew that it was not. Sir Ian turned a shade of red. The other Bairdsmen tried not to laugh. Agatha, sensing Eamon standing up for her as she lingered in the kitchen, turned away and smiled. "I sense," Sir Ian said, placing down his utensils, "that ye are insulting me, Eamon Baird." Eamon waved his hand. "No, I am nae. I am just merely jesting ye, Sir Ian. Ye are a fine man. Ye treat those around ye well." Sir Ian could sense another jab being taken at him, but instead of engaging Eamon, he polished off the last of his plate and stood up. "I believe I am full," he said. "I am going to retire to the tavern for one last drink. Agatha, put a cork in the wine. I believe our guests he had enough." He stepped away from the table as Agatha and Eamon connected gazes, intense and filled with appreciation. "I think I shall see this tavern," one of the Bairdsmen said, standing. "Sounds like a proper way to end the night." Several Bairdsmen joined him as Eamon moved toward Agatha. She looked up at Eamon, drew a breath, and said, "Is there anything I can assist you with, my lord?" Eamon nodded. I would very much like it if you took a walk with me." Agatha smiled. Yes, that sounds delightful." Eamon and Agatha walked with a little bit of distance between them as they went through the village. Eamon could not help but notice how peaceful everything amongst the villagers felt. It was a stark contrast to the atmosphere he felt back at home. "It seems," he said to Agatha, "that your village has nae seen war in quite some time." Agatha nodded. "Yes. Sir Ian has forged many alliances with other clans and the Sassenach. He established certain rules of trade that maintains the peace." Agatha huffed. "Are you married, Eamon Baird?" Eamon smiled. "No, ma'am. I am nae." She smiled. "A gentleman of your looks and personality. I find that hard to believe." Eamon felt his memories creeping back into the front of his mind. It was hard to suppress them, but he always tried to press them as deep down as he could. He opened his mouth to answer, but no words came out. "Something troubles you," Agatha said. Eamon shrugged. I think tay much. We all do. It is the curse of being alive. Eamon laughed. I think of the young ones in me clan. How do you mean? About their innocence. I reminisce of the days where I was like them, when nothing troubled me, when all I worried about was when I could play and eat and enjoy the simple pleasures that life brings aboot. Being an adult is... He couldn't find the words. Cumbersome, Agatha added. Eamon smiled. Aye, cumbersome is the proper word. They passed the village tavern on their left, alive with the laughter and singing and clinking of glasses as the Bairdsmen and several of the locals drank their worries away. Do you want a drink? Agatha inquired. Eamon shook his head. No, I am finding the pleasure of your company a suitable enough vice. Agatha stopped, crossing her arms as a playful smile stretched across her face. Oh, she said with a hint of sarcasm, so I am a vice now? Eamon wagged his finger. Ye ken what I mean. She smirked. I do, yes. The two of them locked eyes, their gaze unflinching as they stared deeply into each other's eyes. We have the same eye colour, Agatha noted. We both have hazel eyes. Eamon moved in closer. I noticed that as well, though yours are much mair beautiful. Agatha waved him off. You flatter me. He stepped in closer, their noses within inches of touching. I mean every word. Both of them felt that proverbial fire burning inside of them, the longing for one human being to feel the comfort and touch of another. Neither of them was the type to willingly lay with someone without feeling the connection of hearts and minds, and in that moment they did. Agatha nodded over Eamon's shoulder. Sir Ian, she said, will most likely be there for a good while. I don't imagine he will return home soon. Eamon laughed, feeling the inevitable about to pass. So, if we were to return noo, he said, we would nae be disturbed. Agatha slowly reached out and rested her palm on Eamon's chest. We would not. No. Neither of them said anything for a good while. 5 minutes later, they were back in Sir Ian's domicile and inside Agatha's room as she locked the door behind them. Eamon and Agatha began kissing, slowly at first, but picking up quickly in rhythm as the excitement of two individuals exploring the other's body overcame them. Agatha then began reaching down toward Eamon's waist and removing his belt. As Agatha began pulling off Eamon's lower garb, Eamon slowly pulled down her blouse and began kissing her neckline, the sweet aroma that she emitted intoxicating him more than any ale or liquor he had consumed in his life. And then Eamon stopped, thoughts of his late wife flooding his mind. He felt as if he was betraying her, as if he was somehow tainting her memory. Stop, Eamon said. Agatha held her hands up in surrender, her eyes wide as she backed away a few inches from his face. I'm sorry, she said. Did I do something wrong? Eamon turned away, his heart racing, angered at himself, but knowing that he was simply intoxicated by the woman in front of him. He couldn't help himself, but he was still angered nonetheless. I canny, Eamon said. I canny day this. I want this, Agatha said. I do. Eamon nodded. But I simply canny. It is hard to explain. They waited in silence for several moments, Agatha feeling awkward as Eamon's breathing filled the air around them. Is it me? She asked. Do I make you uncomfortable? Eamon shook his head. No, quite the opposite. He looked into her eyes. It is hard to explain. She breathed. Should I go? Eamon slowly reached over and rested his hands on top of hers. Nay, Stay with me. Let us lay here for a while. Is that all right?" Agatha nodded, nuzzling up to Eamon and holding him tight. She could feel his heart racing within his chest, his internal conflict boiling over inside of him. There was clearly turmoil brewing inside of him. There was an edge to Eamon that Agatha could not quite put her finger on, but she trusted him and was undoubtedly starting to feel something for him. She could sense his pain, his dismay, and wished that she could do something to alleviate it for him as they held each other and slowly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 6. Far away from the chamber that Agatha and Eamon were currently sharing, Simon and the members of the Hands of God were perched on a hill overlooking a small Highland clan. It was a small group of people, about 40 in total, set up in a temporary encampment nestled in the middle of a ravine. It was surrounded on all sides by steep inclines that their leader felt would properly conceal them from view or any kind of incoming attack. But he was sorely mistaken. Simon breathed slow, counting the numbers of the men, women, and children in the clan as they gathered around a campfire and set about stretching and yawning and moving toward their tents. Simon turned to one of his men. "They are about to settle for the night. We shall wait until they are in a slumber." The man nodded. "What of the women?" Simon shook his head. "God has spoken to me. He said that all must perish." The man flexed his brow. "And the children?" Simon slowly turned and looked at his man. "All must perish." The man knew not to question the word of Simon, the proxy of God, and nodded. "Yes, Simon, I understand." The Hands of God waited for an hour for the Highlanders to fall into slumber. Night settled over the camp, and the fire that was once roaring in the centre of the camp was doused out by one of the women before she retreated into a tent to join her family. "Simon," one of the Hands of God whispered, "they have 2 guards posted up on either side." Simon squinted to get a better look and saw 2 men, both of them weary and nodding off, standing guard on either side of the village. "Go," he whispered to the man. "Take someone with you. Dispatch them. Send us the signal when you have finished." The man nodded, recruited one of his fellow Hands of God, and slowly descended into the camp with no sounds being made. The 2 guards standing watch in the camp from 50 yards apart kept watchful eyes on their surroundings. The one on the right at one point heard the hoot of an owl not far off in the distance. He turned his head to get a better look, and as he squinted to find the source of the noise, his world went suddenly black. The guard would never know before he passed into the unknown that a member of the Hands of God had quickly and painlessly buried a dagger into the back of his neck, killing him instantly. The guard on the left heard the noise and turned to look, but another one of the Hands of God dispatched of him with the same move and with the same speed. With both of the guards now dead, the 2 assassins then held a lit torch to signal Simon and the others that the time had come to attack. Descending on the village with not a sound being made, Simon and the Hands of God slipped into the camp like a river of grey and red. Only the sounds of nighttime animals could be heard as they broke off into 2s, each pair of men standing in a crouch outside the tents and waiting for Simon to give the order. Simon waited, taking a quick glance around to make sure that no prying eyes were watching and no stragglers were wandering around the camp. Drawing a deep breath, Simon removed a curved dagger with a Bible scripture forged into the steel, nodded, and ordered his men to attack. It was swift, without noise. None of the Highlanders in the village knew what had happened. Several awoke from their slumber upon feeling the intrusion of someone in their tent, but they were quickly dispatched with swift slices of blades and daggers that cut through them with precision and ease. All 40 of the villagers, men, women, and children, were murdered silently in the night. save for one man, the leader of the clan. Simon made it a point to pinpoint the man during their surveying of the encampment, and once all the members of the clan were disposed of, Simon ordered the leader to be brought before him. The leader, a ginger-haired gentleman, was thrown onto his knees as he took a look around at the dead members of his clan. The shock was so potent that he couldn't mutter a word, and nothing but tears streamed down his face as Simon stood before him. Flanked on all sides by the hands of God, Simon surveyed the damage as his men wiped the blood from their weapons and stood at attention. The leader of the clan looked up at Simon with nothing but sheer terror in his eyes, shaking all the way to his bones as he held up his hands pleadingly and said, "Mercy, please, show mercy." Simon got down on one knee, face to face now with the clan leader. He rested his palm gently against the leader's cheek, shaking his head and offering up the subtlest of wry smiles. "This is mercy," Simon said. "We are here to purge you and your countrymen from the lives you lead. The time of the Highlanders and the Sassenach have come to an end. My friend, this is mercy at its finest." The leader cried, shaking uncontrollably, as Simon once more took his dagger out of his sheath. "I offer you the chance to repent," Simon said. "Confess your sins to God. Join us. I will spare you your life if you do." The leader weighed his options carefully, once more looking around at the dead members of his clan as he made his decision. Eventually, he relented, nodding his head and saying to Simon, "I repent. Please, spare me. Spare me life." Simon looked into the leader's eyes deeply, examining his words with the utmost scrutiny. He then sighed, shaking his head as he raised his dagger and said, "Your words are not true. You do not seek salvation. You seek only to spare your life." The leader raised his hands in protest. "Please, no." Simon shook his head. "May God be with you, my friend." He bid the leader before he brought down the dagger in a swift and ruthless scythe. Finlay somewhat hobbled on his cane as he left his domicile. He could not sleep. It had felt like days since he felt any sort of rest or reprieve. He sighed, moving away from the front of his house and toward a small pasture, surrounded by knee-high fencing and peppered with flowers of all variations. Inside this pasture were the graves of the fallen members of the Baird clan, and resting at the head of it, with a wooden cross situated tall and proud, was the grave of his wife, Isla. Finlay always took a look out the window in the home he and his wife once shared every morning at the cross. He missed her more than he knew or could even admit. It felt as if a piece of him had died the day she passed, and moments like these, visiting her at her final resting place, helped as much as it hurt. Grunting as he exerted all the energy he had, Finlay approached Isla's grave and got down on one knee. He smiled, resting his palm flat on the earth and closing his eyes. He imagined Isla standing right beside him, as gorgeous and as fearless as the day they first met. "Hello, me love," Finlay said. "I could nae sleep. Tae much is on me mind." Finlay then felt Isla reply. He knew that it was all in his head, but perhaps it wasn't. "You never could sleep mair than a few hours," her voice said. Finlay smiled. "I thought it was from drinking, me love." "No, you just think too much." "I think I inherited it from you." "No, it has always been this way." A tear rolled down Finlay's cheek. "I dinna ken," he said, turning his eyes up toward the heavens. "I dinna ken what today, me love. We fought so hard and for so long to rid ourselves of strife, but there is always something. There is always a new battle tae be fought." "That is life, me love," Isla's voice said. "It will always be this way. We fooled ourselves into thinking that it can be something different. Our children should nae ha grown up this way. I wanted them to have peace. What they experienced made them strong, me love. It made them into the people they are today. They are nae soft, they are strong. Ye and I ha' made them this way. Ye should be proud, me love. I ken that I am, and I am proud of ye too. Finlay felt a smile stretch across his face as a single tear slid down his cheek. He reached out and rested his palm on the cross in front of him, closing his eyes once more and pretending that he was delicately caressing his wife's cheek. I love ye, he bid to his departing wife, hoping that the voice he was hearing in his head was indeed from his long-lost love. I will always love ye. Father, a voice called out from behind him. Finlay turned and saw his daughter, Rose, cross-armed and rubbing her eyes from having just awakened. Rose, Finlay said as he grunted and stood on his cane for balance. What are you doing up? The hour is late. Rose nodded. I could say the same, father. I saw ye through me window. Are ye all right? Finlay nodded as he took another look back at Isla's grave. I am just visiting your mother. I day that on occasion. Rose walked toward her father. Aye, she replied. I day the same sometimes. It makes me feel like she is still here. It does, aye. Rose took a moment to offer up her next inquiry. Were you talking tae her, father? Finlay felt his heart skip a beat. Aye, he replied. I was... Ye mayst think I am crazy for doing so. Rose shook her head. Of course nay, father. She laughed. I had done the same on many occasions. Finlay turned to his daughter and smiled. Really? She nodded. Mair than once. Sometimes. She smiled. Sometimes I feel like she speaks to me. Finlay flexed his brow, excited to know that he was not the only one who felt the same. Aye, he said with enthusiasm. It just happened a moment ago. I could hear her voice. She was, well, she spoke to me like she always did. With encouragement. And love. And laughter. Another tear rolled down Finlay's cheek. Even in death, he said, your mother still comforts me. Rose joined in, shedding a tear. Same with me, father. Same with me. She stepped in and rested her head on her father's shoulder. She is proud of ye. I hope ye ken that. Finlay hooked his arm around his daughter's shoulder and nodded. And I guarantee, he said, that she is extremely proud of ye too, me daughter. Rose hugged her father and pulled him in close. You should stop worrying so much, she said. Finlay squinted. Aboot what? Aboot us finding peace. Did ye hear me talking of such things? Rose shook her head. No. But I can tell. And ye have always spoken of such things. All is well, father. I am happy. I promise ye that. And that is all that matters. Finlay hugged his daughter tight. Neither said a word as they stood at the foot of Isla's grave. After a moment, Finlay turned his head up to the heavens, smiled, and thanked his wife for sending him the perfect messenger angel at just the right time. Chapter 7. Sir Ian knocked on the door to Agatha's room early the next morning. Eamon was dressed by the time he answered, making it a point to not look at one another and acting as if nothing took place between them the night before. Good morning, Sir Ian greeted. How did you sleep, Eamon? Eamon shrugged. Good and well. I trust Agatha did nae disturb ye. Eamon shook his head, waving the comment aside as if it meant nothing. She fetched me supper and then kept to herself in the cellar. I found plenty of rest. So, Sir Ian said, clapping his hands together, what are your plans, Eamon Baird? I believe it is time for me and me men to disperse, Eamon said. We hae quite a ride ahead of us. Where do ye plan on heading? To see the McManus clan. If the hands of God are as difficult to track as it seems, we will need to move with haste. A nod from Sir Ian. I shall give ye supplies for your journey, about 2 days' worth. I hope that will suffice. A nod from Eamon. Aye, that should serve us well, and I thank ye for your hospitality. Sir Ian bowed. It is me pleasure. He pointed to Agatha, waiting a few feet away, a glint of hatred in his eye. And ye, I want you to clean the stables. The horses he left quite a mess from Eamon and his men last night. He laughed, moving away from the door and heading back downstairs. Eamon turned and looked at Agatha. A look of complete and utter defeat washed across her as she moved to the window and looked out longingly into the horizon. I cannot do it any more, Agatha whispered. This man will work me until I die, Eamon. I cannot. Agatha began to weep. Eamon moved in and grabbed her gently by the shoulders. Dinny think such things, he said. Agatha shook her head and looked into Eamon's eyes. You don't understand. He is ruthless. He is unkind. He wants vile things from me, and when I refuse, he punishes me by making me do all these terrible tasks. He will not let me be at peace, and he will not let me leave this place. Then I shall return. I shall locate the hands of God, dispose of them, and come back to free ye. Agatha wiped the tears from her eyes. It will be too late by then, she said. Who knows how long it will take for you on your crusade? I fear I will be well and gone by the time it happens. Eamon sighed, caressing Agatha's cheek and burying her face into his chest. What can I dae? He said. What can I dae to take this burden away from ye? Agatha drew a deep breath and thought back to something she was told the day before. Let me run away, she said. Let me go with you. Eamon's heart began racing faster than the steed he had ridden into the village. Run away? With me? Agatha nodded. I cannot stay here a minute longer. I need to be free. Take me with you. If you feel for me as I feel for you, then the thought has undoubtedly crossed your mind as well. Eamon took a step back. What ye are asking will bring about a wave of consequences. Then so be it. The consequences I would face staying here makes the troubles of leaving with you pale in comparison. Eamon began pacing as he seriously considered Agatha's words. He didn't want to say that he had feelings for her. He was much too fragile from losing his last love to admit such a thing. But he would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't feel something for her. Some kind of yearning. If I dae this, Eamon said, there will be consequences, nay only from Sir Ian, but from me own clan as well. Agatha took a step forward, looking at Eamon as if he were her only salvation, which he indeed was. Please, she pleaded, do not leave me here. Take me with you. I will face the damages that will occur standing alongside you. Please, Eamon Baird, please rescue me from this plight. Eamon looked at Agatha for a long moment. He knew he had already made his decision. It was just a matter of taking a deep breath, nodding, and admitting out loud that he would take her with him. The Baird's men were gathered in the centre of Sir Ian's village an hour later. The villagers assisted in loading them with fresh supplies as Eamon walked up to Sir Ian and made a last-minute request. Sir Ian, Eamon said, I ask one final thing of ye. Sir Ian held out his pink and meaty hands. Anything! Whatever ye need! I require a wagon, Eamon said, for the supplies. I fear that our horses will be too weighed down from the load. Sir Ian stroked his beard, squinting as he thought about it. "I hae a wagon," he said, "but it is only one of 3 in me possession." "I would be willing to pay ye for it." Sir Ian squinted. "Really? How much?" Eamon produced a small leather bag filled with coins and held it up. "This much," he said, "and believe me, it is mair than enough." Sir Ian took the bag, opened it, and looked inside at the gold coins. He smiled, more than willing to give Eamon the wagon that he needed. "It is done," he said, turning to one of his men. "Yeah, fetch one of the wagons from the stable, the best one." Eamon, already having put a plan in motion to smuggle Agatha out, said to Sir Ian, "The red wagon I saw will suffice. I can tend to bringing it forth myself." Sir Ian waved him off. "With what ye ha' paid, take it." He moved in and embraced Eamon. "Ye are a good man, Eamon Baird. I shall speak highly of ye to those who ask." Eamon, reeling from the sweaty stench that Sir Ian oozed, stood back and nodded. "Thank ye kindly, and I wish ye well in your plight." "Ye as well, Eamon Baird. Ye as well." Moments later, Eamon entered the stables with several of his men hauling in bags of supplies. The red wagon that Eamon had spoken of was in front of them, and as his men moved to load the supplies in back, he said, "I will tend to this. Gay and prepare the men to disembark." Lucas, one of the beardsmen, squinted and said, "Are ye sure?" "Aye," Eamon said. "We mayst move soon. I merely require a moment with me own thoughts." Not questioning their leader any further, the beardsmen dropped their bags and left the stable to tend to the other men. Eamon, waiting for the men to leave, moved to the back of the wagon and pulled the flap aside. Hidden underneath a few empty sacks was Agatha, curled up in a ball and making not a peep. "Be silent," Eamon said. "We will be leaving soon." A tear rolled down Agatha's cheek. "Thank you," she said. "I owe you my life, Eamon Baird." Eamon smiled and began loading the supplies, doing his best to conceal Agatha beneath them and offering her a small ration of supplies for sustenance for the travels to come. Minutes later, the wagon was tethered to a pair of steeds and brought to the front of the line of beardsmen preparing to disembark the village. Lucas, on his horse beside Eamon, said, "We are ready, Eamon." Eamon nodded. "Aye, let us finish this crusade." He turned and looked at Sir Ian. "Good luck to ye," he said. Sir Ian, still holding on to the bag of coins that Eamon gave him, waved him goodbye and turned back to his home. "Beardsmen!" Eamon shouted at the top of his lungs. "We ride!" The beardsmen then disembarked from the village, riding in a single file line with the red wagon taking the lead. Minutes later, they disappeared over the horizon and left the village, with no one the wiser that Agatha Pickering had been smuggled out right under Sir Ian's nose. Sir Ian, seated in his kitchen, continued to count and recount the coins that Eamon had given him. One of his warriors, a man by the name of Sean, stood beside him with a smile stretching across his face. "Quite a payout that man gave ye," Sean said. "Aye," Sir Ian said with a laugh. "He paid well over what he should. What a fool!" He laughed some more, counting the coins over and over again. "Perhaps a drink is in order," Sean said. Sir Ian nodded. "Aye, I believe ye may be right." He turned his head towards the ceiling. "Agatha!" he shouted. "We require a drink. Come down here." "No!" Silence held sway for several seconds. Not a peep was made. "Agatha!" Sir Ian shouted again, more agitated this time. "Come down here." "No!" Still the silence held sway. Angered, Sir Ian pushed out his chair and stood up. He turned to Sean. "Fetch that wench immediately," he said. Tell her she is in serious trouble. Sean nodded. Aye, sir. Right away. Sean then fled to the upstairs as Sir Ian set about thinking about all the things he could buy with his new wealth. Minutes later, Sean returned to the kitchen with haste. Sir, he said, I cannae find Agatha. Sir Ian turned around. What? I cannae find her, sir. Sir Ian pocketed his coins and moved upstairs with haste. He looked around Agatha's room, then the other, and finally screamed at the top of his lungs. Where is she? Sean shrugged. I dinna. Sir Ian made a backhanded swipe and slapped Sean in the face. She was told to clean the stables. I want her found. No! Sean quickly exited Sir Ian's home, recruiting 2 more men to assist him in the search for Agatha. They scoured the village, looking in every place high and low to find her. A half-hour passed with Agatha's name being shouted out at the top of their lungs, but she was nowhere to be found. Sir Ian, Sean said, worried that he would be struck again. We cannae find her. Sir Ian's face turned beet red. Where is that whore? Where could she have gone? We checked everywhere, sir. We dinna ken. Sir Ian kicked at the dirt. Bloody whore! He turned around in a circle. Agatha, where are ye? Come out new, or I will take your head. The other villagers stared on as Sir Ian shouted Agatha's name repeatedly. After a few more minutes, it became wholly apparent that she was no longer among them. How could this happen? Sir Ian said. Where could she have gone? No one said a word as Sir Ian shook his head. He then stuffed his hands in his pockets, thinking of possible places she could have gone, and then his hand rested on the sack of coins Eamon had given him, a sack of coins that was worth more than Sir Ian should have received. Sir Ian's eyes lit up, a dire thought creeping into his mind. That bastard! He seethed. I cannae believe it. Sean perked up. What is it? Sir Ian, fire in his eyes, looked at Sean and gritted his teeth. Eamon Baird, he said. He took her. He took her with him. That bastard overpaid me to sneak her out of here. Sean and the other warriors exchanged looks as Sir Ian spit on the ground. What should we do, sir? Sir Ian crooked a finger. Mount all the men. Gae after the Bairdsmen. Find them. Find Agatha and bring her back to me. And what of the Bairdsmen? I am sure Eamon will protest. Sir Ian flashed a crooked smile. With an insane look in his eye, he said, Hunt them down. Do not take no for an answer. Leave no man who protests alive. Chapter 8. The wagon bounced along a dirt path that narrowed and twisted down a steep hill. Agatha, safely and discreetly hidden aboard, felt her heart beating faster than it normally did. She took a deep breath and held it, and released. Relax, she whispered to herself. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Agatha took a glance towards the flap covering the back of the carriage, wondering if Eamon was close by, and when he would check in on her. Patience, she whispered. Patience. Eamon, riding close to the rear of the carriage, tossed the occasional glance over his shoulder every few minutes. Lachlan, the man riding next to him, caught on to Eamon's glances and finally spoke up. Someone we should be looking out for. It took Eamon a moment to snap himself out of his trance. What? Lachlan forked a thumb over his shoulder. You keep looking over there. Eamon waved away the comment. Nay a thing. Me mind is just wandering. Lachlan leaned in. Is it that woman? What woman? Lachlan laughed. The one I am sure you were spending maist of the night with, Eamon. You dinna ken that. You dinna ken anything. You were nowhere to be found last night, Eamon, and I saw the looks that ye two were giving each other. It isna complicated to figure oot. Eamon shrugged, sighed, tossed a quick look toward the carriage. She is a kind woman. That is all I will say. Ah, I see. Quit fishing, Lachlan. There is nae a thing tae be caught. Then why do ye keep looking over your shoulder? Eamon huffed and stared at his friend. Ye ken. If I did nae ken ye, Lachlan, I would strike ye square in the jaw. Lachlan laughed. I am sure ye will. Silence held sway for a few moments as Eamon let his mind drift to thoughts of Agatha. He didn't understand how he could be so brash. The woman was just a few feet away from him, hidden amongst the ranks of the Bairdsmen, with no man the wiser that she was there. Eamon had not loved in a long time, and though he was not bold enough to claim that he loved Agatha, he was certain that there was something drawing him to her that allowed him to sneak her away from Sir Ian, and it was only a matter of time before Sir Ian figured out what was going on. The group arrived at the bottom of the hill, arriving at the cusp of a forested area where the pathway opened up. Eamon held up his hand. Hold, he said. Let us take a break. The Bairdsmen stopped, each man stretching and yawning and taking a moment to catch their breath. Eamon made it a point to have the carriage steered away from the rest of the group, and he walked over to the rear and peeked a look inside and found Agatha looking right back up at him. Are ye all right? Eamon inquired. Agatha nodded nervously. Yes, I am just scared. I shall take ye tae the nearest village. I will take ye there, and I will leave ye there. No, Agatha protested through a whisper. I cannot be on me own. I have no resources to assist me. We shall figure out a plan, I promise. Don't leave me, Eamon. Please, I beg of you. They connected gazes, Agatha's pleading eyes piercing straight through to Eamon's soul and causing a mixture of emotions to swirl inside of his chest. Eamon, one of the Bairdsmen called out. Come, we are fetching a quick drink from the flask. Eamon sighed, running his hands through his hair and beard. Stay here, he said to Agatha. I will only be a moment. Eamon, the Bairdsman said again. What are you doing over there? A few of the Bairdsmen began moving toward the carriage, curious as to what was catching Eamon's attention. Christ, Eamon huffed. It won't be long until me men discover what is transpiring. Eamon, Agatha said, please don't let them hurt me. They will nae hurt ye, I promise. Eamon, Lachlan said. Two other Bairdsmen beside him as they arrived at the rear of the wagon. What is going on? Eamon closed the flap. Nay a thing, he replied. I am merely checking on the supplies. Lachlan squinted, waited a beat. What is going on? What do you mean? Lachlan shoved past Eamon and attempted to pull apart the flap to the carriage, but he was quickly shoved away by Eamon, much to the surprise of the other Bairdsmen. Calm yourself, Lachlan said, holding his hands up in submission. What is the problem? Your inquisitive nature, Eamon said. Ye ha' been prodding me since we left Sir Ian's village. Because ye are nae telling us something. What are ye hiding? Eamon clenched his fist and his jaw. Mount your horses. I am cutting this break short. What is in the carriage? Lachlan said as he jutted his chin. That's enough. Tell me. Eamon looked around and saw the pensive and curious faces of the other Bairdsmen staring at him, waiting for him to say what he was holding back. Eamon, Lachlan said, his tone a little more relaxed. Tell us, what is going on? Eamon knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Sooner or later, the others would find out. He then moved to the rear of the carriage, gripped onto the flap, and pulled it aside. Agatha was revealed. The other Bairdsmen then exchanged perplexed and concerned glances to one another as they laid eyes on her. Agatha, terrified and shaking as the beardsman looked upon her face, held up her hands and said, "Please, please, I am sorry." Lachlan gritted his teeth and pointed a finger at Eamon. "What ha' ye done?" Eamon held up his hands. "Sir Ian was trying to kill this woman. I am merely trying to help. That's nae your decision to make. She is his maid. It is his decision what happens to her. If he decides to cut off her head and throw it in a river, that is his choice." Eamon took a step toward Lachlan. "Watch your tone, Lachlan. I will only tell you once. Dinna make threats tae me, Eamon. Do ye ken what position this puts us in? How long until Sir Ian becomes wise tae this ruse and seeks tae hae us destroyed? We shall take her tae the next village. We shall leave her there. If Sir Ian comes after us, we will tell him we ha' no knowledge of what happened tae her." Lachlan's face was red, steam practically radiating off his body as he shook his head. "Bastard!" he seethed as he took a step forward, raised a fist, and struck Eamon square in the jaw. Eamon felt the sting from the hit, but quickly recoiled. He kicked off the ground, tackling Lachlan into the dirt. The two men became entangled, both of them exchanging punches, as the other beardsman tried to pry them apart. "That is enough," the man named Sean said, pulling Eamon off Lachlan with the assistance of another beardsman. "Ye hae killed us," Lachlan said, two men picking him up and holding him back by both arms. "Ye hae given us a death sentence." "I am in charge," Eamon said, pounding a fist on his chest. "I am the leader. If I decide to rescue 10 mere women, that is me choice. Ye hae nae idea the repercussions that will follow us." "So be it." Sean stood between both men and held up his hands. "Stop," he barked. "The both of ye. What is done, is done." The beardsmen fell silent. Only the huff and puff breathing of Eamon and Lachlan filled the air as both men took a moment to calm themselves. After a minute, Eamon sighed, bracing himself on his knees and feeling the weight of his decisions pressing down on his chest. "I am sorry," he said, with the utmost sincerity. I am so sorry." He stood up, Lachlan closing his eyes and feeling his rage slowly burning off. "Why, Eamon?" he asked, his tone much calmer than it was before. "Why did ye dae this?" Eamon shook his head. "I dinna, Lachlan, I dinna." Lachlan took a step forward, gesturing to the rear of the carriage. Agatha, now erect, gripped onto the sides of the carriage with fear. "It is all right," Lachlan said. Come oot, it is all right." Agatha looked to Eamon for approval. Eamon nodded his head to let her know that all was well. Agatha then slowly slipped out of the carriage, Eamon assisting her with one hand as she smoothed her dress and hung her head. "It is fine, me dear," Lachlan said. "There is nae a thing to fear. I am sorry for me words. I did nae mean them." Agatha slowly tilted up her head and looked Lachlan in the eye. I am sorry," she said. "I just could not stay with Sir Ian. It was the man's mission to grind me down." Lachlan nodded. "I understand. That large bastard is a handful to deal with." Both of them shared a quick and nervous laugh to help break the tension. "Tell me," Lachlan said, "will Sir Ian send someone after ye?" She nodded. "Most definitely. I am sure that men have been dispatched already." Lachlan nodded, sighed. "Then we mayst keep riding. We shall gae tae the next village as Eamon has ordered. From there, we shall figure oot a plan." Agatha nodded. "Thank you." And again, "I am sorry." Lachlan waved the apology away. "What is done is done. There is no sense dwelling in the past." He looked to Eamon. "And I am sorry tae ye. Ye are in charge, and I apologise for questioning your leadership." Eamon shook his head. "Ye had every right tae. It was just A primal war cry then came from the left. Everyone turned to lay eyes on the source of the noise, Eamon perking up immediately at the sound. "Me God," he said. "What is it?" Agatha asked. Lachlan and the other Bairdsmen knew the sound well. "The Kelly clan," he said, reaching for his sword. "They are a band of thieves and rapists." "Quick!" Eamon said, grabbing Agatha by the arm. "Hide in the wagon. Keep your head low." Agatha quickly climbed back inside the carriage and hid as the Bairdsmen drew their swords and took up defensive positions. Moments later, a band of 12 men descended on horseback down a steep incline. Their garb was tattered and dishevelled, their faces dirty and scarred. In the lead, a man with a ginger beard drew his sword and cried out the same cry once again as the band of thieves charged directly toward the Bairdsmen. The fight quickly ensued. The Bairdsmen, thanks to the tutelage of Finlay Baird, quickly struck down several of the men. Lachlan, moments after dispatching one of the thieves, received a cut on his shoulder and recoiled. One of the thieves attempted to strike him down as he spun around, but Eamon stepped in and pierced the man's heart with the tip of his blade. The metal of the sword fight clanked and reverberated through the forest. One by one, the thieves were taken down, with none of the Bairdsmen killed due to their superior swordsmanship, though several did sustain their fair share of cuts and welts. With only 4 thieves left standing, the ginger-bearded leader, furious at his loss of numbers, climbed off of his horse and charged toward Eamon. He screamed, his face red as he prepared to take his last stand. Eamon, pivoting and raising his sword back over his head, took a scything swipe to the left that beheaded the ginger-bearded thief and dropped him immediately to his knees. The last of the thieves then fled in the direction the Bairdsmen had come from. Eamon, watching as they fled, turned to one of his archers and said, "Finish it." The archer took out his bow, lined up a shot, and took the first man down. He repeated the process and took down the other, with no thief left standing as the Bairdsmen then set about tending to their wounds. Eamon, concerned for Agatha's safety, came to the rear of the carriage and looked inside. "Are ye all right?" he asked. Agatha, sweating and red, nodded her head repeatedly. She then leapt into Eamon's arms and held on for dear life, the two of them holding the embrace and desperate to never let the other go. Chapter 9. The leader of the Connolly clan went by the name of Dresden. He was nearly the same age as Finlay, and his village rested about 50 miles away from the Baird clan. He was in his quarters, staring out a window with a book in his hand and wondering how much time had passed since he had last seen war. Like all Highlanders, he had fought to maintain peace. Years of turmoil and bloodshed were the cost, but now, seated in his wooden chair, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt confident that his days of war were long behind him. A scream then erupted from the centre of the village. Dresden slowly stood near the window, squinting and curious, and wondering if it was just another instance of one of his clansmen having drunk too much. When Dresden arrived at the window, however, he saw a fleet of men in grey garb storming through the village, and they were destroying everyone and everything in their path. Dresden quickly shuffled over to his wooden closet, removing the broadsword that had been stowed away inside so long ago, and unsheathing it before moving to the door. He descended the staircase that led to ground level and came outside. His entire clan was under attack, all of them being struck down quickly by the men in grey tunics and reversed red crosses. Dresden's mouth opened, completely taken aback by the sight he was laying his eyes on. Everyone, every man, woman and child in the clan was being struck down and killed with a swiftness that almost felt inhuman. Once his senses returned, Dresden raised his sword and prepared to attack, But then he felt a searing pain on the back of his head before a blackness took over him, and everything fell silent. Dresden awoke, the pain in his head throbbing with a vicious and searing quality that made him feel as if he were on the verge of vomiting. It took a moment for his vision to return, but once it did, he found himself laying eyes on a roaring fire. For a second he was unable to make it out, but once his eyes fully adjusted, he found that the fire was roaring throughout the village, consuming and burning everything in its path. Dresden looked around. The bodies of his clansmen were scattered all along the ground, the blood pooling together in a collective puddle. He looked around and saw himself surrounded by 10 of the men in grey tunics, all of them standing with stoic gazes as one of them walked in a straight line toward him. As the man approached, Dresden realised his hands had been bound and he had been seated on the ground. Blood from the blow to the back of his head was now caking. He looked up at the man approaching him, his face glowing in the light of the fire consuming the village. The man crouched down and met Dresden at eye level. For a moment, he didn't speak, but once he did, he said, "Do you remember me?" Dresden took a beat to soak in the man's features. He had never laid eyes on him before. "No," he said. "No, I dinna." The man sighed. "My name is Simon." He tilted up Dresden's chin with a finger. "You really dinna remember me." Dresden tried his best to pinpoint who the man was, but nothing was jogging his memory. Simon stood back, shaking his head and pacing in a slow, deliberate circle. "Perhaps I cannot blame you," he said. "It has been quite a long time since we've crossed paths, Dresden." Dresden took a second to look at the bodies scattered around him. "What ha' ye done?" Tears began to flood his eyes. "Ye hae killed me people." "I have set them free," Simon said. "They are with God now. You should take comfort in that fact." Dresden wept. Why did you do this?" Simon once again approached Dresden. 6 years ago," he said, "you fought for this land against a Sassenach army. I was a part of that army. In an attempt to repel us, you mounted an attack on our castle. Our wives were there. Our children were there." He jutted his chin. "My wife was there. My child was there." He got down on one knee. "And you ordered them both to die." Dresden's eyes went wide, the memories of the past flooding his mind. "No," he said. Simon held up a finger. "You did. Believe me when I say this is the truth, because it haunts me every waking day." He stood up, removing the dagger stuffed in his waistband. "You are part of the reason that these lands are so ravaged with sin. You and the others are responsible for the deaths of countless innocents, and like the flood that Noah endured, the time has come to cleanse the slate and start anew." Dresden shook his head in protest as Simon gripped onto the dagger and took a step forward. "This is the price for your sins. This is the price for the death of my wife and child." "Please," Dresden protested fruitlessly. "Please, dinna." Simon stood behind Dresden and pressed the blade against his throat. "Close your eyes," he said, "and make your peace with God." Simon then slit Dresden's throat and stood back. Dresden fell to the ground, the blood from his wound pouring out and pooling together with the rest of his clans. Finlay shot awake in his bed, his tunic clinging to his chest from the thick perspiration. He looked around in a panic, trying to shake himself out of the nightmare he had just experienced. It had felt so real. The hands of God storming his village and destroying everything and everyone he loved. In the nightmare, he was unable to help his people, paralysed with fear as throats were slit and a fire was set to burn down the entirety of the village. Finlay clutched his chest with his hand, his muscles strained and tightening from the anxiety. He tried to think of what Isla would say if she were still alive. "Easy, me love. There is no need to fret. All is well." Finlay reached out to the right side of his bed. It was always empty. After all, it was Isla's side. Ever since her passing, he was unable to sleep on her side. The sheets were crisp and untainted by his sweat. Finlay pressed his palm into the mattress, closing his eyes as a single tear slid down his cheek. As the crickets chirped outside the window, he rested his head back against his pillow, turning and facing the left side of the bed as if Isla were still there. "I miss ye, Isla. I miss ye so much." It pained him, every day since her passing. It pained him to know that no matter how hard he tried, no matter how much time had passed, he still missed the woman he loved. The only solace he found was when he looked into the eyes of his children and saw the same hue and colour that Isla sported passed down to them. A knock sounded at his door. Finlay knew that it couldn't have been anyone else but Rose. "Come in," he said. The door opened, Rose standing in the doorway with a sorrowful look on her face. "Father," she said softly. Finlay hearing traces of Isla in her tone. "I heard you screaming." Finlay sat up in his bed, nodding and weeping. "I cannae sleep," he said. "Nightmares plague me mind." Rose approached the bed. "Lay back down, father," she cooed, displaying the soft-natured and maternal tone that Isla sported. "Lay back." Finlay laid back on his pillow as Rose got down beside him. "What troubles you?" she asked. Finlay closed his eyes, the tears still plentiful. "I miss her so much, Rose. Every day, every evening that passes. I am so sorry. I feel as if we had this conversation mair than we should." Rose shook her head. "There is no timeline with grief, father. There is no quick solution. That hole in your heart will never be mended." Finlay shook his head. "I fear," he said. "I fear for what will happen to us." Rose shook her head. "Dinna fear, father. Eamon is out there. He will destroy these men afore they can touch us. Ye mayst rely on your clan. Ye hae fought your entire life. It is your children's responsibility noo. Let us take care of ye." Rose rested her palm against Finlay's cheek, cooing him as he closed his weary eyes and took comfort in his child's touch. "All is well, father," she assured him. "All is well." The Baird's men had set up camp several miles away from where they had been ambushed by the thieves. A meal had been prepared, drinks had been shared, and Eamon and Agatha were then together inside of his tent, the two of them laying side by side as they stared deeply into each other's eyes. "I dinna ken," Eamon said. "What?" Agatha inquired. "What it is aboot ye? There is something about ye that draws me close. I cannae explain it." Agatha rested her palm on Eamon's chest. "Your heart beats fast, Eamon." Eamon placed his hand on top of Agatha's hand. "I am just scared." They said nothing for several moments, and then Agatha leaned in and pressed her lips gently against Eamon's. They kissed slowly and tenderly for several moments, and before long, the rhythm increased, and they were passionately embracing and locking their mouths together as if it were their last night on earth. Agatha then began stripping off her garb. Eamon did the same. Moments later, they were nude, and they slowed the fevered pacing of their kissing to a slow and subtle dance. Eamon slowly mounted himself on top of Agatha, careful not to crash her with his weight, still kissing her as he gently placed himself inside of her. Eamon began to push, slowly, delicately, the two of them making love as passionately and as slowly as possible. Agatha coiled her arms around Eamon's neck, her eyelids fluttering as she rested back and released a deep breath from the pleasure. Eamon cupped Agatha's face in his hands, looking at her longingly, like she was the solution to all of life's troubles. He continued to thrust, their bare chests pressed together, a silent comfort being passed from one to the other. Outside of the tent, the slow and serene trickling of a nearby river covered the sounds of their passionate lovemaking. Eamon turned over, Agatha on top of him, and grinding in a slow dance on his lap. The grinding increased, and both felt themselves on the cusp of climax. Eamon then pulled Agatha in close, once more locking lips with her as they finished in unison and slowly rested again beside each other. Eamon traced his finger along Agatha's jawline. The two of them said nothing, merely smiling at one another as they held each other close and prayed that the night would live on for eternity. They were comforted in that moment, and neither of them wanted the morning to arrive with all of the troubles that came with it. But they knew it would. But until it did, they held each other close, feeling the breath of the other on their necks as they slowly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 10. The Baird's men were in the midst of packing up their camp. Eamon and Agatha were in the lead, speaking to one another in hushed tones as Lachlan approached them. "Eamon," he said, "we should discuss what our next course of action is." Eamon nodded. "Aye," he replied. "We maced." Lachlan jutted his chin. "Our home is nae far fae here." Eamon looked over his shoulder. "Indeed it is nae. I suggest we return and leave Agatha with the rest of our people. Then we should disembark again and seek out the hands of God." Eamon sighed. "Me father will nae be pleased with what has transpired." Lachlan shrugged. "It is a chance we mayst take. Our village is the closest in these parts. If we wait to take Agatha tae another village, it might take tae long." Eamon said nothing as he thought through his options. He knew that Lachlan was right, but he also knew the fury that his father would bestow on him once he discovered who Agatha was, and the circumstances that brought them together. He sighed, nodded. It was the only choice to make. The Baird's men arrived back in their village an hour later. Finlay had spotted them approaching from his window and rushed out as fast as his feet could carry him to greet them. "Eamon!" Finlay shouted, still recovering from the nightmare the evening before. "Ye hae returned." Eamon got off of his horse and rushed over to embrace his father. They hugged for a long moment. Finlay then broke the hug and cupped his son's face in his hands. "I feared I might ha' lost ye, boy." Eamon shook his head. "I am still here, father." "The hands of God. Did you find them?" Eamon shook his head again. "Nay yet. But we encountered another Highlander village. A man by the name of Sir Ian is the leader. He told us that the McManus clan is our best bet in tracking them down. He is of the mind that they possess knowledge of the whereabouts of the hands of God." "Then why hae ye returned? Why are ye nae seeking out the hands of God?" Eamon sighed, hanging his head as he turned and gestured to Agatha in the rear of the formation. "Father," he said solemnly, "I mayst confess something." Finlay crossed his arms, knowing his son's tone well, to know that he was about to tell him something he would not like. "What is it?" he asked with a paternal inflection. "Sir Ian," Eamon continued, "had a woman in his employ. He was abusive. Well, the woman was certain that Sir Ian was going to push her to her own demise, so—" Finlay looked up as Agatha approached, her fingers entwined and eyes trying desperately to focus on Finlay without showing any shame. Finlay sighed and hung his head. He knew the rest of the story before Eamon even had a chance to finish it. "Ye dinny," he said. "Please tell me ye dinny." "He was hurting her father," Eamon pleaded. "I had no choice." Finlay held up a finger. "It was nae your decision to make. If this woman belongs to Sir Ian, then she belongs to Sir Ian. Do ye hae any idea what will happen now because of this? Eamon said nothing. He looked away from his father's gaze, ashamed. Finlay turned his attention to Lachlan and the rest of the Bairdsmen. And where were ye in all of this? He said, scolding each of them as he turned his gaze from one man to the other. Why did ye nae stop him? The Bairdsmen said nothing, all of them finding it hard to make eye contact with Finlay as he shamed them. Finlay looked back at his son, still shaking his head. Sir Ian will come after her, Finlay said. Ye ken that, dae ye nae? Eamon took a beat, and then he nodded. I ken, father, I ken. Finlay took a moment to collect his composure. He then turned and found Rose standing just a few feet away from him. Rose, he said, take our friend here inside. Fetch her a meal and some clean clothes. We will figure out how to handle this situation, but until that time, she is our guest. Rose nodded and greeted Agatha before leading her back to the house. Agatha made it a point to look at Eamon as she walked away from him, and Eamon nodded and winked at her to reassure her that all was still well. Ye he made a grave mistake, me son, Finlay said. Why is that? Lachlan took a step forward. Finlay, Finlay held up his hand. I want a word alone with me son, he said. I want the rest of ye tae leave me sight. Gae. No. The Bairdsmen departed the area, neither of them looking at Finlay or Eamon, as the two of them were then left by themselves. Why? Finlay pleaded. Why did you dae this? It took Eamon a moment to answer. All he could think to do was shrug. I dinna ken, father, he replied. There is something aboot this woman, something I canna explain. Finlay could not help but smile as memories of the first time he met his wife began to play back in his mind. He saw so much of himself in his son in that moment. He was angered, frustrated that Eamon could be so reckless, but it wasn't that he didn't understand. Finlay waved his hand through the air and pulled his son in close for another embrace. We shall figure this out, he said, but let us eat and rest first. Aye? Eamon nodded, feeling much like he did when he was a child, when he was scolded by his father for making a reckless mistake. Aye, father, he said. Aye. The two then walked side by side toward Finlay's home. The both of them could not help but toss a glance in the direction of Isla's grave as they did. Sir Ian's men rode in a close huddle. They approached the same narrow pathway that led downhill to the area where the Bairdsmen had been bombarded by the thieves. The man in the lead, Thomas, held up his hand when he spotted several decaying bodies of the thieves that had been left behind after the ambush. Hold, he yelled. The men came to a settle. Thomas hopped off of his horse and approached one of the grey and bloated bodies, a flurry of flies hovering above and taking apart the corpse piece by piece. He smirked, shook his head. Then he turned to the man next to him. The Bairdsmen were here, Thomas said. The man next to him furrowed his brow. How dae ye ken? Thomas gestured to the bodies. This is the work of the Bairdsmen, no question. They are some of the fiercest warriors in the land. Only they could have taken these men down. I hae no doubt. Thomas kicked the body, the flies scattering as Thomas then stepped away. Where do ye think they could have gone? The man next to him inquired. Thomas looked around. I believe, he said, that their village is a few hours' ride from here. Nae many have been there. Finlay Baird, the leader of the clan, has always made it a point to keep his village closed off from the rest of the world. What should we do? Thomas thought through his options. Our orders, he said, are to bring Agatha back. We may stay exactly that. But what of the Bairds? What happens if we confront them? I imagine a conflict will arise. Is that a wise move? We hae nor conflict with them. We are nae allies, but we are nae enemies either. Eamon Baird made himself an enemy of us the moment he took Agatha. It is because of his actions that we find ourselves in this current predicament. The man next to Thomas sighed. So, what day ye want tae day? Ye are in charge, Thomas. Sir Ian leaves it to your discretion to make these decisions. Thomas took a moment to breathe in the air, still ripe with the aroma of decaying bodies. He almost took it as a sign. We continue to the Baird's village, he said. We shall confront Eamon and the rest of them and demand that they surrender Agatha. And if they refuse, I dinna imagine that they will. But what if they dae? Thomas turned and looked at the man next to him, his gaze filled with intent and fury. Then we will dae what needs to be done. Mount your steed, prepare to move oot. The man next to Thomas gave the orders to the rest of the men and mounted his horse. Moments later, the collective group of riders continued charging down the path, ready to meet up the Bairds and negotiate a peace or war, if need be. Simon lit the fire in the middle of the camp. His men were gathered around him, all of them waiting for him to say something. Simon took a moment to read his Bible silently, offering up quiet prayers to God inside of his head as he did so. All of you, he said, have conducted yourselves in a magnificent fashion. We are in the early stages of our campaign, but if it continues to play out as it has so far, I sense nothing but victory for us on the horizon. His men nodded, looked at one another, each of them proud to be doing God's work. We have several more villages to tend to, Simon said. We shall strike the next one this evening. It is 2 hours' ride from here. One of the hands of God raised his hand. Simon nodded and allowed him to speak. We have lost 2 men, the warrior said, Henry and George. They were dispatched of their mortal coils during last night's outing. Simon nodded. They are with God now. They have found their peace. He began pacing in a circle, holding up his Bible for the rest to see. I will remind all of you that your presence here on this earth is temporary. Your mortal bodies are but vessels for God. While we are on this earth, we live to serve Him and Him alone. Our ultimate reward is death. Our goal is death, and death is the releasing of our spirits to the heavens. It is the greatest gift that God can bestow. Simon looked around at all of his men, each of them smiling eagerly as they heard the words. They prayed for death as Simon did. They craved that ultimate reward, but the one man trembling in the corner seemed to indicate otherwise. As Simon caught on to his trembling, Simon approached the man and got down on one knee. "Why do you tremble, brother?" The trembling man bit his lip. I, he stammered. "I fear death, Simon." "Did you not just heed my words?" The trembling man nodded. "I do. But I still cannot help myself from shaking." Simon sighed, placing his Bible away and staring at the trembling man for several moments. "There is no room," he said, "in this troop for fear. Fear is not an option. Fear makes us weak, and when one of us is weak, it strains us all." The trembling man said nothing, looking up at Simon with a pleading pair of eyes. Simon then reached into the back of his waistband, produced his dagger, and stabbed the man in the heart. None of the other hands of God reacted as the man was killed instantly. No one ever questioned Simon or his methods. "As I said," Simon said as he wiped the blood from his blade, "there is no room for fear or weakness. I suggest that you all eat and rest tonight. We seek out to do more of God's bidding." The hands of God followed Simon's orders without question. The body of the trembling man was then tossed down into a ravine where it was picked apart by a pack of wild dogs. Chapter 11. Finlay poured his son 2 fingers' worth of whisky, the entire tavern filled to the brim with the entirety of the Baird clan. Eamon's head was slightly hung as he took the drink, unable to look his father directly in the eye. Finlay smirked. "Ye are still dwelling on things," he said. Eamon nodded. "Aye. I just dinna ken how I let this happen." "It does nae matter, me son. What happened happened. There is no turning back the hands of time." Eamon sighed, sipping at his whisky, and hoping that it would numb the thoughts running rampant through his mind. What will happen to her? Finlay waved his hand. "No harm will come to her." "I ken that, father, but I ken ye. I ken that ye are debating whether or nae to expel her from the village." Finlay sat back, sighing and looking away. "I had to make the best decision for the people, Eamon. Ye ken that. She cannae return to Sir Ian's father. That man was doing nae a thing mair than grinding her down." Finlay nodded. "I ken of Sir Ian. I ha' crossed paths with him afore." "Then ye ken what a bastard of a man he is. Allowing Agatha to return there, especially noo, will be tantamount to ordering her own execution. As I said, me son, I am thinking through the options. I will nae make a decision that will let harm befall her. I wish that ye could trust me mair than to think I would allow something like that to happen." Eamon said nothing as he nursed his whisky. He cast a glance over his shoulder in the direction of Finlay's homestead, wondering if Agatha was doing all right. "She is a fine woman," Finlay said with a wry smile. "I can see why ye did what ye did." Eamon matched his father's smile. It was uncanny how much the two of them looked alike. "Aye," he said. "Aye, she is." Finlay perched forward. "She reminds me of your mother." Eamon squinted. "They look nae a thing alike. And she is fearful. Mother never was as frightened as this woman appears to be." "That is because ye only saw your mother when she was making sure to show that she was strong. But she had fears. She had doubts. She had regrets." "Then why did I never see them?" "Because, me son, and only one day will ye understand, it is important for a parent to nae show their children signs of fear, at least nae while they are young. But ye are a grown man noo. I have expressed to ye on plenty of occasions the doubts and worries that plague me." Eamon nodded, leaning in and lowering his tone. "Aye," he said, "and I feel that they are the worst they have ever been for ye." Finlay sighed. "Indeed," he said with a depleted timbre, "these hands of God are like nae a thing I ha' ever witnessed afore." Eamon jutted his chin, his tone and thoughts shifting from Agatha to those of the rogues plaguing the Highlands. "Sir Ian," he said, "told me that the McManus clan has run in with them afore. He believes that they may possess some knowledge on how to go about finding them." "Then we should converse with them," Finlay said. "Their clan still resides in the same location, nae far fae here." A nod from Eamon. "Then I shall gae to see them first thing in the morning. Time is of the essence. I fear that an attack from them is imminent." I had gone ahead and put several men on rotating watch throughout the village. I hear them reporting back to me regularly. I also sent scouts to the outer rim of the village to make sure that we are keeping a watchful eye on everything. If a wild animal should poke its head out of the forest, we will ken aboot it right away. Just then, Gavina entered the tavern, sighing and stretching from having assisted in checking in with the very individuals that Finlay had assigned to take watch. "Nephew," Gavina said, patting Eamon on the shoulder, "are you all right? I heard about the run-in ye had with the band of thieves during your excursion." Eamon shrugged. "They were amateurs at best. It was an easy attack to fend off." Gavina cosied up alongside Eamon and took the whiskey from his hands, polishing it off and breathing a sigh of relief. Rose just introduced me to Agatha. She levelled a curious gaze at her nephew. I heard all aboot what transpired. Eamon sat back, looked away, crossed his arms. I suppose you're going to tell me what a poor decision I made. Gavina shook her head and jutted her chin toward Finlay. Nah, that is your father's job, but after talking with Agatha, I can see why you did what you did. She smirked, nudging Eamon in the ribs playfully. Dinny start, Eamon said with a smile. What? She is a very lovely-looking woman. Eamon huffed. Aye, she is. Gavina cast a look over her shoulder. Rose is with her new. She is asking aboot ye. Eamon looked to his father for approval. Finlay nodded. Gay, he said. Gay and speak tie her. Eamon took the remnants of the whiskey from Gavina and finished it off, standing from the table and saying not another word as he left the tavern. Finlay waited for his son to be out of earshot before he said to Gavina, I swear, no matter how old I get, me children still find a way to bring trouble. Gavina laughed, nodded. I feel the same. Your children are young, ye hae a ways to go afore ye experience it fully. Eamon has always been a son to me as well, Finlay. I have witnessed his mistakes as he has grown. This is perhaps the biggest one he has made yet. He made a decision based on love. Both of us had been there afore. Aye, but it could nae ha' come at a worse time. These hands of God are lurking somewhere out there. I fear that the moment they will strike is but hours away. He held his head in his hands. Gavina noted the weariness in his voice. Perhaps ye should rest, Gavina said. You put too much strain on yourself. Finlay shook his head. No, I must stay vigilant. There is much to be done. Gavina reached out and rested her hand on top of Finlay's. Rest new, at least for a few hours. I will take care of the men on watch. Ye will drive yourself mad if ye dinna get some sleep. Finlay smiled and winked at his niece. Just a couple of hours, he said. Then I will return. He stood, headed towards the door. Gavina ordered another drink before returning to the men on watch, just as concerned as Finlay was that an attack on the village was imminent. Eamon entered Finlay's residence. Seated at the table near the door were Rose and Agatha, conversing about something that was making them both smile and laugh. They ceased immediately as soon as Eamon entered the room. What is so funny? Eamon asked. Rose winked at Agatha. Nay a thing, she said as she stood. I mace go. I promised Gavina I would meet her for a drink. I shall leave you two to your own conversation. She stepped around Eamon, squeezing his arm as she left the room and headed for the tavern. Agatha stood smoothing out the wrinkles in the new garb that Rose had given her. Hello, Eamon, she greeted with a smile. Eamon returned the smile. Hello, Agatha. Are you well? She nodded. Would you like to take a walk? Eamon nodded as well. That sounds quite pleasant. They left the home and began pacing through the village. Not a word was said for several moments as they lingered near each other, occasionally bumping up against one another and feeling their hearts race as they did so. You have a wonderful family, Agatha said, finally breaking the silence. I like them very much. Eamon nodded. Aye, they have been there for me entire life. One could nae ask for a better clan to be surrounded by. I wish I could say the same. Eamon squinted. I dinna ken much about your family. What are they like? I don't know, Agatha said. Most of them perished before I had conscious memories of them. Really? A nod. Yes, I am afraid so. My father was killed when I was very young. My mother died of sickness not long after that. My aunt raised me, but she was no bargain when it came to having a headstrong elder to look up to. What do ye mean? Agatha sighed. She was quite abusive, very religious. Nothing I ever did was right in her eyes. Eventually, I ran away. I was a teenager at that point. So many English lords tried to wed me, but, as I said before, I finally rebuked the one man wielding a kind of power that put me in the position I landed in with Sir Ian. Eamon jutted his chin. Ye will nae gae back there, I promise. Is it not up to your father what happens to me? You will nae be harmed, that I promise. I do not sense that I will. Your family has welcomed me with open arms. I fear that I will be forced to return to serve Sir Ian. If I do, well, I am positive that it will end with my head in a noose. Eamon stopped, grabbing Agatha gently by her arm and pulling her in close. As I said afore, that will nae happen. I will do everything in my power to see that it is so. They connected gazes, the two of them feeling their hearts racing faster than they ever had before. After a moment, Agatha cast a glance over Eamon's shoulder toward the empty stables, dimly lit and far away from any of the other villagers. Eamon returned the smile, Agatha then leaning in and pressing her lips against his. Eamon pulled away, somewhat wincing. I dinna ken if I can dae this, Eamon said. Agatha led him by the hand. Come, she said. I want to show you something. Agatha then led Eamon over to a pile of hay in the corner, Eamon casting a quick look to the door to double-check that he had locked it on their way inside. I cannae dae anything that will defile ye, Eamon said. Agatha shook her head. That does not mean we cannot please each other in other ways, she added. Eamon bit his lip, thinking some more. Are ye sure? Agatha nodded, smiled. Most definitely. Agatha began kissing Eamon's neckline, showing him the confidence she felt deep inside. She hooked her arms around his neck, the two of them then locking lips and feeling the sweat perspiring off their bodies. It felt as if time itself slipped away, the drunken cries from the villagers inside of the tavern covering the sounds of their secret pleasure. After he gave her one last look, as if asking for her consent, he began kissing the inside of her thighs, sending tingling sparkles all across her body. Then, without a warning, buried his face between her legs. Agatha closed her eyes, feeling his tongue moving about, along with the assistance of his hands. She gasped aloud at this unexpected sensation that left her almost paralyzed with pleasure. Her body felt like it was on fire, burning in the fiery blaze of passion, as every pleasure synapse in her body began to ignite. Eamon continued pleasing her with his mouth and his tongue, Agatha's eyelids fluttering as she twitched and moaned. She felt the moment of climax approaching, closer and closer and closer, finally reaching it, and feeling her body go slack as she cried out and bit her lip. Eamon pulled himself away, Agatha then pulling him in close and reaching her hands down to his groin as they kissed. She grabbed a firm hold of his member, pulling and tugging and taking joy in the sounds that Eamon was making as a result. She rubbed and stroked and caressed his manhood, Eamon huffing with delight as he closed his eyes and pressed his lips firmly against Agatha's. Eamon moaned, his own moment of climax upon him, Agatha sensing this and rubbing him faster and harder before he completed on her belly and nearly collapsed on top of her afterwards. His legs felt weak, his entire body feeling like it had just run a mile in a flat-out sprint. Eamon fetched a clean rag from his pocket and cleaned Agatha's stomach, the two of them laying side by side as they started to catch their breath. "My God," Agatha said, "I feel numb." Eamon smiled. "Aye, the feeling is mutual." They kissed, Eamon coiling his arm around Agatha and holding her tight as they looked up and saw slivers of moonlight peeking in through the cracks in the roof. "I'm starting to feel something," Eamon said. Agatha furrowed her brow. "What do you mean?" she asked. Eamon looked her in the eye. "Fur ye, I cannae explain it, but it worries me. I ha' always lost the people that I feel things for." Agatha saw the pain in his eyes, the history, the loss of his loved ones. She caressed his cheek, leaning in, kissing him and holding him close to give him comfort. They laid there for several moments, the two of them thinking of nothing more than each other as they slowly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 12. Eamon, Finlay and Gavina were gathered in his kitchen the following morning, discussing their next steps in regard to their pursuit of the hands of God. "Ye should set out soon," Finlay said to Eamon. "I want ye to gae with Gavina and talk to the McManus clan. Find out what they ken. See if they hae anything that we can work with to track these bastards down." "Do ye think," Gavina said, "that we should request their presence in our village? Perhaps it would help to increase our numbers should an attack occur." Finlay nodded. "Aye, a wise move. Is there any updates from our men on watch?" Gavina shook her head. "No, nay yet. They are keeping a watchful eye. If anything is out of place, they will notify us immediately." Eamon, his mind focused on thoughts of Agatha, as she and Rose have taken a walk through the village. "What of the woman?" he asked his father. "Hae ye reached a decision on her fate?" Finlay shook his head. "Nay yet." "Father," Eamon pleaded, "she cannae return to Sir Ian and his people. It will—" Finlay held up his hand. "Ye hae explained your side of the situation, Eamon. I understand fully that she cannae return to Sir Ian. Then what of her fate? Can she nae stay here?" Finlay sighed. "She is Sassenach, Eamon." Eamon gestured to Gavina. "So was Gavina's husband, but that did nae stop him from becoming a member of our clan." "I understand, but her presence here has nae doubt incited Sir Ian Tay. Look for her." Eamon clenched his fist. "I challenge him to come here." Gavina and Finlay exchanged glances, both of them sensing the pugnaciousness in Eamon's tone. "Dinna be foolish, nephew," Gavina said. "We already face incredible odds going up against the hands of God. The last thing we need is to start a war with another clan." Eamon stood up from the table, pacing, on edge. "If it is nae one clan, it is another. Tell me, when has any decision been made that has nae resulted in some kind of conflict with another? All we day is fight. Even if Agatha's presence here didn't start a conflict, it would have been something else that incited a war." Finlay pointed a finger. "Mind your tone, me son. Ye are nae thinking rationally. Dinna let feelings of love cloud your judgment." "It is nae feelings of love, father," Eamon insisted. "I just ken that if we dispel Agatha from the village, that a terrible fate will be in store for her. Ye think that we are not able to stave off an attack from Sir Ian and his clan? Doubtful. I made the decision to bring her here. Sir Ian and his forces are most likely hours away from confronting us." Finlay steepled his fingers, shaking his head as he did so. "Most likely," he said. "Which is why I think we need to consider engaging in some kind of barter." Eamon laughed. "Ye actually want to negotiate with that scum? Ye left us no other options, Eamon. What's done is done. We cannae take back the choices ye made. I wish we could, but we cannae. What we maist consider is some kind of truce with Sir Ian. The only question is, what can we offer him that will allow him to leave Agatha alone?" Gavina looked at Eamon. "Ye met him," she said. "What is it that a man like Sir Ian strives after?" Eamon huffed. "Food, drink, and coin. He is like any other gluttonous man in these lands." I suppose. He sighed. That maybe we can buy him off. Finlay shook his head. Our resources are finite. There is nae much that we can offer him. As you said, he is a greedy man, and with the coin and food and drink we hew on hand, I fear it will nae be enough. Eamon sat back down, rubbing his neck from the tension, and feeling as if they were only seconds away from Sir Ian and his forces arriving at the village. What if we destroy them? He inquired. What if we mount an attack and simply end his life before he can day a thing about this situation? Gavina curled her hand into a fist and slammed it on the table. Damn it, nephew, she cried out. Hae ye nae been listening? Do ye hear yourself? Ye keep entertaining thoughts of death and destruction as a method to cure this disease that is slowly infesting our village. We attack Sir Ian, then what? We kill every last man, woman, and child and warrior under his command that would retaliate as a result of our actions. And what about our people? What is the guarantee that we will nae lose a significant number of our people in your plight to defend this woman? Listen to yourself. This is a fool's errand. The table fell silent for a moment. Eamon, finding a moment of clarity, was starting to hear his own words and realised how foolish they had sounded. I am sorry, he said, mustering the words with the utmost sincerity. I dinna what tay day. I ha' made such a terrible mistake. Another moment of silence passed. What's done is done, Finlay said. There is no sense dwelling in the past, but we will think of something. We will think of a way to remedy this so that it benefits us all. But we must be critical. We must be wise with our final decision. Eamon nodded, taking a deep breath and resting back as they continued to sort through their options. In the village, Rose and Agatha, walking side by side, casually strolled past the tavern as a gaggle of children laughing and playing crossed their path. Ye like me, brother, Rose said, but I suppose that goes without saying. Agatha smiled. Yes, he took a great risk bringing me here. For that I will be forever grateful. She sighed. I suppose I owe all of you an apology. I can only imagine what kind of burden this has placed on you and your family. Rose waved her hand through the air, dismissing the comment. We have struggled our entire life. It has always been one thing after another. Had it nae been for this situation arising, I imagine it would have been another. Still, an apology is necessary. Ye ken, I dinna take ye as a person who falls so hard and quickly for another. Ye seem to have been independent your entire life. Agatha nodded. I have. Believe me, I am still trying to understand how your brother has cast such a spell on me. Rose laughed. So can I. He is a rough and silly man. I think ye can do better. Both of them shared a laugh at Rose's quip. Still, Agatha said, he has a good heart. He is a good man. Rose nodded. Aye, that he is. He is lucky to have such a wonderful family to support him. I only wish I could have grown up with the same kind of support. Rose shrugged. We are a tight group, but sometimes... Riders in the distance! The voice of one of the scouts called out from off to the left. Rose grabbed Agatha by the arm, their playful conversation and tone quickly turning dire. Come, she said, we mayst hide. Moments later, Finlay, Gavina, and Eamon emerged from Finlay's home, weapons in hand and quickly mounting the horses tethered to the post just outside the door. One of the scouts, running with a sword in hand to their location, pointed the tip off to the east. What is it? Finlay said. 10 riders, the scout said, running out of breath. They are waiting on the outskirts of the village. Eamon squinted, cupping a hand above his brow and spotting familiar faces that he knew all too well. He looked at his father and said, That's them. That is Sir Ian's men. Finlay noted that the men on horseback seemed calm, waiting with patient demeanours as they stood proud outside of the village. "We request a conversation," the man in the lead shouted, his voice faint but still audible. "I'll gay," Eamon said. Finlay shook his head. "No, I will. I fear that your face might incite problems." He turned to Gavina. "Ride with me. Grab 2 of the scouts to escort us." A couple of minutes later, Gavina, Finlay, and 2 scouts rode out to meet Sir Ian's men. They kept a safe distance but were close enough that they could easily exchange words. "Ye ken why we are here," the man in the lead said. Finlay nodded. "Aye, the woman." "Then return her to us immediately. There is no need for bloodshed." Finlay took a beat. "I cannae turn her over to ye." "Why nay?" "Because of Sir Ian and his methods. This man has imprisoned this woman. I dinna trust him to do the right thing." The rider adjusted himself on his saddle. "Well, it is nae your decision to make. Agatha is property of Sir Ian. He will decide what her fate is. Turn her over new, and we will leave your village with haste." Finlay shook his head. "I cannae day that, but perhaps a truce can be arranged." The rider smirked, shook his head. "There is no negotiation. Turn the woman over new. This will be the last time that I request it." He inched his hand toward the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. "Dinna day this," Finlay said. "It is a foolish move." "Ye hae 5 seconds to turn her over," the rider said. 5. "Dinna—" 4. "I beg of ye." 3. "My good man, please." 2. "Dinna." 1. In the blink of an eye, Finlay drew his sword, swiped it, and knocked the rider's head clean off. The 2 men flanking him prepared to move in on Finlay, but they were cut down by several arrows that buried their way into their chests and knocked them from their saddles. The other riders froze, halfway into drawing their swords. "Dinna," Gavina warned them, "or we will kill ye all." One of the riders, shaking to the point that his teeth were chattering, jutted his chin to Gavina. "Do ye ken what ye ha' done? Ye ha' just declared war on our clan." Gavina shrugged. "So be it. But I suggest ye leave noo, otherwise prepare to draw your final breaths." The rider took a moment, then he put away his sword. "Gay!" he shouted to the other riders. "We leave!" The riders fled back in the direction from whence they had come, the head of their leader still on the ground, as Finlay and the others waited for them to fully retreat. As soon as they were gone, Gavina and Finlay sheathed their swords. Finlay sighed. "Bastards," he seethed. "They didn't even attempt to negotiate." Gavina shook her head, staring at the severed head on the ground and ordering a scout to dispose of it. "They will return," she said, "and soon." Finlay nodded. "Aye, we mayst confer with the McManus clan. We mayst prepare." "And what of the hands of God?" "We mayst figure that out as well." Gavina went slack. "This is dire. Trouble brews for us noo. I fear we lack the numbers to handle it." Finlay turned his horse and headed back to the village. "Aye," he replied. "I day as well." They arrived back to Eamon's location, Eamon staring on in horror as not a word was exchanged. As he witnessed the scout disposing of the rider's severed head, he could not help but blame himself for the way in which the events had transpired. He knew now, without a doubt, that war was coming, and soon. Chapter 13. Eamon rode with Gavina to the outskirts of the McManus clan's village, resting high up in the mountains, and covered with a thin veneer of fog. They rode with 3 scouts and made sure to approach the top of the village in a slow and steady manner, due to the McManus clan's apprehensive nature. They held an alliance with them, but they were still apprehensive nonetheless. "Who is in charge new of the clan?" Eamon inquired. "A man named Donovan," Gavina said. "A few of them perished from sickness nae long ago. Donovan is new the man in charge." They rode for another half-mile up the hill, and at the top they were greeted by a young and wiry man perched on a rock and picking at his fingernails with a thin dagger. "Why ye here?" he asked without looking up, confident of the men waiting in the wings to have his back should the newcomers attempt an attack. "We he come to speak with Donovan," Eamon said. "We are from the Baird clan." The young man ceased picking at his fingernails and looked up curiously. "The Bairds?" he said, a more pleasant tone in his voice as he stood up. "I ken of ye. I was a young lad when you formed an alliance with me people." The young man gestured. Just then, 6 men with swords in hands stepped out of various hiding places and emerged through the fog. "May we confer with Donovan?" Eamon pressed. "Time is of the essence." The young man took his time. Then he nodded and gestured for Eamon, Gavina, and the scouts to follow after him. They rode up the remainder of the hill and arrived outside a small but well-kept village covered in fog. As they arrived and dismounted, a large man clad in black fur with a large beard to match greeted them. "Who is this?" he inquired. The young man with the dagger nodded to Eamon and Gavina, members of the Baird clan. "They wish to speak with ye." The man in black smiled and extended his hand. "Donovan," he said. "I am the leader here." Eamon shook his hand. "Eamon Baird." Donovan nodded. "I ken of ye. Your father is a great man." "That he is, and what matter do ye wish to discuss with me?" Eamon turned and motioned to a pathway cutting through into a small forested area. "May we walk?" Donovan nodded. "By all means." Donovan and Eamon then began their stroll, Gavina alongside them with their scouts hanging in the rear. "There are a couple matters I wish to discuss with ye," Eamon said. "Then speak," Donovan replied. "He ye heard of the hands of God?" Donovan sighed. "Aye, we ha' run into them aboot 1 year ago, right after they slaughtered a group of villagers. Well, it appears that they had returned. We caught one of their men on the outskirts of our village nae long ago. We are certain they are mounting an attack." "I would nae be surprised. I had the same suspicions. I was just coordinating with me people on how we should gae aboot handling it." "What are your thoughts on an alliance?" "Do we nae already hae one?" "I and me clan is hoping that ye will join us in our village. We have plenty of food and resources to sustain ye." Donovan stopped in his tracks, looking at Eamon with a curious eye. "What is this other matter ye wish to speak with me aboot?" Eamon drew a breath. "Do ye ken of a man named Sir Ian?" Donovan laughed. "Fat bastard," he said with a nod. "Aye, I ken of him." "Well." It took Eamon a moment to say the rest. "I had taken a member of his court, a woman. His men arrived several hours ago to confront me over the matter. We attempted a resolution to the conflict, but it didn't end well." Donovan sighed. "That is nae good. Sir Ian has ties with several clans." "All Highlander clans dae." "Aye, but he holds ties to a clan called the O'Reillys. A fearsome lot. Their numbers are strong. If what ye say is true, then Sir Ian will undoubtedly seek them out for assistance in retaliating against ye." Eamon hung his head. "What happened, exactly?" Donovan asked. "We beheaded one of their men," Eamon said, "and killed 2 others. They left us no choice." Donovan soaked in the words and once more began walking. "All of this over a woman," he said with an amused timbre. Aye, but what's done is done. I cannae change the past. And why should I assist the Baird clan in staving off nay only the hands of God, but Sir Ian's men as well? It sounds as if this all came aboot as a result of a foolish personal plight. It undoubtedly is, but we are in a bind. We require assistance, and your clan is the only one that can help us. Ye hae in the past, and many of our people died as a result. Times ha' changed, Eamon Baird. Ye mayst understand that I had to look oot for the best interest of me people. I ken. Believe me, I dae, but we hae no other options. Donovan, this is a big moment for every Highlander. The hands of God will wipe us off the face of the earth if we dinna act soon. It is vital that we join forces, that we fight together. Otherwise, a sigh, otherwise we might as well lay down our arms and allow the inevitable tie occur. Donovan took a long moment to look at Eamon. Like Eamon and all the other Highlanders in the land, he had grown weary of battle, weary of the past. But the only option, as all Highlanders knew, was to keep fighting. He nodded. Ye hae me friendship, Eamon Baird. I will fight alongside ye. Eamon extended a hand. Both men grasped palms and shook. Thank ye, he said. Donovan shook his head. Thank me when we walk away from this alive. Sir Ian pounded his pink and meaty fist on his table, the contents of liquor in the chalice beside him spilling out onto the floor. Bastards! He screamed, his scouts standing timidly in front of him. How did this happen? The scout in front of him, drenched with sweat, trembled as he informed Sir Ian about what had occurred. They were swift, me lord, he said. They beheaded our man in the lead in a matter of seconds. Sir Ian crooked a finger. And I have spent countless time and resources training all of ye to make sure that ye are capable fighters. Ye should have destroyed them where they stood. What happened? They attempted to negotiate a truce with us. They wanted to barter with us for the woman, for Agatha. Sir Ian shook his head. I dinna want their coin. Even if they had all the riches in the world, it wouldn't be enough to buy off what rightfully belongs to me. A pause. No one in the room spoke as Sir Ian toted his large frame around the room. This cannae stand, he said, shaking his head. I want blood. I want all of those bastards in the Baird clan killed. The scout took a step forward. We cannae take them with the numbers we hae on hand, me lord. We need mair if we are going to take them oot. Then we will find mair. I'll pay every man with breath in his body in this land to bring me back Agatha. He paced some more, a thought popping up into his mind and accompanied with a wry smile. The O'Reilly clan, he said. They will help us. We have given them countless resources in the past. I want ye to take the men and fetch me horse. They are a half-day's ride from here. We shall speak with them and arrange for them to assist us. Sir Ian moved to the table and sat back down, turning up the half-depleted chalice of liquor and pouring a gluttonous mouthful straight down his gullet. He wiped his pink and meaty face with the back of his hand, belching before he said, The O'Reilly clan far outmatches the Bairds. They are the most fearsome warriors in the land. They will assist us, aye, they will help us fetch back Agatha. So, the scout said, squinting, we shall wipe them out, me lord. Sir Ian nodded. Oh, aye, we will. We shall kill every man, woman and child in the Baird clan, and burn their village to the ground. And what of Agatha? I want her back alive, naturally. If ye thought her punishment before this transpired was dire, it has only increased tenfold. We shall bring her back here. He showcased his yellow teeth. And then I shall have me way with her afore spiking her head into the ground. A half-hour later, Sir Ian rode with the entirety of his men out of the village. his heart set on revenge as he gritted his yellow teeth and thought about nothing save for the terrible things he had planned on doing to Agatha. Eamon, Gavina, the scouts and the entire collection of the McManus clan arrived back at the village. They were greeted by Finlay, who shook hands with Donovan as he dismounted his horse. "Finlay Baird," Donovan said, "a pleasure to meet ye." Finlay shook Donovan's hand. "I ha' heard much about ye. I cannae thank ye enough for your assistance." "Thank me with a drink," Donovan insisted. Finlay motioned to the tavern, speaking with Donovan about tactics and methods for how they would go about fending off Sir Ian and the hands of God. Eamon, searching for Agatha, was greeted by her at the stoop of Finlay's house. She hooked her arms around his neck, and the two of them embraced like they had not seen each other for years. "I missed you," Agatha said. Eamon kissed her cheek. "I missed ye as well. Are ye all right?" Agatha nodded. "Yes, I just feared for your safety." "Well, fear no more. All is well. How did it go?" "The McManus clan is going to help us fend off Sir Ian and the hands of God." "And what of my fate? Your father has not said a word about what he plans to do." "You will not go back to Sir Ian. That is certain. But I cannae say for sure what he plans today. All we can day is wait until he reaches a final decision." Tears began welling up in Agatha's eyes. "Oh, my love," she pleaded. "I am scared." "Do not be," Eamon said, stroking her cheek lightly with his finger. "I promise to protect ye. I will make sure that nae a thing happens to ye." "But war is upon us, not only from Sir Ian, but from the hands of God as well. You know of the stories. You have heard what they are capable of." "I hae. But I will nae allow ye or me to live in fear of what may happen. All we hae is the present. We mayst remain strong. If we dwell on what we cannae control, it will only drive us mad." Agatha hooked her arms around Eamon's neck and stared deeply into his eyes. "Why do you help me?" she asked. Eamon smiled. "I think ye ken." Agatha returned the smile. "Then say it, just once. Say it to put my mind at ease." Eamon then gently pressed his lips against Agatha's and held it for a long moment, the fire that had been kindling between them since the moment they met growing brighter and hotter with each second that passed. "I love ye, Agatha, mair than ye can ever ken." They held their embrace for several moments, and just like the times they had spent together before, nothing else mattered but the space they shared and the love they felt. Chapter 14. Eamon looked his father in the eye, the villagers around them prepping for battle and reinforcing the strongholds around the village. "I am conflicted, father," Eamon said. "I feel that I am nae leading the men properly." Finlay shook his head. "It is all right to doubt yourself. It is only natural." "I had distracted myself with a woman. It is nae right. It is nae natural." Finlay crossed his arms, huffing at his son's dismay. "Why dae ye dae this tae yourself, Eamon?" Eamon shrugged. "It has been this way since—" He sighed at the memory. "Since me wife died." Finlay knew this to be true. He saw the look in his son's eyes the day they buried his late wife. Eamon had been much more animated before. He had possessed a playfulness even, a sense of humour that made him a magnetic personality for him to be around. But the day his wife passed, all that had subsided. Eamon became a man who internalised more, who lived in his grief, tethered to it like a ball and chain that he dragged everywhere with him. "She was a fine woman," Finlay said. "We all loved her very much." Eamon closed his eyes as tightly as possible, damming up the tears he could feel surging up inside of him any time he thought of his wife, any time a memory popped into his mind. He felt nothing but intense sadness that plagued him like a disease. "It still hurts," he said. "It still hurts just as badly as it did the day she passed." "It is only natural," Finlay said. "I feel the same for your mother." Eamon threw up his hands. "I dinna understand, father." "About what?" Eamon smiled. "I am starting to feel things again. Good things." He was at a loss of words, but Finlay knew full well what he was attempting to get at. "You feel," Finlay said, "that ye may be starting to love again." Eamon couldn't help himself, a single tear sliding down his cheek as he moved to a chair and sat down. "I day," he said. "It makes me hopeful, but I dinna want to lose it. I dinna want to fight for it. I just wish to enjoy it. All we day is fight. All we day is bury our dead and wake up every morning to fight. I dinna want to fight any more, father. I ha' grown weary of it." Finlay stood, walking over to his son and resting his palm on his shoulder. "I ha' always admired your spirit, me son. Ye ha' always felt things at such a deep and potent level. It is a curse, father. That is what it is." Finlay shook his head. "It is a blessing. The love ye hae for your family, your wife, your clan, is possibly the most potent love that anyone I ha' ever ken has displayed." He smiled. "It is a gift ye inherited from your mother." Eamon huffed. She always was the most loving woman I ever met." "And so are ye. And ye cannae allow that to be compromised. It is your greatest strength." Eamon dabbed away the tears and looked up at Finlay. "Or perhaps me greatest weakness. It is compromising things. It is endangering the safety of the clan. Ye are merely struggling. We all are. But I dinna doubt ye, me son. I ken that you will rally and lead our men to victory, and understand that ye always mayst fight for love. Ye hae to fight for the things that ye care for." Eamon drew a breath, his thoughts now focused on the hands of God and the ruthless campaign they were engaged in. "I fear of these men," he said. "They are savages of the utmost calibre." Finlay held his head high, sporting a confident smirk as his tone took on an optimistic timbre. "And we are the Bairds," he said. "Nay, a man or creature in these lands has crossed our paths and attempted to bring us down without severe consequences erupting as a result. We ha' no choice, son. We mayst fight. We mayst continue to press forward." Eamon breathed, standing from his chair and wandering toward the window that looked out at the village he grew up in, at the people in his clan that he loved and cared for so very much. He wanted them to survive. He wanted them all to find peace. He may not have wanted to be their leader, but it was a role that he knew he needed to fill. "I am sorry, father," he said. "For what?" Finlay inquired with a pensive expression. "For me mistakes, for having to entertain this very conversation." Finlay turned his son around, holding his face in his hands and smiling with a proud beam. "Ye are human, me son. We all make mistakes. It is what makes us stronger." Eamon smiled. "Then I mayst be the strongest man in the village," he said, somewhat sarcastically. Finlay returned the smile. "I concur, boy. I concur." They hugged, father and son holding on to the moment as they held each other tight and felt comfort in each other's embrace. Rose left the tavern to speak with Finlay and Gavina. Agatha, feeling the kick of the liquor starting to coat her veins, asked Eamon about the current state of her fate. "Me father still decides," Eamon said, "but he will nae be turning ye over to Sir Ian." "Can I not stay here?" Agatha asked, resting her palm on top. "Of Eamon's?" Eamon shrugged. "It is possible, but I cannae say for sure. We mayst be patient, That is all we can day." Agatha squeezed her lover's hand. "I just want us to be together. I feel safe with you." Eamon looked her square in the eyes. "I promise I will nae leave ye, me love. Wherever ye gae, I will follow ye tae the ends of the earth. I promise." Agatha breathed, doing her best to calm her nerves and accept the current uncertainty of the situation. "I hate worrying so. I just wish your father would make a decision." "He will," Eamon said. "He is a wise man. We just need to give him the time to figure out what to do. But whatever decision he makes will be the right one. You will be safe. I swear this." Eamon then leaned in and kissed his love softly on the lips. They shared another drink after that, and both of them made it a point to not speak a word about the subject of her fate. The village burned brightly in the background. All of the men, women, and children inside of it had been disposed of. The hands of God, gathered in a circle around Simon, waited as he prayed with his weathered Bible in hand. "Lord," Simon said softly, sitting cross-legged on the ground, "hear my prayer. See me and my men through this time of strife, so that we set forth to do your bidding. We are here to honour you, Lord, and your will that you have so plainly stated on more than one occasion. These lands are close to being purged, and once they are, we will set about the ultimate sacrifice of laying down our lives so that we may join you in heaven. I am your servant, Lord. I will forever do your bidding so that the world may know the wonders of your glory. Bless us this day, accept the souls of those we have just dispatched, so that they may join next to you on your throne. I pray these things now and forevermore, my Lord. In God's name I pray. Amen." Simon closed his Bible and stood up, turning to face his men who stood with neutral expression and blood-stained swords in hands. "Bring me the survivors," he said. Two of the hands of God retreated for a moment. They then returned with 4 Highlander men, their tunics soaked with perspiration and hands bound behind their back. They were trembling, scanning around with wide-eyed expressions as they waited for whatever was going to happen next. "Place them on their knees," Simon ordered. The hands of God placed the men on their knees, lining them up alongside one another before standing back and waiting with their swords at the ready. Simon approached the Highlander men being held hostage, his Bible still in hand and head held high. "Do you know who I am?" he asked. One of the Highlander men, a brute with a red beard, spat on the ground near Simon's boot. "A bastard," he said, "a Sassenach thug with nae regard for any life but his own." Simon took a beat before nodding to one of his men. The man then stepped forward behind the brute, raised his sword, and killed the man in a swift and fluid motion. The other Highlanders beside him watched on in horror as the man's body collapsed to the ground. "I ask again," Simon said, "and I pray that you will not offer up an insult in reply. Do you know who I am?" One of the Highlander men, a raven-haired bloke, slowly nodded his head. The hands of Gee God," he stammered, fear coating his vocal cords. Simon smirked. "Is that what they call us? No, my dear friend, we have no name. We are merely servants to the Lord our God, just as you are." He came to kneel in front of the man. "You all have just lost your way. You have forgotten the higher power that you serve." A silence settled as Simon stood back up. Nothing but the crackling of the fire burning down the village behind them, filling the void. Simon began pacing in front of the men, clutching onto his Bible like it held all the secrets to life, which, to Simon, it did. "I have spared you, men," he said, "because I sensed something in your spirits as my men set about purging your village. I saw—" He pondered for a moment. "A light within you, a willingness to do the Lord's bidding." He nodded to the head of the brute behind him on the ground. He did not. He was merely an example of what will happen if you do not hear me out. Silence settled again. What? One of the Highlanders stammered. What do ye want? Simon held out his hands in a messianic fashion. I want to know, if you wish to turn the tides, if you wish to leave your life of sin behind you and join us on a crusade to do the Lord's bidding. The raven-haired Highlander huffed. Lord's bidding? He said with an incredulous tone. Ye ken ye are killing innocent women and children. Simon nodded to one of his men. They quickly beheaded the raven-haired man. The last two Highlanders trembled, worried to their wits' end about saying the wrong thing. Will you serve alongside me? Simon asked. Or shall I dispatch you now from your mortal coil, as I have your friends? The Highlanders shook, worried at how to respond. The time has come, Simon continued, to purge yourself of your sins. He rolled up his sleeve to showcase the brand of a flaming cross seared into his arm. The time has come to join us or die. So I ask you, what will your decision be? It took only a moment for the Highlanders to answer. Once they did, they were freed from their bonds, stripped naked, burned with the brand of the hands of God, and given a pair of grey tunics with flaming red crosses to match the other men in Simon's employ. The hands of God, now sporting 2 new members, rode off to set about burning down another village and killing all of the residents inside of it. Chapter 15. Sir Ian and his men arrived on the outskirts of the Riley clan's village. It was quiet, not a creature stirring or a person amongst the ranks of the villagers making any kind of noise, as Sir Ian and his men cautiously rode in and came to a stop. 4 men were lined up side by side at the gate leading in, the burly man in the centre holding up one hand, with another carefully resting on the hilt of his sword. State your business, he said. Sir Ian nodded. Me name is Sir Ian. I ha come to confer wi Connor, your leader. The burly man shrugged. I was nae informed of your arrival. I understand, but time is of the essence. I wish to speak with Connor at once. The burly man took a moment to soak in Sir Ian and the rest of the men, before turning to the man next to him. Gae inform Connor of their arrival. Make haste. The man hustled away, running to a nearby cottage and hustling inside. What is the nature of the conversation ye wish to hae? The burly man asked. I seek to request Connor's reinforcements. The Baird clan has declared war on us. The burly man smirked. The Baird clan? I ken of them. Moments later, a tall and raven-haired man, with his thumb stuck into his waistband, casually strolled up to Sir Ian and his men. He looked weary, somewhat annoyed perhaps at their presence. He levelled his gaze at Sir Ian and sighed. Sir Ian, he huffed, and what may I ask has brought ye to me village? I wish to speak with ye, Sir Ian said. Clearly, but why? The Baird clan. They had declared war on me, and me people. Connor took a beat. Then he nodded, gestured to the tavern, and said, Come, let us hae a drink and discuss the matter. Not long after, Connor and Sir Ian were seated across from each other with glasses of whisky in hand. Sir Ian, per his gluttonous diet, had requested a plate of salted meat and was stuffing it down his gullet with no sense of pride or manners. Connor shook his head. Dae ye hae no grace, Sir Ian. Ye will be dead in a week's time if ye dinna watch your eating habits. Sir Ian squinted, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. I am nae here to discuss me health. I am here to discuss the Bairds. Connor held out his hands. Gae on. Sir Ian took a swig of whisky, undid his belt buckle, and sat back in his chair. The Bairds came to me village a few days ago. A man by the name of Eamon, son of Finlay, arrived to request supplies. They were seeking out the hands of God. Connor sighed. Savages. Rumour is that they are on a rampage throughout the Highlands. I could not care less. I only care about the fact that Eamon stole one of my maidens, a woman by the name of Agatha. And this pertains to me, how? She belongs to me. Eamon smuggled her out of me village. When I sent me men to confront them, several of them were killed. One of them was beheaded without a moment's hesitation. Connor smiled, pointed. So, ye wished he declare war on them. Sir Ian poked himself in the chest with his thumb. They declared war on me, Connor. This can he stand. Again, what role do I play in this? We hae an alliance with ye. I request your men, supplies, reinforcements. Connor shook his head. Our alliance stipulates that we will nae declare war on each other. That is all that alliance states, nae a thing mair. Sir Ian sighed. Then what is it ye want? What can I give you to persuade you to assist us in this plight? Connor stroked his upper lip with his index finger, thinking, how much coin dae ye hae? Sir Ian cocked his head. How much dae ye want? Probably mair than ye are able to give. Christ, Connor, we are going in circles. Tell me what I can give ye. Connor thought some more. If ye are to declare war on the Bairds, he said, then ye will hit to destroy them all. Otherwise, ye run the risk of retaliation. Ye hae mair than enough men to help me accomplish that. Our forces combined will almost surely secure that victory. I ha' no doubt. Connor leaned in. So here is what I request. If I help ye with this, then I want the remains of the Baird's village to be handed over to me. Sir Ian squinted. What do ye mean? We will destroy the Bairds, all of them. We will wipe them clean off the face of the earth. Once all is done, whatever supplies, rations and coins and remains of the village will be given over to me. Sir Ian laughed. Take it is yours. And I request half of your own supplies and rations as well. Sir Ian frowned. What? Ye heard me, Connor said with a nod. Ye want justice. This is the price of it. Once we accomplish this mission, I will send several of me men to your village to obtain half of your weapons, supplies, and coin. You mayst be joking. Connor shook his head. I certainly am nae. He pressed his finger into the table to emphasise his point. This is the price of declaring war on some of the fiercest warriors in all of the Highlands. Many men will die. You want your revenge? This is the cost. Take it or leave it. Sir Ian threw his hands up. Shocked, he sat back in his chair, weighing the options and the price of retrieving Agatha and getting revenge on the Bairds for the slights they had committed against him. Then he perched forward, pointing at Connor and saying, I get to kill Eamon and Finlay Baird. That is me only request. I want to take their heads myself. Connor smiled. So be it. With a smirk, Sir Ian held up his whiskey, toasted it with Connor, and said, Then it appears we have a deal. Finlay strolled with Eamon through the village as the Bairdsmen set about preparing the horses and supplies for the journey ahead to track down the hands of God. How do you feel today, me son? Finlay asked. Eamon shrugged. I dinna, he replied. I am conflicted. How so? Eamon sighed. I was up late last night. I could nae sleep. What is troubling you? Eamon stopped in his tracks. I was nae thinking about Agatha, or the turmoil we are currently facing, as odd as that may be. I was thinking about Mother. Finlay felt his heart skip a beat. I think of her often. It is nay unnatural or wrong. Father, Eamon said, why is it that so much strife has occurred? Why has there been so much death and, I dinna ken, a lack of closure with things? Finlay rested his hand on his son's shoulder. Because that is life, me son. There will always be a lack of resolution with certain things. I canny stand that being the case, father. It is nae right. I feel as if we continue to remind ourselves and preach of things like that to stave off the fact that life is unfair. Because we hae tea, Eamon. We hae to keep fighting. I am tired of fighting, father. I am tired of this war. I am tired of loving and losing everyone. Finlay hung his head. Ye are nae alone, me son. Believe me, ye are nae alone. Eamon puffed his chest. So, he said, changing topics. Will I be leading the Bairdsmen today to seek out the hands of God? Finlay shook his head. No, I have a different task for ye. Eamon prepared himself for what was coming next. Ye hae reached a decision with Agatha. Finlay nodded. I want you to take her to the fishing village on the outskirts of the Highlands. There is a man there that will assist ye in taking her to England. Eamon's eyes went wide. England? Father, she... It is the right decision to make, me son. Agatha is nae safe in these lands. It is better if ye take her as far away fae here as possible. This is the final decision, Eamon, and I need ye to abide by it. Gavina will lead the Bairdsmen to seek out the hands of God. The rest is out of our hands. Eamon went to protest, but Finlay held up his hand. That is final, me son. There is no mere discussion to be had. Agatha is in the chapel right noo. Inform her of the plan. Then come see me about securing supplies and horses for your ride to the coast. Understood? Eamon wanted to protest, but he knew it was fruitless. Instead, he nodded, turned away, said not another word, and headed into the chapel. Agatha was seated in the front pew, praying. A young child entered seconds later, stopping in her tracks as she saw Agatha. I am sorry, the child said. I was coming in to practice. I will leave ye be. She turned to exit. No, no exclamation mark, Agatha said. I was only praying. Please, come in. The child smiled, hung her head sheepishly, and walked toward the pulpit. What are you practicing? Agatha said. The child shrugged. A gospel. You sing. The child nodded. I like to sing. Would you like me to leave? The child shook her head. I am nae shy about singing in front of others. Agatha smiled. Then pay no mind to me. The child smiled, clearing her throat as she opened up a piece of parchment and began to sing a Scottish hymnal speaking of war, love, and loss. Agatha was mesmerised, the young child singing with a pristine voice that tugged at her heartstrings. Halfway through the song, Eamon entered the chapel cautiously, just as enthralled with the child's immaculate voice as Agatha was. He then cozied up alongside Agatha, smiling as they watched the young girl sing. She is incredible, Agatha whispered. Eamon nodded. She sings at the funerals, he whispered in reply. She comes here every day to practice. Agatha felt the tears welling up in her eyes. I wish I were a child again. Things were so simple then. Eamon smiled. I wish the same sometimes. The child continued to sing her hymnal. Her voice reverberated through the chapel and striking a chord straight into Eamon and Agatha's hearts. Me father, Eamon said, has reached a decision. Agatha looked at him apprehensively. I am to take ye, Eamon continued, to the coast. I am to put ye on a boat that will deliver ye back to England. The tears began to flow. I fear a similar fate will await me back in my homeland, Agatha said. Eamon nodded. I believe the same. I cannot go back there, Eamon. I do not want to. I do not want to leave you. Eamon laid his hand on top of Agatha's and squeezed gently. Nor do I... Are you to take me? Will you abide by your father's wishes? Eamon took his time answering, his eyes glued to the young child as her voice, like that of an angel, sung about holding on to true love and never letting it go. "No," he said, "I will nae. I will take ye, but it will nae be tae the coast. We will run, Agatha, as far away as we possibly can." Agatha's heart beat wildly. "You would leave your clan, your family?" "I dinna want to, but I love ye. I dinna want to lose yet another love in me life. We will gae, Agatha. We will make a new life together, but only if ye wish to." Agatha said nothing, but the squeeze that she held on Eamon's hand confirmed her willingness to follow him to the ends of the earth. As soon as the young child finished her song, Agatha and Eamon set about forming a plan. Chapter 16. The Bairdsmen were all assembled at the front of the village. Gavina was in the lead, checking her saddle and making sure that she had all the provisions necessary for the journey. Finlay approached his niece, his hands on his hips as he surveyed his men, and nodded at their dutiful postures and attitudes. "Are ye ready?" Finlay asked Gavina. She nodded. "Aye, all the men are set." "What is your plan?" "We ride east. The McManus clan will follow directly behind us. There are rumours that a village was burned nae far fae here. We will start there, see if we can pick up a trail tae their location." Finlay nodded. "A wise move. How many days do ye think ye will be gone?" 4, I think. I will send one of the men back to update ye on our progress." "Very well." He rested a hand on Gavina's shoulder. "Be strong. Keep a watchful eye on your surroundings. These men are nae to be trifled with." A nod from Gavina. "I will, Finlay. I will make sure to keep me wits aboot me." They embraced, Finlay squeezing his niece tight and unable to shake the feeling that the worst of their ordeal was rearing its head on the horizon. "Be safe," he said. "I will," she said. Gavina turned to the Bairdsmen, all of them holding their heads high and waiting for their orders. "Gentlemen," she called out, "bring yourselves tae attention." They stood proud, strong, ready to engage in the fight. "We embark noo," Gavina said, "to end this madness brought forth by the hands of God. We will be swift in our justice. We will purge them from these lands without failure. Ye men are by far the finest warriors that the Highlands has ever seen. I ken, without a shred of doubt, that we will be victorious in our plight." Cheers. Raising of swords. War cries that rang out through the valley with a spine-chilling reverberation. "Mount up!" Gavina said. "We ride." The Bairdsmen saddled up, along with the McManus clan, and rode off into the horizon in unison with Gavina at the lead, charging with a prideful and furious glide that echoed throughout the valley. In a cave, dozens of miles from the Baird's village, Simon turned his head up from his Bible. He sniffed the air, a wry smile curling as he stood and lingered slowly towards the opening. He stood there, his head turned high as he closed his eyes and said a silent prayer. One of his men stood as well, coming up alongside Simon, but keeping his distance and waiting a few moments before saying, "What is it, Simon?" Simon took a beat to answer as he finished his prayer. He then slowly turned and rested his cold gaze on his man and clasped his hands together. "War is approaching," he said. the most glorious of holy wars that these lands will ever see. Gather the men, the time to fight is now. Eamon was alone with Agatha in his bedroom inside Finley's home. No one else was there but them. They were seated on the edge of the bed, holding hands and finalising their plan to run as far away as possible. "You're sure," Eamon said, "that ye are willing to do this?" Agatha nodded. Yes, I am sure. It is the only thing we can do to make sure that no harm befalls either of us. But what of your father? What will happen once he discovers that you have not taken me to the coast? Eamon sighed. I cannae say for sure. Will he come after ye? He will nae harm me if that is what ye are asking. But it is quite possible he will send a search party after us, aye. What will happen to us if he catches us? Eamon shrugged. I imagine that he will sequester me and gae aboot his original plan to take ye to the coast. Agatha shook her head. Then we run. As far as we can, but where will we go? Eamon held up his finger. There is a friend of mine. He lives on the outskirts of the Highlands. A hermit. He is in his waning years, and I imagine that he will provide us sanctuary. Agatha held Eamon's face in her hands. I know how much this is asking of you. I don't know how to thank you. Ye dinna hae tae. In fact, I think I should be repaying ye. How so? I want ye to feel as I did back in the barn the other day. Eamon simply leaned in, gently placed his lips on Agatha's, and kissed her. They kissed once, then twice. Then they found themselves laying back on the bed, entangled in each other's arms as they slowly slipped off their clothing. Eamon rested on his back, Agatha straddling him as she slowly lifted off her shirt. She then took his hands and cupped them against her bare breasts, Eamon smiling from the pleasant and warm quality of her skin as he removed his kilt and threw it to the floor. Eamon mounted Agatha, looking her in the eye. Are ye sure? Agatha bit her lip. I am not experienced, but I am ready nonetheless. Eamon slid himself inside of her, Agatha feeling a sharp pain coursing through the lower part of her body. She winced, but eventually the pain subsided, and the two of them moaned in unison as she gyrated her hips and slid back and forth on top of him in slow repetitions. Eamon then placed Agatha on her back, placing himself back inside of her as they pressed their flesh together and locked lips. He began to thrust, slow at first, then increasing his speed before they climaxed together and collapsed in each other's arms. He was gentle, making sure to handle Agatha with the utmost care. They laid there for a few moments, catching their breath and exchanging kisses. Will this ever change? Agatha said. The heat between us? Eamon smiled. I doubt it very much, with how I feel aboot you. He laughed. I highly doubt it. Agatha returned the smile. Sounds like you fancy me, Highlander. Eamon gently kissed her forehead. Mair and mair every day. They locked lips, feeling the intensity of their emotions being exchanged in their kiss. They held on for a while, embracing each other and feeling the most amount of comfort they had in a long time. After a short while, Eamon pulled his lips away, stroked Agatha's hair gently with his fingers, and said, We mayst get dressed. It is time. Eamon and Agatha, dressed and walking toward their horses with their supplies in hand, approached Finley. Finley, sensing something off in Eamon's gaze, said, Are you ready? Eamon nodded. I ha informed Agatha of the plan. She is mair than willing to return to England. Finley cocked his head. Are ye all right? Something seems off with ye, me son. Eamon shook his head. I am merely weary, father. It was a long night. Finley took a beat. Well, the ride to the coast will nae take long. 2 days at the maist." Eamon glanced around. "Where is Gaviner?" "The Bairdsman." "They had departed already, to find the hands of God. I bid Gaviner your goodbyes." "I am sure she will be victorious in her plight." "Aye, as day I." Eamon and Finlay then connected gazes, the two of them exchanging silent words between one another as Agatha waited in the rear with a beating heart and a racing mind. Finlay then grabbed his son and pulled him in close, holding him as tightly as he did the day he was born, before saying, "Be wise, me son, dinny stray from the plan." Eamon shut his eyes as he held his father, his guilt over lying to him, weighing heavy on his heart. "I love ye, father, and I love ye." The two men broke their embrace. Eamon and Agatha then headed towards their steeds, mounting them in sync as Eamon felt his father's gaze burning into his back like hot coals. Eamon turned as he straightened himself on his saddle. Finlay's expression was nothing shy of dismayed as he looked at his son for what he feared would be the last time. Eamon raised his hand and nodded. "Goodbye, father," he bid Finlay. Finlay raised his hand in reply and returned the nod. "Goodbye, me son." Eamon bucked his horse and rode with Agatha off into the distance, Finlay watching as they turned into faint outlines before completely disappearing from sight. An eerie silence settled over the village as Finlay took the long, slow walk back to his cottage. Rose was in the kitchen preparing a meal for Finlay and instantly sensing the dismay in his composure. "Are ye all right, father?" she inquired. Finlay said not a word as he sat at the table and folded his hands, closed his eyes, and offered up a prayer to God. Rose waited as he prayed, wringing her fingers and waiting for her father to speak. "I fear," Finlay finally said, "that we have seen the last of your brother." Tears welled in Rose's eyes. She sniffled, dabbing her perspiring eyes as she nodded and said, "I fear that as well. I could sense it in him this morning." The father and his daughter looked at one another, both of them weeping as Rose came up behind Finlay and hugged him tight. "I love ye, father," Rose said, "mair than ye will ever ken." Finlay planted the softest of kisses on Rose's hand, "And I love ye, me daughter, mair than ye will ever ken." They sat in silence for several minutes, saying nothing and taking comfort in each other's embrace as their fears for Eamon, the clan, and the safety of all their brothers and sisters in the Highlands reached a high that they had never experienced before. The combined forces of Connor and Sir Ian's men were gathered at the front gates of the village. Connor, counting all of the numbers, walked up to Sir Ian and gave him the final tally. Sir Ian smiled. "A formidable force," he said, his pride seething through his yellow teeth. "We will nae doubt be victorious." Connor nodded. "Aye," he replied. "The Bairds hae no idea what trouble they are in for." Sir Ian laughed. "We will slaughter them all. It will happen with ease. It is a 3-day ride tae their village." "And once we arrive, what then?" Connor shrugged. "We kill them all." Sir Ian clapped his hands and then embraced Connor. Connor wrinkled his nose at Sir Ian's stench, grinding his teeth and wanting nothing more in that moment for the man to stop touching him. "A glorious fight it shall be," Sir Ian said. "I must fetch a drink to dull me senses afore this ride. Ha! I cannae wait to see the look on Eamon Baird's face when I slit his family's throat in front of him. Ha!" He sauntered off, moving toward the tavern and singing a Highlander hymn of death and destruction as Connor shook his head and huffed. Connor's right-hand man, Kelly, cosied up alongside him. "He seems to be in good spirits." Connor spat on the ground. "Fat bastard," he said, lowering his tone. I can barely stand the sight of him. We made oot well. We will be richer and mair prosperous at the end of this. Connor began to sport a sly grin. What? Kelly said, laughing. What are ye nae telling me? Connor pulled Kelly to the side, whispering and making sure they were far from Sir Ian or his men. This bastard Ian does nae deserve what he has. Which is why you insist on taking half of his riches. It is nae enough. What do ye mean? Connor took a beat. We will follow through with his intent to kill the Bairds, but once it is done, we shall kill Sir Ian and all his men as well. Kelly's eyes were wide. Are ye mad? Connor laughed. These poor bastards he rides with could nae go toe-to-toe with us on their best day. Think aboot it, Kelly, after we take possession of the Baird's village and resources as well as Sir Ian's. His smile grew ear to ear. We will be the richest and most prosperous clan in all of the Highlands. We will be kings, gods. Tell me that is nae a tempting notion. Kelly could not help but think of the prospect of becoming one of the wealthiest men in all of the Highlands. The riches, resources, and women that he would possess would be countless. It made his pensive expression grow into an elated grin. Aye, he said, a very tempting notion indeed. Connor slapped him on the shoulder. So, ye are in? Kelly took one last moment to think about it, and with a laugh, he said, Tell me what the plan shall be. Chapter 17. Sir George was living the last few days of his life, consumed by an illness that had him hacking and wheezing at every given turn. He was an old man, older than he had ever thought he would live, and seated on the throne of his castle overlooking a forest in the Scottish Highlands. He wondered if today would be the day that he would finally succumb to the sickness that had been eating him alive for what seemed like an eternity. His servant entered the room, bowing his head sheepishly before asking, Is there anything I can fetch you, my lord? Sir George shook his head, coughed, covered it with the back of his sleeve. No, my good man, I am fine. The servant bowed again. As you wish, my lord. A woman's scream echoed through the chambers and caused both men to shudder. Sir George thought for the briefest of moments that he was experiencing a heart attack. He stood, his withered frame shaking from the effort as he said, What in God's name was that? The servant, without replying, hustled toward the door leading into the chambers and threw it open. That was the moment he was impaled by a broadsword straight through his chest cavity, piercing his heart and killing him where he stood. He fell, Sir George collapsing back into his throne as more cries of death began to ring out throughout the castle. The man who had pierced the servant's heart entered the room with 6 other men, all of them clad in grey tunics with a red flaming cross sported across the front. Sir George knew immediately who they were and shuddered with fear when the leader, a man by the name of Simon, slowly sauntered in and stood a few feet away from the throne. No one said a word. Nothing but the clanking of metal outside the chambers and the sounds of murder filled the air. Simon turned to his men, nodded, and said, Proceed with the purging. I will speak to Sir George myself. The hands of God left the room, the man who had killed the servant wiping the blood from his blade as he stepped over the servant's body and led the charge. Simon took 2 steps forward toward the throne. Sir George, though he sat with a placid expression, felt a wave of fear overcoming his senses like the rush of a harsh incoming tide. Sir George, Simon said, bowing, though doing it in a patronising manner. Sir George drew a breath. Sir Simon, I thought you had perished. Simon shook his head. I no longer go by that name, the name that you gave me. Sir George closed his eyes. I always knew this day would come. Then you should have left the Highlands. Sir George pressed his palm against his chest. The journey would have killed me. I am on death's doorstep already. I suffer, Simon, more than you could ever know. Simon shook his head, took another step forward. You know nothing of suffering. A beat. Just kill me, my good man. Make it swift. Simon shook his head. You do not deserve such a pleasant departure from this world, not after all of the sins you have committed. Sir George pointed a bony and weathered finger in Simon's direction. You were my finest warrior. I taught you all you know. Your loyalty was unmatched by any other English knight in these lands. I gave you everything: food, shelter, an army. And this is how you repay me. Simon turned his head up, his eyes wide and manic. You truly believe, he said, that you did me right. You sit there on your throne built on the bloodshed I partook in and dare claim to me that you are a saint. I never said such a thing. Simon took another step forward, now just a few feet away from Sir George, as more cries of terror and panic rang out throughout the castle. Do you know, he said, what my loyalty to you cost me? I do. Simon gritted his teeth. You know nothing. You know nothing of the pain I experienced, the heartache I have had to live with for what feels like an eternity. I lost my wife. I lost my child. And it was all due to your incompetence to provide me with the resources necessary to properly execute the campaign you set me on. Sir George leaned in, his eyes squinted. Is that what this is about? Vengeance? Is that what this crusade you're masquerading as a holy war? Revenge? It is not about revenge. It is. Do not lie to me. I know of what you and those ruffians you lead have done. You are murderers pretending to be men of God. You lie to yourself and them that this war you have waged is done in an attempt to honour a higher power. But it is nothing more than you spreading your hurt and petulance throughout these lands when all is said and done. You hurt, Simon. You grieve. I can see it in your eyes. But you lie to yourself and misguide the motivations of you and your men to justify embarking on nothing more than countless and unnecessary bloodshed. Simon took a moment to heed the words, and then he smiled, walking up the steps leading to Sir George's throne and standing toe-to-toe with him. He looked down, leering at Sir George with the most intense of gazes. Men like me, he said, were created and forged because of the acts of men like you. You made me what I am. You allowed all I cared for to be taken away and destroyed right in front of me. No, Sir George, this is not an act of vengeance. I have learned through my years that humankind, especially in these lands, is a disease, nothing more, and the only true way to find peace, the only method in which to create a lasting harmony, is to scorch the earth and wipe it clean so that it may start anew. Sir George was seething. A fool's errand, he said. The words you speak are nothing more than ones coming from the birth of a madman. He sat back in his throne and settled in, the cries around the castle now dying down. So, do what you will. Take my life. It will not bring you any peace. It will merely offer you nothing more than more sorrow and pain. Simon said nothing as he stared at Sir George, and for the briefest of moments, very brief, he pondered the notion that Sir George may have been correct. The door opened to the chambers, two of Simon's men entering with a casual grace, one of them sporting a lit torch in his hand. It is finished, he said. The village is purged. Simon nodded, waited. Then he walked away from the throne, descended the steps, and took the torch from his man. You do not deserve the blade, Simon said to Sir George. That I will not give you. You will burn in this castle. You will burn along with everything you have built." Sir George, scared but accepting of his fate, nodded. "So be it," he said as he closed his eyes. Simon then began to light the banners, furniture and drapes around the room, the fire quickly spreading and roaring with the resounded manner of an animal, as he looked at Sir George one last time and said, "Burn in hell, you bastard." Simon then tossed down the torch and left the chambers, his men following suit as the fire raged and consumed everything in its path. It inched its way towards Sir George's throne, the heat causing the old man to perspire as he was slowly and surely consumed by the fire and burned alive along with every inch of the castle. Agatha and Eamon had arrived at a village a half-day from their own. They entered the tavern sporting rooms to let, eager to rest their heads for the night and chart their route to their salvation in the Highlands. The tavern was packed with Scotsmen, all of them drinking and talking with chipper timbers, as Agatha and Eamon strolled up to the bar. "Whiskey," Eamon said. The innkeeper nodded and fetched them both a drink, Eamon and Agatha then meandering over to a table next to a pair of men who were talking about women in a crass fashion at a loud volume. "We stay here for the night," Agatha said. Eamon nodded. "Aye. We'll plan our journey for the morrow after we get some rest. I didn't think I would be as exhausted as I am." Agatha placed her hand on top of Eamon's. "A lot has happened. It takes a toll on the mind." One of the men at the table next to him, sporting greasy, curled hair and a shaggy beard, said, "Ye should take one another tay bed. That will take your mind off things." He cackled, the man with him following suit. Eamon huffed, not in the mood to indulge the man we are going to see, he said to Agatha, "will nae doubt accept us in. He is a friend of me, family. Will he mind the sounds of your youthful love-making?" The greasy-haired man said with another cackle. Eamon, his face red, turned and faced the man. "Quiet yourself. The drink is influencing your tongue more than necessary." The greasy man shrugged. Then he nodded to Agatha. "Perhaps she would like to see what I can do with me tongue." Eamon curled his fingers into a fist. Agatha rested her palm on top of his hand to try and calm him down, as the man and his friend continued to laugh at their crass language. "That is enough," Eamon said to the man. "I will nae hear any more of this talk." The greasy man pointed to Agatha. "Oi, do ye really want to be with a man who will nae stand up for ye? He should have hit me the moment I spoke of using me tongue on ye." "Enough," Eamon seethed. The greasy man stood. "No, no, she should nae be with ye. Ye are a fool. She should be with a real man." He leaned in toward Agatha. "Tell me, love, what are ye like between the sheets?" Eamon could stand the talk no further. He stood up from the table, balled up a fist, and struck the man down, knocking him out cold as his head made contact with the table. The greasy man's friend stepped in, raising his fist and preparing to strike, but Eamon quickly kicked him in the groin and caused the man to double over. Eamon then grabbed a handful of the man's hair, cocked his knee, and planted it in the man's nose, breaking it instantly. The innkeeper pointed, his voice raised as all the conversations in the room ceased. "Yeah," he yelled at Eamon, "get out of here, the both of ye. I dinna want to see ye here again." Eamon, nodding and grabbing Agatha by the hand, rounded the table and left the tavern. "We maun gae," he said as they made their way to their horses. "This was a mistake coming here. This town is full of drunks and bastards." They began to mount their horses, Agatha perturbed at witnessing Eamon display such an act of violence. "We will gae to the next town," Eamon said as they began to ride. "It will be safer there." All Agatha could think to do was nod as they rode. They rode in silence for the entirety of the journey, both of them unable to help but think, based on the first encounter they had once they left their village, that their decision to go against Finley's order was proving to be the direst of mistakes. Chapter 18. "I'm sorry," Eamon said from on top of his horse. "I dinna planned on things to gae that way." Agatha waved him off. "It's fine. Really? It's nay. I just want to get us safely out of harm's way." They rode side by side, the dirt road beneath them opening up into a forested area, ripe with trees that seemed to stretch into the heavens. The sun overhead cut through the trees, patterns of light on the ground, and cascading warm blankets of light across Eamon and Agatha. For a moment, they were mesmerised, completely captivated by the natural splendour that was the Highlands, and it was quiet, save for the sound of birds chirping and the soft breeze that blew through and licked at their skin. Agatha laughed. "What is it?" Eamon asked. She shook her head. "I just forget how beautiful this place can be. It has been so wrought with war and strife that one forgets to take a look around." Eamon matched Agatha's smile. He looked around fondly at the woods, memories of his childhood flooding his mind. "I cannae remember the last time things were at peace. Maybe when I was a child." "What kind of child were you like?" "A troublemaker." Agatha laughed. "I can see that. More than your sister." Eamon nodded. "Very much so. I remember this day when we set the horses loose in the stables. Me father." He laughed. "He was chasing them all around for a good while. Me sister blamed me. Me father is one tay let this gae fairly easily, but me mother certainly was nae happy." Agatha bit her lip, debating if she should ask what she wanted to ask. "When did she die?" "Your mother?" Eamon hung his head. "A few years ago, nae long, she fell ill. It had a significant impact on the clan. She was a fearsome warrior. She led our people to freedom on mair than one occasion. Your sister told me tales about your mother. Isla was her name." Eamon nodded, smiling fondly at the sound of his mother's name. "Isla, I am sorry she has passed." Eamon said nothing. What was there to say? "What of your mother?" he finally asked. "Is she still alive?" Agatha shook her head as they arrived at a fork in the road, Eamon pointing right as they turned their horses and headed into a decline in the terrain. "No," Agatha said. "She passed a long time ago. Memories of the past began to pull at her heartstrings. She went to great lengths to see that I didn't have the same life she did, one of servitude or suffering in a loveless marriage, simply for the sake of being provided for. She wanted me to be my own woman. Sadly, I think the years of strife wore her down. Her health declined. She passed away a long time ago." A single tear slid down her cheek, Agatha quickly wiping it away. "I will always regret not being able to see her before she passed." Eamon looked at Agatha, his own emotions being stirred. "She sounds like she loved ye very much." "She did. I know she did." They continued their ride through the forest, the trees growing seemingly more towering the further they rode. "What is going to happen now?" Agatha inquired. "Our original plan has now fallen through." "We gae tae that man I mentioned," Eamon said. "We will take refuge with him. It will provide us a few days' worth of thinking. From there, we shall come up with a new plan." "I worry, Eamon." "I ken. No, I mean, I worry that I won't be able to defend myself after that incident at the tavern." She huffed. "I just want to be able to take up the sword if something should happen, if we are put in a position where I am forced to take up the sword." Eamon tugged on the reins, pulling his horse to a stop. Agatha followed suit, the two of them facing one another. "You wish to learn how to fight," Eamon said. Agatha nodded. "Yes, very much so." Eamon stroked his beard, squinting as he examined Agatha from head to toe. "Come," he said. "Dismount your horse." Agatha hopped off of her saddle, Eamon following after her as he moved to the bag tethered to the rear of his horse. He took the bag and produced his sword along with a thinner and more lightweight one stored inside with it. He walked up to Agatha, handing her the smaller sword as he clutched onto his own. "Ye he never used a sword afore?" Eamon asked. Agatha shook her head. "Never." "Well," Eamon said, gripping onto his blade and holding it up to the light, "the sword is like an extension of oneself, like an extension of your arm. Fighting is about anticipation, knowing when tays strike and knowing when toy defend. Come, try to take a stab at me." Agatha's eyes were wide as she looked down at the forged steel in her hand. "Eamon, Come now," he interjected. "I have been doing this all me life. Just come, try to cut me." Agatha drew a breath, gripping the sword with both hands, before taking a step forward and swiping at Eamon. Eamon parried the attack, sidestepping Agatha, spinning around and coming up beside her. He wrapped his arm around her waist, gently and softly leaned into her ear, before saying, "It's about footwork, too." Agatha giggled as she felt Eamon's warm breath tickling the hairs on her neckline. "Footwork?" Footwork." He released her. "No, try again. I will show ye the finer points of the craft. It is nae hard tay learn." They practised for an hour, Eamon making minor corrections in Agatha's stance and the way she was handling her weapon. She caught on quickly, adapting and heeding his lessons well, and at one point nearly slicing his arm from a well-timed scythe. "Very good," Eamon said. "Ye are a natural. We will make a fine swordswoman out of ye yet." Agatha smiled, holding the blade in her hand as she looked at it proudly, a thin layer of perspiration on her brow. Eamon took a step forward, using his sleeve to dab at the sweat on her brow as the two of them connected eyes. "So," Agatha said, "I am good at 2 things now." Eamon squinted. "2 things?" Agatha nodded, biting her lower lip as she leaned in and focused her gaze on Eamon's lip. "Yes," she said. "Would you like to know the other?" They said not a word more, locking lips and kissing passionately with their swords still clutched in their hands. As the feverishness of their kissing increased, they dropped their swords to the ground. Eamon reached over blindly to his saddle with a free hand, pulling down a blanket and tossing it on the ground. They broke their embrace. Agatha removed her garb and stared teasingly at Eamon as he flattened the blanket on the ground. He then stripped, the two of them naked as they coiled their limbs around one another and began to make love in the middle of the forest. Eamon thrusted on top of Agatha, his mouth on her neckline as she bit her lip and told him to go faster. She wanted him. She wanted to feel the intensity of his lovemaking. She did not want it slow. She wanted it fast. She desired him, every inch of her body seeking to be pleased as she clawed at his back and left subtle marks in the skin. Eamon grabbed Agatha's hands and pinned them on top of her head. Agatha giggled, Eamon smiling in reply as he moved his hips and made Agatha produce a variety of squeals that indicated nothing more than sheer pleasure. Agatha then broke free of Eamon's grip, shooting forward and pinning him onto his back while he was still inside of her. She gyrated her hips, Eamon's head sinking back and his eyelids fluttering as Agatha smiled and dug her claws into his chest. "Yes," she said as she closed her eyes. "Eamon." "Say it again," Eamon said. Agatha looked him deep in the eyes. "Yes, Eamon, yes." They could feel the moment of climax approaching, the two of them gripping onto each other's flesh as the sensation rose and rose and rose before exploding into a wave of euphoria that caused their bodies to tremble. They rested side by side once they were finished, kissing one another for a few minutes before standing and putting back on their clothes. "You are sure," Agatha said, "that this will never change between us?" Eamon nodded. "My body would never grow tired of yours, not even in 1,000 years. My heart will crave you for as long as it beats." They embraced, holding each other for a few minutes and pretending as if nothing else mattered. "We should go," Eamon said, still trying to catch his breath. "We can arrive at this man's home afore nightfall if we are vigilant." Agatha looked off to her left, something catching her attention as she squinted and pointed. "What is that?" she asked. Eamon cozied up alongside her, searching until he saw a thin plume of smoke rising into the sky from a half-mile away. "It's a village," he said. "Perhaps we should stay there for the night?" "Possibly. I dinny who dwells there. It may be dangerous." Agatha retrieved her sword and held it up. "Luckily for me, I know how to use one of these now." Eamon looked at her and smiled, kissing her once before they saddled up and began riding in the direction of the smoke plume. As they left the forested area, from about 50 yards away, a pair of eyes coated with a lethal glint watched as Eamon and Agatha strolled into the village. The eyes belonged to the man called Simon, the leader of the Hands of God. Simon and his men were perched on top of a hill shrouded with shrubbery, concealed from view as they looked down at a small village with 3 cottages and a blacksmith resting in the centre of the village. He watched unblinkingly as Eamon and Agatha arrived inside and were greeted by a few of the local villagers. One of Simon's men came alongside him. "I recognise him," he said with a whisper. "That is one of the Baird men." "And the woman with him?" The man shook his head. "I do not recognise her." Simon drew a breath. "Something is afoot with these Bairds. After our scout was captured at their village, it seemed to set something into motion." "What do you think that means?" Simon crossed his arms, turning his head up to the heavens. "It means that God is testing us. This is not coincidence. Nothing in this life is. This Baird man and his companion are a test, and how we respond to that test will make all the difference." "How so?" Simon jutted his chin toward the village. "I want them taken alive," he said. "They might possess knowledge of what is at play. The Highlanders in the region are on high alert since we began our crusade. I want to see what they know." "So," the man said, "we still plan to attack this village?" "Yes, come nightfall. But again, take the Baird man and his companion alive. The rest of the villagers will meet their fate as was stated before." He looked up at the sun, squinting and judging the time. "It will be nightfall soon. Perhaps a little over an hour. We shall strike then." "I will let the men know, Simon." Simon then sat on the ground as the man informed the rest of the Hands of God as to their plan of attack. Simon kept his gaze homed in on the village as the sun began to slowly descend in the west, his eyes seemingly unblinking as he waited for day to turn to night, filling the time by praying to God and requesting that their mission remain successful. As soon as the sun slipped behind the mountains, he retrieved his sword, ordered his men to take up their weapons, and began leading them like a slow-moving tide toward the front of the village. Chapter 19. Eamon shook hands with the village elder after he and Agatha dismounted their horses, a few of the other villagers gathering in curiosity to get a glimpse of the newcomers. "Hello, lad," the elder said, his silver hair matching his silver beard. "Me name is Marcus. How can I assist you?" "Me name is Eamon Baird," Eamon said, "of the Baird clan." Marcus clapped his hands together. I ken of your clan. It is a privilege to hear ye in our village. I apologise for our sudden arrival, but me companion and I are in the throes of a long journey. We were hoping to seek shelter here tonight, and food if ye can spare it. We are happy to pay. Marcus waved Eamon off. Nonsense, ye are our guest. I would be mair than happy to accommodate ye two. He looked to Agatha. And who might ye be? Agatha put out her hand. Agatha, a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is all mine, Agatha. Come, the both of ye. Come tae me house. I already hae supper prepared and ready. They followed Marcus into his home, a modest dwelling with a crackling fireplace, being tended to by Marcus's wife, Elizabeth. After introductions were made, they sat down at a table and partook in a stew with warm bread for dipping. Marcus poured each of them a single finger of whisky, telling them about the history of his village before asking Eamon the details about their journey. It is complicated, Eamon said. We are riding south to meet a man aboot taking refuge. Where is the rest of your clan? Marcus inquired. They are seeking to fortify the village at the moment. Hae ye heard of the hands of God? Marcus and Elizabeth exchanged a look. Aye, Marcus said. Unfortunately, we hae. Savages that spill blood in the name of God. Hae ye encountered them? Elizabeth shook her head. No, thankfully. We have managed to live in peace here for some time. We have lived a quiet life. Our small numbers hae assisted greatly in that. We also hae an alliance with one of the local Sassenach lords, Marcus said. We provide him with grain, and he provides us with protection. I dinna relish being in league with them, but it has proven an asset in sustaining a lasting peace. That is good and well, Eamon said. I dinna discredit ye for doing so. Desperate times, desperate measures. So, how long day ye plan on staying? Just for the night. We shall disembark in the morning. Then ye shall stay in our guest bedroom, Elizabeth said as she stood up. I shall prepare it for ye noo. Eamon nodded. Your hospitality is maist appreciated, me dear Elizabeth. Marcus folded his hands and perched forward. Hae ye encountered the hands of God by chance? Eamon nodded again. Aye, savages, as ye hae stated. They are currently on a campaign right noo to rid the land of all Highlanders and Sassenach. They are nae discriminatory. They want everyone to perish. A scream erupted from outside of the dwelling. All those in the room stood, Marcus and Eamon quickly reaching for their swords, and Agatha doing the same. Eamon and Marcus didn't need to ask who or what was traipsing about outside. It was undoubtedly the hands of God. Eamon, Marcus, and Agatha rushed out of the home, Simon and the hands of God chasing down villagers in the dark of night with lit torches and swords in hand. Gae left, Eamon ordered Marcus. Attack them from the side. Marcus wasted no time, engaging the hands of God as the other able-bodied men in the village began to fight. Eamon grabbed Agatha by the elbow. Stay close to me. Agatha, her heart racing and breathing shallow, nodded as she stayed next to Eamon. Seconds later, 2 members of the Hands of God rushed at them from the right. Eamon quickly dispatched of the first man as the other sought to grab Agatha. But Agatha, remembering well what she had learned from Eamon, buried the tip of her blade into the man's heart and killed him where he stood. Marcus, engaging several members of the Hands of God alongside 2 of his men, pushed the intruders back and killed 2 of them in the blink of an eye. He struck the 3rd man in the leg, dropping him to his knees, and prepared to take off his head. No, Eamon said. Keep him alive. Marcus nodded, ordering one of his men to stand guard as the rest of the villagers engaged the Hands of God. Eamon struck down 2 more of the men, and as he felt a third approaching from behind him, he raised his sword and saw himself staring into the eyes of the leader, Simon. Time felt as if it was slowing to a creep. Simon raising his sword and staring at Eamon with a pair of unblinking eyes. They engaged, exchanging blow after blow, both of them evenly matched, with neither seeming to get an advantage over the other. The attack continued for some time, members of the hands of God dropping like flies all around. At one point, Simon dropped his guard, and Eamon managed to land a hard swipe at Simon's left arm and cut it all the way to the bone. Simon didn't howl, didn't flinch. It was almost as if he didn't mind the pain, but looking around, he saw that the numbers in his ranks were being depleted. So, with a clenched jaw and eyes filled with fire, he ordered a retreat and fought off the incoming villagers before successfully pulling his men out and disappearing into the night. Eamon stood, huffing and puffing, Agatha alongside him as they watched the hands of God flee. "Bastards!" Eamon seethed. "Those damned bastards!" Marcus ran up to Eamon. "Eamon," he said, "we had taken one of them alive." Eamon turned and saw one of Marcus's men standing guard over a wounded member of the Hands of God. Eamon sheathed his steel and marched over, grabbing the man by the collar and pulling him to his feet. "Yeah," Eamon said. "Tell me where they are going. Tell me." The man said nothing. Eamon responded by digging his heel into the man's leg wound. The man shuddered, hollering out into the night. "I can make this very difficult," Eamon said. "Tell me what I want, I can." "You can't stop it," the man said. "The hands of God will wipe every one of you off the face of the earth. There is no stopping it. We are messengers of God." Eamon grabbed the man's throat and squeezed, the man's face turning red as Eamon gripped onto his windpipe with all his might. "Your treacherous crusade has come to an end," Eamon said. "Tell me where your people are going. Tell me where they have fled, or I'll bleed you out ever so slowly." The man laughed. "You do not scare me, Highlander. I do not fear death." Eamon pulled the fallen knight in close. "Ye may nae fear death, but I promise ye that I will make ye fear pain. I will ask one last time, where are your men retreating to?" The member of the Hands of God responded by spitting in Eamon's face, laughing as he closed his eyes and began to pray. Eamon turned and looked at Agatha. "Gay, you dinna want to see this next part." He then raised his fist and struck the man in the head, dropping him into the mud before straddling him and throwing another punch. "Talk!" The man said nothing. Eamon punched him again. "Talk, damn ye." "The Lord is my shepherd," the man said. "I shall not wander." Eamon stood, kicking the man in the ribs. "Talk! The Lord is my shepherd." Eamon once again planted his heel into the cut on the man's leg, pressing with all his weight as the fallen knight writhed and screamed on the ground. Eamon could see the colour draining from the man's face, the sweat now coming out of him in thick sheets. It was only a matter of time before he caved in. Eamon then looked to his left and saw the dead body of a member of the Hands of God. A lit torch still clutched into his hand. "Hand me that," Eamon said to no one in particular. One of Marcus's men retrieved the torch and handed it to Eamon. Eamon then held the fire against the wound of the fallen knight below him, burning his flesh and causing the man to holler out an almost inhuman scream. "I will burn every inch of ye," Eamon said. "Tell me what I need to ken." The fallen knight gritted his teeth, screaming in agony, as Eamon pressed him to tell him what he wanted to know. Once the pain reached an unbearable level, the fallen knight finally screamed out, 4 miles east, a cave, 40 yards up the mountain. That is where they are. I swear. Eamon tossed the torch aside, the man collapsing as Eamon then took his sword, raised it, and ended the man's life with one swift motion. All those around waited for a moment as the dust settled, Eamon wiping the blood from his blade and knowing that the time had come to send word to Gavina. Yeah, Eamon said to Marcus. Light a fire. Quickly. Make sure it rages for all to see. The fire was lit, a large pile of spare wood that was placed in the centre of the village. Eamon knew that Gavina was nay far away, and the signal would most likely catch her attention. 2 hours later, in the dead of night, Gavina and the Bairdsmen arrived in the village with swords drawn. Eamon, Gavina said, squinting with shock as she laid eyes on her nephew. What is going on? Eamon gestured around to the fallen members of the Hands of God. We were attacked in our journey. I wounded the leader. They have fled 4 miles east of here to a cave 40 yards up the mountainside. But ye are all right. Eamon nodded. I am nay wounded. Gavina levelled her gaze at Agatha, spotting the sword clutched in her hand. And ye are all right? Agatha said nothing, but she nodded. We saw the fire, Gavina said as she sheathed her weapon. We were following a trail the Hands of God left. They are nay gone far. You can catch up to them if you move fast. Gavina took a look around at all of the fallen bodies. How many did ye kill? Marcus stepped in. 6. 2 of our own perished. Another one is wounded. This is a victory for us, Gavina said. Their numbers are dwindling. She once more looked at Agatha. Where were ye 2 headed? Eamon drew a breath, prepared to lie to his aunt. I am taking Agatha to a remote area of the Highlands. She will be safe there. Gavina nodded. Then ye should move quickly. I shall take the Bairdsmen and set about putting down these treacherous bastards once and for all. They embraced, the 2 members of the Baird family feeling the overwhelming sense that this was the last time they were going to see one another. Be well, Gavina bid her nephew. Aye, Eamon replied. Ride safe. Be vigilant. He turned to Marcus. I am sorry this has happened. Marcus waved him off. It was a pleasure to fight beside ye. No gay. Time is of the essence. Eamon extended his hand. Thank ye, me friend. Ye hae proven to be most invaluable. They shook hands. Aye, Marcus said. Ye as well. No gay. Ye must move fast. Eamon and Agatha mounted their horses, riding in opposite directions from Gavina and the Bairdsmen, as the 2 groups sought to finish their journeys and put an end to the madness once and for all. Chapter 20. Finlay clutched his chest, his heart feeling like it was racing faster than it ever had before. He was seated near the fireplace in his home, the fire crackling and sparking as Finlay leaned forward and did his best to catch his breath. Rose entered a moment later, rushing up to her father with concern in her eyes as she saw him grabbing at his chest. Father, she said, are ye all right? Finlay nodded, holding out his hand and trying to stave off his daughter's concerns. I am all right, he said. I am fine. You look sick. No, I am fine, really. Are you sure? I can fetch Mrs. Kelly. Finlay shook his head. No, it is just stress. And I am old, dinny forget. Ye are nae that old, father, Rose said with a smile. Ye still look no older than 30. Finlay laughed, slapping his knee before planting a quick kiss on his daughter's forehead. Ye hae always been the humorous one, daughter. I am nae sure where ye got it from. Mother was funny. No, she was nae. She thought she was. Well, ye are certainly nae funny, father. I hae me moments. A frown. It just hasn't been that way for quite some time. Rose cosied up alongside Finlay, seated on the edge of the fireplace as she took his hand into hers. "What is troubling ye? Something weighs on your mind." Finlay nodded, but said nothing. Rose sighed, nay, hung her head. "It is Eamon, isn't it? Eamon is the one who is causing ye your strife. It has been that way since he was a child." He looked out of the fogged glass window to his left. "Ever since he was a boy, he has always been going against me word. I fear—" A sigh. "I fear that he has done it again." "Why dare ye say that?" Finlay stood, hands in his pockets as he paced near the fire. "After I told him to take Agatha be shipped off," he said, "I saw a look in his eye, a look that I has seen afore, when I told him what tay day. When I gave him a direct order to take that woman far away fae here, I saw in his gaze that he dinna intend tay. I believe that your brother has fled with Agatha. I believe that he intends to run off with her and never return." Rose looked away, surprise and shock on her face, and then she shook her head. "Why am I nae surprised? It is like ye said. Eamon has always stirred up trouble. It stopped at one point. When he married, when he found a wife, he found his footing. After she died, I think he resorted back to his old ways, perhaps more so than he did afore." Rose stood. "Then we maun find him. We maun stop him afore his actions lead tae dire consequences. There is nae a thing we can do for your brother noo. He has made his decision. He shall hae to live with the repercussions. But he is family. He is our blood. We cannae allow him to make such fool-hearted mistakes." "But we must, Rose. If this is what Eamon has decided today, this is what he has decided today. We cannae stop him noo. We maun let him carry forth what he thinks he needs to do, right or wrong. And maybe, just maybe, I am wrong, and I pray to God in the heavens that I am." Father and daughter stared on at the fire for a short while, both of them silently offering up prayers to God to return Eamon to them, safe and unharmed. But they felt it was a long shot as they stayed quiet and listened to the roar of the crackling fire. Simon's arm was profusely bleeding from the blow that Eamon had landed. He was in the cave with his men, looking at the open wound and seeing that it was cut all the way to the bone. He did not flinch or wince, not showing any signs of pain as he debated what to do. "Simon," one of the men said, "we lost a significant number of our people." "I am aware," Simon said as he prodded at his wound, "but it changes nothing." "But our forces are severely dwindling. We may not have enough men on hand to carry forth the rest of our mission." Simon turned and faced his disciple. "If God sees fit to dwindle us down to just one man," he said, "then that will be more than enough to accomplish our mission. God is on our side. We are his messengers, and nothing will stop us in our plight." Simon crouched down near the small fire that had been lit, looking at his wound and shaking his head. Another one of his men leaned in, squinting as he examined the wound. "It is a deep cut, Simon." Simon nodded, looking around at the pools of blood that were peppered throughout the cave from his wound. He began to feel light-headed, having lost too much blood and knowing that he needed to do something to stave the bleeding. He turned to another one of his men. "You, come, withdraw your sword." The man stood at attention, removing his sword from his sheath. "Now," Simon said, "put the blade in the fire. Make it hot." The man obliged, dipping the steel of his sword into the fire and turning it in his hands. "Wait until it is red hot," Simon said. The man followed the orders, toasting the blade in the fire until the steel turned red hot. Simon then held out his arm, looking at the man dead in the eye. "Cauterize the wound." The former knight nodded, heating his sword in the fire. He then took the metal of his blade and pressed it into the wound, cauterizing it, before Simon took a few cloth wraps from another man and bandaged his wounded arm. Simon sat on the floor of the cave and took a moment to breathe. Another one of the knights stepped in. "Simon," he said, "are you all right?" Simon nodded. "Another test of God's faith," he said, gesturing to his wounded limb. "Now, we must formulate a plan of attack. Tonight's events change nothing. We are still set to accomplish our mission. We shall set out at first light. The Baird's village will be our first point of attack. It seems that a few of their members are not there. God is telling me that they are scrambling, desperate. We will overwhelm them, take the village by force and burn it to the ground. We shall recruit more men while we are there, and then we shall move to the next village, and the next, and the next. We will not stop until we have finished off every last person in Scotland. Failure is not an option." The hands of God nodded in agreement, Simon then telling them to gather around as he then offered up God a prayer. Outside of the cave, as Simon went about praying, Gavina and the Bairdsmen gathered around, the entrance of the cave barely visible 40 yards up the slope. The dull roar of the fire they could see burning, letting them know that they had arrived at their destination. Gavina nodded, pointing to the dull glow of the fire just inside the entrance to the cave. "There," she said to the man next to her in a whisper. "That's it. That must be the hands of God." The man next to her, Brandon, slowly withdrew his sword. "We should overwhelm them, take them by force while they least expect it." Gavina shook her head. "No, nay yet. These men are in dire straits, but their leader is no fool. We maun plan a course of attack." Brandon looked above to the heavens. "Should we wait for daybreak? It should be approaching soon." Gavina thought about it. Perhaps. But I want a sense of their numbers. I want to ken how many of them are up there. "We can send a scout." Gavina shook her head again. "No, I dinna want any of our people wandering up there. It is nae wise. But tell the archers to prepare. I am inclined to attack them with our bows upon first light. It may be the best course of action." "Aye," Brandon said before shuffling off and organising the archers. The archers all stood at attention, lined up, side by side on the back of their horses as they held their bows at the ready. "How many are ready?" Gavina asked as Brandon returned. "All of them, 7 in total, and they are swift." "Then we wait for first light. Once it arrives, we will send half our men up the mountain. We will draw them out. Once the hands of God step out of the cave, we will initiate the attack." "Aye, understood." Or, a booming voice called out from the cave, his voice echoing like that of God himself. "We can settle this now. Face to face." The archers aimed their arrows. The other Bairdsmen withdrew their swords. Everyone waited in eager anticipation as they looked to Gavina to give them an order. Gavina squinted, staring at the dull orange glow emitting from the cave and opening her mouth to speak. "Who am I conversing with?" she asked. A pause. "My name is Simon. I am the leader of the hands of God. We are the hands of God." She shook her head. "I find it despicable that ye men carry out such wicked deeds in the name of God." "Wicked deeds," Simon repeated, his voice making him sound larger than life as it echoed off the cave walls. "You Highlanders commit atrocities on a daily basis. You lie, cheat, steal, and allow yourselves to be slaves to your Sassenach masters. You should not speak to me about wicked deeds. Ye kill men, women, and children alike, Simon." Gavina seethed. "No act is mair atrocious than that." because you do not see what the greater good at stake is. These lands are poisoned, my dear. They have been for quite some time, and we are the ones that God has sent to purge you from the suffering and the sin. Spare me your rhetoric, Simon. I grow weary of it. It is over. Your campaign has come to an end. Tonight, right now, we both ken that there is no way we shall walk away from this without a fight. So come on out and let us commence with the inevitable. A pause. A very long pause. My dear child, Simon said, God is on our side. The divine and his power will see to it that we are successful. Gavina took out her sword, a swirling sensation in her chest, indicating that she was moments away from engaging in battle. Enough talk, Simon, she said. Face me like a man. A silence held sway. After a beat, Simon replied, So be it. Before the flame inside the cave was extinguished, and everything in the immediate vicinity went black, Gavina and the Bairdsman waited and waited and waited. A long beat held sway before the hands of God, then stormed out of the entrance of the cave, swords in hand, and descended quickly on the Bairdsmen with such overwhelming force that Gavina felt as if they were, truly enough, being attacked by God himself. Chapter 21. Gavina's archers were shooting off arrows at the incoming members of the Hands of God. The attack was relentless, but only a few of Simon's men were struck down. They were agile, scaling down the mountain quickly and attacking Gavina and the Bairdsmen with relentless force. Move! Gavina called out. Quickly! They are flanking us! The Bairdsmen split off in several directions, engaging the Hands of God from every angle. Gavina fended off several of the men, striking them down with quick blows before she found herself face to face with the leader Simon. Simon stood with a pale expression and eyes that appeared to be coated over black. Gavina was stunned. She had a difficult time processing the man in front of her, his appearance more like that of a ghoul than an actual man. What have you done to yourself? She asked, nodding to Simon's wound. Simon shrugged, twirling his sword in one hand. Just another sacrifice for God, he replied as he moved in and engaged Gavina. Simon took a scything blow over the top of Gavina's head. She ducked, then attempted to stab at his sternum. Simon spun around, dodging the blow and coming in with another strike at Gavina's torso. He nicked her chest, a small ribbon of red flowing from the wound, Gavina wincing and crying out as she gave herself a few feet of distance. Simon moved in again, the two of them exchanging strike after strike, with no one getting the better of the other. It was sheer madness all around, Gavina's men engaging the Hands of God from every angle. Gavina took a quick glance around as she moved away from Simon, trying to get a feel of how the fight was going. But when she turned back around, Simon was no longer there. They are retreating, one of the Bairdsmen yelled. And indeed it was true. Gavina saw every member of the Hands of God falling back into the nearby forest, moving with haste and disappearing from sight. They were like ghosts, gone in the blink of an eye and leaving the Bairdsmen alone to their own devices. Gavina panted and heaved, her sword still at the ready, as she looked at each of her men. How many have we lost? She inquired. One of the Bairdsmen did a head count. 4 in total. And how many of their men did we strike down? 3. Gavina hissed. Damn it, she seethed. We had them surrounded. How did they best us? One of the Bairdsmen came alongside her. It does nae matter. We had to move. No. Gavina sheathed her sword. We maun follow after them. They are undoubtedly headed for the village. We maun track them down and destroy them The Bairdsmen mounted their horses, all of them riding with haste as they retreated into the forest and began desperately searching the whereabouts of Simon and his men. After retreating from the scene, Simon and the hands of God went to a secondary location they had charted out in advance, a second cave nestled in the forest, surrounded on all sides by shrubbery and completely concealed from view. The hands of God entered the new cave, Simon stumbling over himself and falling to his knees. "Simon," one of the hands of God said, "are you all right?" Simon reached out his hand, his man pulling him to his feet. "I have lost a lot of blood," he said. "I must rest, and I require sustenance." "But I thought we were fasting. Will that not—" "We cannot complete our mission if I die before it is accomplished. Fetch me some food and water. I must recoup. I must regain my senses. Do not build a fire, though, and no one speak a word. We must keep quiet. Those Baird's are likely looking for us as we speak." One of the men fetched a somewhat stale loaf of bread and some salted meat wrapped in thick brown paper. Simon ate, the food stale and old, but nonetheless providing him the nourishment he required. Another one of the men brought over a leather canteen filled with water, handing it over to Simon, as Simon leaned against a rock and took a few slow sips. He breathed slow, closing his eyes and praying silently to God. "Simon," one of the men said, "what will be our next course of action?" Simon drank a little more water before responding. "We shall wait until the morning," he said, making sure his voice was just shy of a whisper. "Once first light arrives, we shall set out for the next village." He looked at his wounded arm. "I am at a disadvantage now," he said, "but I am still in the fight." "Do we have enough men on hand to accomplish our task? Our numbers have severely dwindled." Simon nodded. "God is on our side, and we shall recruit more men to aid us when we attack the next village. Once we have bolstered our numbers, we shall set about destroying the Bairds." A commotion came from outside the cave, the unmistakable sounds of Gavina and the Bairdsmen audible. Simon held a finger to his lips, his men remaining quiet as they listened in on Gavina, searching the forest for their whereabouts. 20 minutes passed as the search went on, but Gavina and her men never discovered their location. The hands of God then listened in as Gavina and the Bairdsmen retreated, Gavina cursing at their lack of results. Simon smiled wryly as Gavina and the Bairdsmen departed. "See?" he said, taking another sip of his water and feeling his strength returning. "God is on our side." Gavina gritted her teeth as her and the Bairdsmen rode back to the village. She was frustrated. She didn't understand how Simon and his men could be so elusive. Brennan, the man riding beside her as they rode back to their village, leaned in and said, "Dinny worry, we will find them." Gavina shifted her weight. "I dinny think that is a guarantee that can be made any more, me fren. The hands of God are the maist elusive sort I ha' ever dealt with. But their numbers are dwindling. It is only a matter of time afore we had done away with them all." Gavina leered at Brennan. "Is it? How do we ken that they will nae recruit mair men to their cause? The hands of God are like a disease, one that grows as each day passes. The moment we think we have cornered them, they find a way to slip through our grasp," she huffed. "We maun bring an end to this. We maun stop them afore it's too late." "So what course of action day we take?" Gavina closed her eyes. She didn't know what else they could do. The hands of God were starting to feel as if they were indeed blessed by the hand of God himself. It was more than disconcerting to her that Simon was still alive. When she had faced off with him, he looked on the verge of death, yet he was still standing, still breathing, still fighting. It sent chills up Gavina's spine to think that the man could be so resilient. It instilled a deep sense of fear in her heart and terrified her with the notion that they could be successful in their plight to wipe out every Highlander in the land. Gavina and the Bairdsmen came to a fork in the road. They were looking over both shoulders the entire time, certain that the hands of God were lingering, stalking, waiting to strike again and do them all in for good. "Gavina," Brennan said, the Bairdsman coming to a halt. "What day ye wish tay day?" Gavina drew a breath, filling her lungs as she tried to centre her mind. "We shall return home," she said. "We shall inform me father of our current situation. From there, we will hit to formulate a plan. We will hit to change our tactics." "And what does that look like?" "Well," Gavina said, "our attempts to attack Simon and his men head-on hain't brought any results. We had to figure out a pressure point to squeeze, something important to him that will bring him out of hiding and right to our doorstep." "That sounds near impossible," Brennan said sceptically. "Simon and his men believe themselves to be messengers of God. They dinna respond to any threat or logic. They are forces of nature, anarchists to be mair accurate." Gavina shook her head. "No, Simon is but a man. He may seem like an entity, but he is human. He has a past. There is something within every man, a soft spot that can be sought out and used to our advantage. We just need to figure out what that is." Gavina looked around at the Bairdsmen, all of them weary of fighting and traversing the Highlands. She felt sorry for them, eager to give them respite, but she knew that the fight was far from over. "Gentlemen," she called out, "we are going home. Ride fast. Be vigilant. The last fight is upon us." The Bairdsmen rode together back to the village, holding their heads high and ready to engage in the final battle they knew was just days, perhaps even hours away. Connor and Sir Ian were on top of a hill looking down into the Baird's village. Sir Ian coughed and hacked as they looked down at the villagers. "Can they see us?" he asked, eager to descend onto the Bairds and take them down once and for all. Connor shook his head. "No, we are hidden. They hae no idea that we are here." "Then we should move." "No, I want this matter to be dealt with." Connor held up a hand. "Patience, me good man. Patience. A level head is required in this situation if we are going to come out on top. The Bairds are no fools. They are some of the finest warriors in all of the Highlands." Sir Ian squinted. "And no, they will be 6 feet under. They will be mere fables when we are done with them." Connor looked over his shoulder to the back of the line, his and Sir Ian's men all gathered in a huddle and waiting for their orders. "Wait here," Connor said to Sir Ian. "I shall return momentarily." Connor rode to the back of the group, his right-hand man waiting for him in the rear. "Are we ready?" the man asked, lowering his tone so only Connor could hear. Connor nodded. "Aye. We will attack the village with overwhelming force. Once we day, we shall dispose of Sir Ian." "How do ye wish to gae about this?" "We shall keep him up here. He is quite unhealthy. There is no way he has the strength to fight. Once we finish with the Bairds, I shall come back here and day away with him myself." Connor's man nodded. "Aye, I shall inform the men that we are ready to move." Connor rode back to the front of the line, Sir Ian waiting eagerly for Connor to give the order to attack. "Are we ready?" Sir Ian inquired. "Aye," Connor said. "But ye maun stay here. I shall handle this with our men. Once we finish, I will come back to retrieve ye." Sir Ian held up a single finger. "Dinna kill Eamon Baird or the woman. Keep them there. I want to handle them myself." Connor nodded. "Consider it done," he lied as he turned and faced his men. "Gentlemen, draw your swords. We ride. Be steadfast. Keep a sharp mind about ye. These Bairds are no fools. Be vigilant, because I promise ye, they will be." Connor's men nodded, drawing their swords and preparing to spill blood across the Highlands as they rode together in a huddle toward the front of the Baird's village. Chapter 22. Finlay saw the collective group of riders approaching the village from a half-mile out. He knew what was coming immediately, the way the horses galloped in the direction of the village, instilling an immediate sense in him that an attack on his clan was imminent. He retrieved his sword and informed his daughter Rose to fetch the second-in-command of the Bairdsmen, a man by the name of John. "Tell him riders are approaching," he said. "Tell him to gather our men in full force and be ready to fight." Rose wasted no time and informed John and the collective of 30 fighters that had been left behind after Gavina had departed from the village. They collected around Finlay at the front of the village, swords, shields, and other weapons in hand, gripping their instruments of death with a white-knuckled grip. "Hold here," John said. "Wait for them to make the first move." The Bairdsmen stood at the ready, itching to fight like a pack of dogs, as John walked up and came alongside Finlay. Finlay stared at the incoming riders with slits for eyes, waiting, thinking, calculating. John drew a breath. "What do ye want tae do, Finlay?" Finlay jutted his chin. "They're not the hands of God. They're Highlanders. I'm just trying to figure out who they may be. There's been a lot of bad blood recently, a lot of grudges to be had. The hands of God hae disrupted things immensely." Finlay took a step forward, and then he kept walking, and walking, and walking. John's eyes grew wide. "Finlay, where are you going?" Finlay continued out into the field, walking closer to the riders. The Bairdsmen exchanged looks, perplexed as to Finlay's motives. The incoming riders, their leader Connor at the front, raised his hand and ordered them to stop. They came 20 yards shy of Finlay, the horses tearing up the dirt beneath them as they kicked at it eagerly with their hooves. Finlay waited, Connor staring at him and figuring out his next move. "Come and talk," Finlay yelled out. "There is nae reason for blood to be shed." Connor took a moment to reply. "I ken of ye well, Baird," he said. "Ye are quite a legend in these parts." "Who are ye? What has me clan done to attract this horde of yous to me village? Where is your son, Eamon?" Finlay wished he honestly knew of Eamon's whereabouts. After all that had transpired, he was certain that his son was off somewhere in the Highlands, his new-found love with him, causing him to make foolish mistakes. "What has my son done?" Finlay said, shifting his weight. "Is he the one that slighted your clan in some way?" Connor shook his head. "I was hired by Sir Ian. Your son took his prized maiden. That canny gae unanswered, and he has avoided all attempts to make amends. I dinna deny that me son has made some questionable choices as of late, but ye are clearly bringing war to me village for other purposes. Ye came to attack, nae to negotiate." "If that's true," Connor said with a smile, "then why would I bother speaking to ye?" Finlay shrugged. "Because ye are afraid of me." Connor clenched his jaw, breathing in deep through his nostrils as he did so. "Ye think I am afraid of ye, old man?" Finlay nodded. "Ye ken of me. Ye ken what I have been through. Ye are a young man, nae much older than me son. I ken that ye and your people hae nae doubt suffered during this time of war. It has turned ye into a man ye never thought ye'd be, but ye hae nae lived as I hae, me friend. Ye ken me. Ye ken who I am, and that makes ye afraid." Finlay saw the affliction brewing in Connor. He was clearly a fearsome warrior, but he still feared Finlay nonetheless. "I have been hired to do a job," Connor said, "for one of the vilest men around. Look at ye, Highlander. What is the point of this? It's as ye said. These tumultuous times hae turned me into a man, I mayna necessarily relish being, but I ha teedy what I need to ensure me survival and well-being. Finlay recognised something in Connor as he spoke, a kind of honesty coupled with an almost boyish innocence that he was certain he had seen before. "What is your name?" he asked Connor. Connor puffed his chest and replied, "Connor Cross of the Cross Clan." Finlay smiled. "Connor," he said with a soft tone, "do ye nae remember when ye were a young boy?" Connor squinted, confused. "What kind of a silly question is that?" Finlay laughed. "You remember when your family was lost in the woods because of your father's broken leg for 3 days? Ye and your family thought he would perish." Connor's cocky expression melted into a vulnerable frown. "Aye," he said. "I remember that day well." Finlay took another step forward, inching his way closer to Connor. "Then ye ken of the man and his clan who brought him back. Ye were young, but I'm sure ye remember a man carrying your father in, half clinging to life. I'm sure ye recall of the ointments and tonics that same man gave him to assist him in coming back to his full self." Connor nearly slid off the horse. "That was ye, me God. I remember noo. I just never knew your name." Finlay held out his hands. "It was me, son. And as cruel as it is to use that memory in me favour, I ask ye to spare me and me people from a fight, just as I wish to spare ye." Connor gripped his saddle, Finlay sensing the intense debate Connor was going through in his mind. "Ye saved me, father," Connor said. "That was one of the worst days of me life when we thought we would lose him. I loved me, father. He was everything. I thought I lost him, but ye brought him back. I owe ye for that. Me family owes ye for that." One of Sir Ian's men in the rear, scowling from the change in tone, reached for his sword. "Ye damn fool," he screamed. "We are here to do a job." Connor snapped his fingers, his men drawing their weapons, turning and circling around Sir Ian's men in the blink of an eye. They drew down on Sir Ian's men before they had a chance to engage, outnumbered, with the tips of swords pointing straight toward their necks, torsos, and spines. "Dispense of your weapons," Connor said, looking at each of Sir Ian's men. "No." Sir Ian's men hesitated. Connor turned his horse, clenching a fist. "I won't ask ye again. Next time I snap me fingers, your lives will end where we stand." Sir Ian's men exchanged glances as they began to dispose of their weapons on the ground, their swords, shields, and spears clanking together as they fell to the ground. "Ride back to your master," Connor said. "Tell him the deal is off, then flee from here as fast as you can, otherwise I'll chase you down and destroy ye." Sir Ian's men turned around in a collective hustle, all of them huffing and puffing their defeat as they rode hastily away from the village. Connor dismounted his horse, approaching Finlay with a more relaxed composure. "Ye are a lucky man, Highlander. I never back down from a fight." He extended his hand. Finlay glanced down at the young man's hand, smirking as he slapped his aging palm into Connor's and shook. "Then, let's have a drink, as we speculate as to who would have been the victor." Connor and his men followed Finlay into the tavern. The Bairdsmen took a while to settle, jabbing at Connor with their words for a spell before Finlay told them to calm down. After a few drinks, they eventually settled themselves at a table, each man sipping at ale and whiskey, as Finlay and Connor took a table to themselves in the corner. "How is your father?" Finlay asked. "I ain't seen him since that day." Connor took a pull of his drink. "He passed nae that long ago." Finlay held up his drink. "I am sorry." Connor waved his hand through the air. He was old. It was bound to happen. He was a fine man. I only ken of him from that one interaction. I just happened to stumble across him in the woods. "A fortuitous encounter," As I said, I am grateful for it. They drank more, speaking of their families, Finlay telling Connor of his uncertainty of his son's whereabouts, of the whole ordeal. It is a difficult time, Connor said. I ha' made poor decisions as well, and he's in love. He's trying to preserve it in a time where there are nae certainties. I appreciate ye identifying with me son, but he is still being a fool nonetheless. It is bad enough we are dealing with the hands of God. Him bringing this madness that came about from that woman has only increased the weight of the burden. Connor sat back. What do ye ken of the hands of God? I imagine as much as ye. Me father ken of the man that leads them. His name is Simon. He kens well of his past. He knew him a long time before he became the man that called himself Simon. Finlay was intrigued, leaning in, and desperate to hear more. What do ye mean? He asked. Simon wasn't always called Simon. It was the name he chose after his wife and child were murdered. The story is that he blamed it on his Sassenach masters, the same one who apparently just perished when his castle was burned to the ground. Fascinating. So, perhaps he is on a mission of revenge? Connor shook his head. No, I dinna think so. Simon is committed to what he feels is a religious crusade, but there is something aboot his past that he does, naken is still a factor. I dinna understand. What do ye mean? Connor leaned in, lowering his tone as if he were divulging a secret. Simon's wife and child are nae dead. They did nae perish in a fire. They were lusted after by a friend of the Sassenach lord that Simon just burned. The Sassenach lord was commanded by his friend, a very wealthy and prominent lord in the Sassenach hierarchy, to deliver him, Simon's wife, to him, so he could wed her. The lord that Simon killed ken that if Simon discovered this, being that he had nae choice but to oblige his Sassenach friend, he would surely lose his most favoured and lethal knight. So he concocted a ruse, thinking that if Simon were to be led to believe that his wife and child perished, he would simply grieve instead of seek revenge. A laugh. Obviously, this dinner gay according to plan. Finlay sat back in his chair, absolutely stunned. How sure are ye of this? Me uncle was the one who was paid by the dead Sassenach Lord Tay kidnap Simon's wife and child. They were then delivered back to England. He confessed this on his deathbed, tae me nae mair than 2 years ago. Finlay looked away, absolutely mesmerised and shocked by Connor's story. If this is true, he said, then that changes everything. Simon and the hands of God will continue their campaign. But if he were to be told this, if this could be proven to him somehow, it might serve to our advantage. Connor shook his head. He is nae a level-headed man. Reasoning with him may nae work. Finlay held up a finger. We had to try. We possess knowledge new that may save us from absolute annihilation. Finlay then sensed someone entering the tavern, a presence he knew well. When he looked up, he saw Gavina and embraced her as she walked up to the table. Are ye well? Finlay asked. Gavina nodded. I have much to tell ye, starting with the fact that I saw Eamon. Finlay squinted. Where was he going? East. Finlay closed his eyes, knowing without a doubt that his son was going against his wishes. Come, he said to Gavina, gesturing to his table. Sit. I mayst hear this. He thought of the secret related to Simon that Connor had divulged, and I need to tell you something as well. Chapter 23. Eamon awoke with panting breaths, his body covered with a thin layer of sweat. Agatha, resting beside him, was stirred from her slumber as he shot up. She rested a hand on his chest, feeling the frantic rhythm of his heart beating through his muscles. What is it? Agatha inquired. Why does your heart race so? Eamon ran his fingers through his hair, slick from the amount of perspiration that had accumulated. "A nightmare," he said. "I dreamt that." He couldn't bring himself to say the rest. Agatha positioned herself in front of Eamon, cradling his face in her hands and looking him square in the eye. "Speak, my love. Tell me what troubles you." Eamon shook his head. I dreamt that the village was burned tae the ground. All of me family was inside, and I could nae save them." He pressed his hand to his chest, trying to slow his breathing. "It was just a bad dream, Eamon," Agatha said. "Nothing more." But it felt so real. It felt more like a prophecy than just a nightmare. Agatha embraced Eamon, Eamon resting his head against her chest and taking comfort in the embrace. "You are here with me," she said. "All is well." Eamon stood up, moving toward the flap of the tent and stepping outside. They had set up camp not far from the village where they had encountered the hands of God, the early morning mist covering the area in a thin and foreboding veneer. Eamon breathed in the cold of morning, his torso feeling a chill as the wind licked at the perspiration that had gathered. Agatha came up behind Eamon, wrapping her arms around his waist and noting the dismayed expression on his face. "Talk to me," she said. "What is the matter?" Eamon closed his eyes. "I am worried, Agatha. I am worried that we have made a mistake." "What do you mean?" Eamon took a moment to muster the words, playing back the events of the last few days in his head and feeling like it was all a sign. Indicators from someone, dare he say God, telling him that his plight to flee the Highlands with the woman he loved was a dire mistake. "I dinna think we can keep going," Eamon said. "I think it is unwise to continue this journey." Agatha held a hand to her chest. Eamon could tell from her expression that she was concerned at his change of heart. "But what will we do?" she asked. "Where will we go?" Eamon turned and faced her. "We mayst head back to the village, tae me people. I fear that the further we travel, the more we welcome the possibility of a dire fate for us both." "But we have come so far," Agatha protested. "Will we not run into the hands of God if we journey back? They fled in the direction from where we have travelled from." Eamon shook his head. "We had to return. The hands of God are going to mount an attack on me people. I hae to be there. I hae to take up arms with them and ensure the survival of me clan. And what of me? What will I do? Where will I go?" Eamon's eyes went wide as he placed his hands upon Agatha's shoulders. "Ye will stay with me, me love," he said. "That has nae changed." "But what of your father? He gave you instructions to take me out of the Highlands." Eamon hung his head. "Those are repercussions I will hae to face on me own. I ken that I ha' gone against me father's wishes. I ken that. But circumstances he changed. War is tearing apart the Highlands. The hands of God hae disrupted everything. Nae a thing is the same. Perhaps, at least I hope, me father will understand this." Agatha hugged Eamon, squeezing him tight as she shut her eyes and felt them begin to water. "I am scared, Eamon," she said, concern lacing her tone. "I am worried that something bad will happen to us." Eamon shook his head. "I will nae let anything happen to ye, me love. I promise ye that. But we mayst abandon our original plan. It is no longer viable. We mayst return to the village. We mayst gae back to me people." Agatha nodded. "I understand. And I know that you will not let harm befall me. But what of the hands of God? The man that leads them is so treacherous. He is so vile, so evil. There is no anticipating his actions. He is unpredictable." But it is a risk we mayst take. We mayst gae back to the village. We mayst move new, afore it is too late." Agatha wrapped her arms around Eamon's waist. "Make love to me," she said. "Make love to me one more time before we go. I fear that we might not have a chance to down the road." Eamon responded by kissing Agatha passionately on her lips, stripping her garb as they moved back to the tent. Once they were naked, Eamon mounted Agatha, pinning her hands above her head as he began grinding on top of her. They moved in sync, their bodies moving together. Eamon increased the speed of his thrusting. "Yes," Agatha whispered. "Faster, my love." Eamon obliged, moving deeper inside Agatha with each thrust, her eyelids fluttering as she reached the moment of climax. They completed at the same time, kissing each other passionately after they finished. They laid there for only a few minutes to catch their breath, and after redressing and packing up their camp, they mounted their horses and began the long journey back home. They were suspicious at every turn, turning their heads and feeling that Simon and the hands of God would attack them at any moment. Simon strolled into the Highlander camp consisting of 10 Highlander men, all of them bandits, all of them clad in black and standing at attention as the men dressed in grey tunics with the flaming crosses approached them. The leader of the group, a man named Desmond, drew his sword and ordered his companions to stand at attention. "Halt!" Desmond shouted, pointing his sword at Simon. "Who are ye? What are you doing here?" Simon did not follow Desmond's orders. He continued walking toward them, circled by his men, and showing no signs of fear or any other kind of emotion. "I said, halt!" Desmond said, stepping closer with his sword raised. "I'll drop ye where ye stand." Simon tilted his head up to the air, like he was sniffing out the situation like a dog. "Are you the one in charge?" Desmond gritted his teeth. "I am the one in charge. I." Simon removed his sword in the blink of an eye, burying it into the stomach of Desmond and dropping him to his knees. Desmond dropped his sword, keeling over and falling face first onto the ground. His men around him stood back as the hands of God took out their weapons and held them against the throats of the other men. It was quick. Desmond's people did not have the time to react. "Is he still in charge?" Simon said. Desmond's men trembled, each of them going pale as they felt steel tips being pressed against their flesh. "Drop your weapons," Simon said. "Do it now." Desmond's men let their swords fall to the ground, their hands held up in submission as the hands of God kicked their weapons away. "On your knees," Simon said. "All of you, do it now." Desmond's men complied, dropping to their knees and awaiting their fates. Simon walked around them in a circle, eyeballing each man, sizing up their frames and build. "Who are you men?" he asked. "What clan do you pledge allegiance to?" One of Desmond's men, through quivering lips, said, "We hae no clan." "So," Simon said, "you are outlaws? Is this correct?" The man nodded. Aye, we are." "So you only pledge loyalty to yourselves? You don't pledge loyalty to any Sassenach or Highlander overlords? Are you God-fearing men?" The man nodded again. Aye, we are God-fearing men." Simon came up behind the man and placed his hands on his shoulders. "That is good. That is very good. We are God-fearing men as well. Do you know who we are?" The man licked his lips. "Ye are the ones they call the hands of God." Simon smiled. "Yes, indeed we are. And we are at the tail end of our campaign to rid the Highlands of evil. But we are short on numbers, and God has seen fit for me to recruit more. The proposition here is simple. Join us or die. The choice is yours." The man looked around to his companions, each of them exchanging silent glances of contrition. "We will," the man said. "We shall join ye. We dinna wish to die." Simon patted the man on the back. "Very good, my friend. You have made a wise decision. Now, take up your swords. We are embarking toward a village belonging to the Bairds. Do you know of them?" The man nodded. "Aye, Weedy." "Then the matter is settled," Simon said. "Come, we ride. Night will fall soon, and upon this night we shall spill blood. We shall fulfill God's intentions to purge these lands. The moment of triumph is upon us, and we will not fail." Finlay was in the centre of the village, watching as his people and Connors set about arming themselves and preparing for the incoming battle they knew would arrive at any moment. He felt tired, weakened from the past few days' events, exhausted from the years of fighting, leading and commanding. He walked over to a bale of hay near the stables, his joints feeling swollen, and the onset of old age finally getting the better of him. Connor, speaking with a few of his men a couple of feet away, glanced at Finlay and saw the older gentleman bracing himself on his knees as he looked on solemnly at the proceedings. He wandered over, hands on his hips as he stood in front of Finlay. "Are you all right, Master Baird?" Finlay nodded. "Aye, just an old man with old bones, taking a rest." "Ye are nae that old, my friend." "It is the years of fighting that have taken their toll on me. That and me, son." Connor smiled. "Aye, I understand that mair than well. I had a son myself." "Had?" Connor nodded. "He died of illness last season." Finlay hung his head. "I am sorry to hear that. I cannae imagine what the loss of a child can detay a man." Connor sat on the bale of hay beside Finlay. "There are still days that it haunts me. In fact, every day it haunts me. He was young. I never got to see him grow into a man. I managed to miss the years where he became a pain in me side like I did with me own father." Finlay smiled, thinking through the fond memories he had of Eamon as a young boy. He was frustrated with Eamon, but he still loved him, nonetheless. "What is on your mind?" Connor asked. Finlay shrugged. "I am hoping that me son is all right. I just want him to return. I want to make things right, as frustrated as I am with him." He sighed. "I dinna. I blame myself." "You cannae blame yourself for your son's actions. They are his and his alone. He is a man, a human being. Men are prone to making mistakes. Ye ken of this." Finlay nodded. "I do, and I just hope that he is all right. I hope that he is safe." A rumble gathered behind them at the front of the village. Connor and Finlay stood, turning their heads and spotting two incoming riders, Eamon and Agatha. Chapter 24. Eamon saw his father from a distance, his heart racing as his father crossed his arms and waited for him to come up to him. Eamon drew a breath, seeing the look of disappointment in his father's eyes even from a distance. Eamon came to a stop a few feet shy of Finlay and Connor, Agatha waiting on her horse as Eamon dismounted and walked up to his father. There was nothing but silence for several moments, Finlay squinting at his son and waiting. "Father," Eamon finally said. "I dinna." Finlay took a backhanded swipe at his son, striking him in the face, hard enough that it made noise, but with a level of reserve that it didn't knock his son to the ground. Agatha whimpered, covering her mouth with her hand as Eamon recoiled. "Ye fool," Finlay said, seething. "Do ye ken what ye had done?" "Father, I—" "Silence," Finlay commanded, pointing a finger at Eamon. "Bite your tongue, Eamon. I will nae hear ye explain yourself. How many times have we been in this position? How many times have I had to cover for your mistakes?" He huffed, waving Eamon off as he turned away. "Ever since ye were a young child, ye have been nae a thing shy of a nuisance. Your poor decision-making has nae only affected me, it has endangered our entire village." "I had returned, father," Eamon said. "I came back to make things right." "And how will ye dae that? What could ye possibly dae to make things right? Ye went against me orders. Ye disrespected me wishes. As I said, nay only here ye risked countless lives, ye hae spat in the faces of your elders. Eamon hung his head, his father's words cutting through him like a knife. He felt ashamed, at a loss of words, unable to say or do anything to dig himself out of the hole he had placed himself in. Finlay, still seething, gestured to Agatha. "And ye ha brought her back as well," he said, shaking his head. "Ye ha endangered her as well." "She came of her own accord," Eamon said. Finlay squinted. "Ye dare stand up to me right noo?" Eamon diverted his gaze, his father's stare cutting him to his core. "Well," Finlay said, "what's done is done. There is no turning back noo. Ye are here, and ye will await the arrival of the hands of God with the rest of us. I can only pray that ye weren't followed." "We weren't." "You'll understand if I dinna believe ye. I dinna if I can ever believe or trust ye again, Eamon. Ye crossed the line one too many times." Finlay then turned and left, moving swiftly away from Eamon as the rest of the villagers looked on. Eamon followed after his father in a hustle. "Father," he said, "please." Finlay waved Eamon off. "No, I am finished with these conversations." "Please, father, I ken what I had done is wrong." "Ye hae said that before, and ye still insist on going against me wishes." Eamon rushed around his father and stood in front of him. "Then cast me oot," he said. "I will leave if that is what ye want. I am in the wrong, father, I ken. I ha' made many bad decisions, and I ha' justified them at every turn. I dinna want to gae against your wishes any more. I will dae whatever I need to show ye and our people that I am loyal, that I am willing to dae anything that is asked of me." Eamon was pleading, tears in his eyes as he looked at his father. He was almost childlike in his pleas, feeling the most vulnerable he had in a long time. Finlay stared at his son, his expression somewhat relaxed, though still laced with a current of disappointment. "Why mayst ye be such trouble, Eamon? Why mayst ye be how ye are?" Eamon shrugged. "I dinna what else to say, father. I dinna what else to dae. Tell me what I need today to prove me worth, please. I dinna want to gae against your wishes ever again." Finlay took a moment to look at his son, reaching out and placing his hand on the young man's face, and pulled him in close for an embrace. "Ye always been a troublemaker, Eamon, always, but ye are still me son." Eamon held his father tight, Agatha watching with a single tear streaming down her face. "I am sorry, father," Eamon said. "I will apologise every day if I need tae. I will sleep in the stables, feed the pigs. I dinna care what ye request of me. I am done questioning ye or deceiving ye." Finlay broke the embrace, his hands on his son's shoulders and squeezing them tight. "I am still angered by your decisions," he said, "but that will pass in time, and we have mair pressing matters to handle. Your woman will stay with us. The original plan is no longer in play." Eamon nodded, wiping away his tears. "The hands of God approach fast. We ran into them along with Gavina." Finlay was nodding before Eamon had even finished his sentence. "Gavina told me, I am aware, they nearly destroyed them all when they chased them down. But they fled. She was unable to find them. I can only assume that they are drawing close." "We mayst figure out a plan, father. These men are unpredictable." Finlay gestured to Connor, approaching them with an apprehensive step to make sure their father-son quarrel was finished. "Connor," Finlay said, "possesses some interesting knowledge about Simon's past, things that nae even Simon is aware of." Eamon squinted. "Such as?" Finlay nodded to Connor to indicate the time had come for him to take the reins of the conversation. "Simon," Connor said, "believes that his family was murdered, but it is nae the case. They are alive, They are very much alive." Sir Ian spat into the crackling fire in front of him. He and his men had fled from the Baird's village after being threatened, and he knew that with the numbers of men he had on hand, and his lack of knowledge when it came to leading men in a fight, there was nothing more he could do to extract his vengeance upon Eamon or Agatha. His men were scattered throughout the camp they had set up on a cliffside, looking down over 100 feet into a forested area. Sir Ian was drinking himself into oblivion, bobbing and weaving and scowling as he coughed and hacked and wheezed. "Sir Ian," one of his men said, "will we be returning home soon?" Sir Ian responded by throwing the glass bottle he was drinking at his men, the bottle shattering into pieces and causing the man to scatter away. "We leave when I say we will leave," he said, mumbling his words. "If I say that we sit here several mere nights and drink, then we shall sit here several mere nights and drink." Sir Ian stood, walking over to his horse and fetching another bottle of liquor from the saddlebag. He began to laugh maniacally, the alcohol in his system suppressing any minor shreds of dignity he had. Sir Ian removed the bottle as he laughed, biting the cork on top with his yellow-stained teeth and spitting it onto the ground. "I dinna believe," Sir Ian said, "that I will be needing that any longer." He took a long swig of the bottle, stumbling over his own feet as the liquid spilled onto his tunic. Sir Ian tripped over one of his men, laughing as he did so. He wandered back to his seat by the fire, spitting a stream of liquor and causing the fire to puff up. He slumped onto his side, shaking his head and cursing under his breath. He repeated Eamon and Agatha's name over and over again, enraged by his defeat and the fact that Connor had betrayed him. "This canny stand," Sir Ian said to himself. "I ha' been made a fool of by those three. To hell with them all. They canny disrespect me. I am Sir Ian. I hae accumulated a' the wealth and resources I had for years, and the maist important things tae me hae been stolen." Sir Ian stood up, the liquid courage in his system making him feel alive and confident. "No," he said, "this will nae stand. I will exact vengeance upon the Bairds. I will return to that village, I will return and kill them all and burn it to the ground. I will destroy Connor. I will destroy Eamon. I will take back Agatha and make her me bride, and once I have finished with her, I will dispose of her like refuge." Sir Ian took another long swig, puffing his chest and feeling like he had garnered all the confidence in the world. "Aye," he said, "that is what I will do. I will gae back. I will take what is mine. I will—" Sir Ian felt his breath cut short as a gust of air brushed past his ear. He then felt like his stomach was in knots, his breathing a little shallower and an odd sense of fatigue overcoming him. He reached a hand to his sternum, curious as to the change in his energy. He then brought his hand to his face, and when he saw that it was coated in blood due to the arrow jutting out of his chest, he sobered up in all of an instant. Two of Sir Ian's men stood up, their eyes wide with shock, as Sir Ian looked down and saw the arrow sticking out of his sternum. For a moment, he thought he had been betrayed by one of his own men. But when 3 more arrows were launched and took down 3 of his men, he realised quickly what was about to transpire. 3 of Sir Ian's men fell as a gaggle of warriors in grey tunics with flaming crosses rushed into their camp, swords raised and taking swipes at Sir Ian's men. The hands of God flooded the camp, taking down every single one of Sir Ian's men quickly as Sir Ian fell to his knees. Sir Ian watched on as his men were slaughtered quickly, the hands of God moving like thieves in the night as they disposed of each of the men. The assault was quick, all of Sir Ian's men perishing in just under a minute as he remained on his knees and watched it play out, with nothing shy of fear coating his eyes. Once the attack was finished, the hands of God stood aside and made room for their leader Simon to walk through. Sir Ian looked on in horror as Simon approached him, a relaxed and fearless gaze in Simon's eye as he came up to Sir Ian and looked him square in the eye. "A rather overweight man you are," Simon said. Sir Ian opened his mouth to speak, but only blood trickled out from the corners of his mouth. Simon then reached down and grabbed Sir Ian by the collar, dragging him to the side of the cliff like he was hauling a sack of soiled tunics. "Gluttony," Simon said, "is one of the 7 deadly sins." Simon dropped Sir Ian just on the edge of the cliff, standing back and burying his heel into the man's ribs. "And make no mistake, gluttony is a sin that must be paid for in blood." Simon then kicked Sir Ian in the ribs, Sir Ian disappearing over the face of the cliff and falling 100 feet. He made no sound, no noise whatsoever. After Simon heard the impact of the body hitting the ground, he stole Sir Ian's horses and retreated with his men to their next destination, the Baird's village. Chapter 25. Eamon placed down the glass of whisky in front of Connor nodding his thanks as Eamon sat across from him. "Where is your woman?" Connor asked. Eamon nodded over his shoulder. "With me, sister. She is resting." "She is Sassenach." Eamon nodded. "Aye, but she has no loyalty to the crown." Connor took a sip of his whisky. "Do ye plan to be married?" Eamon felt his heart skip a beat. Married? Aye, married. Eamon had never considered the option before. It was the furthest thing from his mind. As much as he had feelings for Agatha, the notion of being wed again terrified him. He did not want to lose someone close to him again, being that he had lost someone he cared so deeply for. It had sent him spiralling down to a madness he had barely pulled himself out of. "I dinna," Eamon said. "I ha' nae considered it." Connor shrugged. "Life is short, me friend. All Highlanders know this mair than well. Dinna wait until it is late. I just feel there are mair pressing matters at hand." "Aye, there are. But there is always time for family. There is always time to show those closest to ye that ye care for them." "Are you married?" Eamon inquired. Connor looked out the window to his right. "Once upon a time, I had a child too, but that is no mair. I simply live one day at a time noo. I dinna hae the stomach to be married again." "Speaking of which," the voice of Finlay said, approaching the table and causing Connor and Eamon to look. "Inform me, son, of what ye ken aboot Simon." Connor took another pull of his whisky, folding his hands in front of him as Eamon leaned in to hear the story. "Aye," Connor said. "As I was telling your father, Simon went rogue after the death of his wife and child, at least the apparent death of his wife and child." Eamon squinted, curious to know more. "What do ye mean?" Connor shook his head. "Simon's wife and child are still alive. They live with a Sassenach lord somewhere in England. This was a secret that was kept from Simon for years noo, and he doesn't possess this knowledge." Eamon slumped into his chair, shocked at the turn of events. "This changes everything." "Or nae a thing," Finlay chimed in. "Simon is a man whose mind is lost. He is disillusioned with his plight, convinced that he is God's true messenger sent to cleanse the Highlands." "Ye dinna think," Eamon said, "that revealing this information to him will serve us in some way?" Finlay shrugged. "It's impossible to ken for sure," he said. "We ha' to assume that Simon will attempt to destroy us, so we must prepare for a battle that will surely come to our doorstep. His numbers had dwindled. After his encounter with myself and Gavina, several of his men perished." Connor sighed. "He will just recruit mair men. Simon is well versed in giving ultimatums. He threatens those he recruits with death, and those who will nay join his plight are slaughtered. I am confident that he is carrying this plan through as we speak." Finlay looked at his son. "Gavina said that she encountered Simon and the hands of God about 2 days' ride from here. Does that sound correct?" Eamon nodded. "Aye. If Simon is headed our way, then he is nay far from arriving." "So, what is the plan?" Connor said. "What course of action do we take?" "The fight will come tae the village," Finlay said. "There is no doubt aboot that. It has happened afore," Eamon said. "We have fought mair than one clan attempting to destroy us. Our village is strong, heavily reinforced." "Again," Finlay said, "these are no ordinary men. I fear, especially after we encountered their scout, that they hear a plan in place to destroy the village. Nay, we mayst formulate a new plan, one that brings the fight to them." Connor leaned in. "So," he said, "we rally our full forces and gae after Simon. We overwhelm him and destroy him. We hear enough combined men on hand to make this happen. Simon is fierce, aye. But if we overwhelm him with sheer numbers, there is no way he or his people can survive." "But what of the village?" Eamon said. "Will Simon still send men to burn it down, as he has with all the others?" Finlay huffed. "It is possible. Again, this is what I fear. We cannae predict what Simon is going today." "He will be coming in from the west," Connor said. "So, we should ride west at first light. We simply confront Simon and take out him and his men afore they can hae a chance to even come here." Finlay ran his fingers through his hair. "Whatever way we plan this," he said, "we are at a disadvantage in one way or another." "It is a risk we mayst take, Finlay. We are running short on time. I think this is the best course of action. Confront Simon and destroy him. We ha' no other choice." Finlay nodded, thinking through the limited options. "Ye are right," he said. "There is no other choice. We shall rest tonight. Then, in the morning, we will send our forces to find Simon and take him down once and for all." The men at the table finished their drinks, finalising the details of their plans and filling their bellies with fear as they prepared. After finishing his drink, Eamon wandered back to Rose's cottage, Agatha waiting for him in the kitchen as he arrived. "Where is Rose?" Eamon inquired. Agatha gestured to the door. "She is with one of the other women. She said she will nae be returning until later." Eamon closed the door, moving over to a chair and plopping down on it, huffing as he did so. Agatha came up behind him, running her fingers through his hair. "So," she said, "ye discussed a plan of action with your father?" Eamon nodded. "Aye. We set out in the morning tae track down Simon and the hands of God. We will deal with them once and for all." Agatha coiled her arms around his neck. "Ye tremble so, me love." "Because I am scared. The moment of truth is upon us. I just dinna ken how it is going to play out." Agatha hugged Eamon from behind and kissed his neck, Eamon closing his eyes and taking comfort in her warmth. He looked at her, delicately placing a kiss on her lips before withdrawing his lips and looking at her with a fond expression. He then kissed her again, slowly this time, the two of them holding on to the moment as their kissing went from slow and soft to passionate and hasty. Eamon stood, wrapping his arms around Agatha's waist as their lips danced in sync. Agatha then slowly reached her hand under Eamon's kilt, grabbing his manhood with a firm grip as Eamon went stiff in her hand. Eamon moaned with pleasure, Agatha kissing his neckline as his hands drifted and began pulling at her clothes. He stripped her down, kissing her from neck to navel as Agatha backed up and moved into the spare bedroom that Rose had set up for her. Eamon kicked the door closed behind him as Agatha moved onto the bed, spreading herself as Eamon locked the door and mounted her. His hand travelled down, exploring Agatha and eliciting moaning noises from her as he rubbed her slowly and delicately. Agatha reached down, pulling off Eamon's kilt before pulling him up and having him straddle her. She grabbed his manhood, placing it slowly inside of her and biting her lip as she told him to. Go slowly. Eamon thrusted, the timing of his thrust slow and easy, as he buried himself as deep inside of Agatha as he could. She smiled, her eyes lighting up with passion, as she then told him to. Now, faster. Eamon moved his hips with the ferocity and speed of a galloping horse, grinding on top of Agatha for several minutes before flipping her over on her side. Eamon came up behind her, placing himself back inside of her as he pressed up against her and continued gyrating. He coiled his arm around her chest, cupping her breasts as he licked at her neck and nibbled on her ear. They made love like it was the last chance they would ever have, gritting their teeth as every pleasure synapse in their brains fired off. They made love for what felt like an eternity, eventually finishing in sync before rolling over and holding each other in their arms. Eamon ran his fingers through Agatha's hair, kissing her softly on the forehead and looking lovingly into her eyes. You leave in the morning? Agatha said. Eamon nodded. I. But you will come back to me. Eamon nodded again. I will. Agatha cupped his face in her hands. Promise me, she said. Promise me that you will come back. Eamon once again placed a kiss on Agatha's forehead. I promise, he said. I promise ye I shall return. The two held their naked embrace, closing their eyes before gently falling into a slumber. Finlay was seated in front of the fire in his home, his chest feeling heavy as it had been for the past couple of days. He felt at ease at Eamon's return, but for some reason, he still felt weak. He was worried he was falling ill, his old age finally getting the better of him. After a few moments, Finlay closed his eyes. He couldn't help but fantasize that his deceased wife, Isla, was standing beside him. I am scared, me love, Finlay said. I am worried that age is getting the better of me. Ye always worried so, Finlay could hear his wife say inside of his head. Ye tire yourself with your burden. Will I ever find rest, Isla? Will these tumultuous times ever come to an end? Finlay imagined Isla hugging him from behind, her touch warm and tender. Ye ken that it will, he heard her say, but ye also forget that life is a battle that mayst be fought every day. I strive for days of peace, Finlay said. I await the day where we argue about trivial matters, where war is so far behind us that we cannae even remember a time when we had fought. The next generation will, me love, and it is people like ye who had guaranteed their safety. As well as ye, Isla, ye are a legend. Finlay could see his wife smiling and shaking her head. I am no legend, her voice said. I am merely a loving wife and mother. Tears streamed down Finlay's cheeks. I am tired, me love. I dinna hae any fight left in me, and ye dinna hae tae. Ye hae done your part, Finlay. Ye hae taught our children and our people well. Ye deserve your rest. Ye deserve to slumber. Ye deserve to be up here with me. Finlay closed his eyes, his wife's embrace feeling tighter and warmer than it did before. He felt comforted for the first time in a long time. He had been worried about the fate of his people for so long, but in this moment, he felt confident. He felt sure that their future would be secure at the hands of his children and his clan. Finlay drew a breath, the tightening in his chest subsiding as he slumped into the chair in front of the fire. "Can I sleep new, me love?" he asked his wife. "Can I sleep new and be with ye?" Finlay felt a kiss being planted on his cheek. "Aye, me love," her voice said. "Slumber new. Close your eyes and fall to rest. Ye ha' done your part. It is time to come home." Finlay smiled as he rested his head back, his body relaxing and feeling like it was on a cloud as he imagined his wife beside him. He then drew a breath, his eyelids fluttered, and his body relaxed as his soul retreated from his body. The last thing that went through Finlay's mind as his body succumbed and he passed away was his wife waiting for him outside a gate, holding out her hand and telling him to follow her into the gates of heaven. With a huge beam, Finlay took her hand as his soul left his body, and he passed away quietly into the unknown. Chapter 26. Eamon found Finlay's body the following morning. He felt frozen in place as he looked at his father's body resting comfortably against the back of the chair he was seated in near the fireplace, the fire in front of Finlay's body having burned down to nothing more than charred bits of wood. Eamon came alongside his father, a single tear streaming down his face as he grabbed his father's hand. Eamon was saddened by the sight, but when he saw the complacent look in his father's eyes, he knew, without a doubt, that he was in a better place. After spending a few more minutes with his father, Eamon informed Gavina, Rose, Agatha, and the others that Finlay had passed. They wasted no time in making the funeral arrangements, and 2 hours later, the entirety of the village was gathered in front of a funeral pyre, Finlay's body wrapped in a cloth, as all the villagers looked on with saddened and defeated expressions. Eamon came to the front of the group, he and Rose having agreed that he was the best man to speak about her father and offer up words on his passing. Eamon cleared his throat, his emotions choking him up as he folded his hands and began to speak. "Me father," Eamon began, "was one of the greatest men to live in the Highlands. I dinna need to tell ye all aboot his past, aboot the great things he did for all of us. Each and every one of ye can recount a time where me father has aided ye in some way. He has saved lives. He has inspired us all." Eamon looked out at the crowd, every one of the villagers wiping away tears and hanging their heads sorrowfully. "Today is nae a bad day," Eamon said. "Me father lived a good life, a long life. If ye could have seen the look on his face that I did, ye would have seen that he is new at peace, that he has reached a better place. Nor, me friends, today is a good day. Today me father, Finlay Baird, has finally made it home. I am confident that he is with me mother, that he is happy and seated beside her in heaven. I want us to rejoice today, me friends. This is nae a funeral. This is a celebration of someone's life, a man who will forever be remembered as one of the fiercest, most loyal, and most loved Highlanders of all time." Eamon stepped away, Rose embracing him as Agatha watched on and smiled. Eamon then took a lit torch from one of the villagers and approached the funeral pyre, touching the base of the wood and igniting the fire that slowly consumed the entire structure. Eamon took a step back as the fire burned, the villagers watching on as Finlay's body was consumed, and smoke curled and rose up toward the heavens. In that moment, Eamon felt proud, smiling as his eyes welled up, and the fire burned as bright and vibrant as his father's soul did. Once the funeral was finished, Eamon and the rest of the villagers went into the tavern to share a drink. They toasted Finlay, all of the villagers happy to be celebrating the life of a man they loved so dearly. Gavina and Rose sat with Eamon at a table, the last remaining members of the Baird family. They sat huddled together, each of them looking upon each other fondly as they shared their father's favourite drink. "I ken that this moment was coming," Gavina said. "Finlay looked tired for some time." Rose nodded. "It's like Eamon said, he is in a better place now. He is with our mother. I am sure that he is smiling and happy." Eamon also nodded. It is sad, nonetheless. Part of me felt like father would never die. He was like a force of nature, Gavina said. Eamon smiled. "Aye, like a force of nature." Rose smiled. "Ye ken what me favourite story of father was." Everyone at the table waited to hear the tale. "I remember," Rose continued, "when Eamon and I were children. We used to hide in the stables when father would come looking for us. There was the small opening in one of the cabinets near the front of the stables, small enough that our tiny bodies were able to hide inside. When Eamon used to make father upset, father would chase after him, and I would hide in the stables until Eamon ran in with father following behind him. I would wait until father was close, and then I would jump out at him." She laughed. It always gave him quite a scare. Eamon and Gavina laughed, Eamon recalling the memory well. "Aye," he said. "I believe we did that mair than once." "Several times," Rose said with a smile. "We always scared him well." Silence settled as the family members shared their drink, each of them reflecting fondly upon Finlay Baird and recalling their own stories as the rest of the morning played out. After finishing his drink, Eamon returned to Rose's cottage. Agatha was waiting for Eamon, and she had taken the liberty of preparing him a meal of stew and vegetables, waiting for him as he arrived. "That smells wonderful," Eamon said. Agatha smiled. "I just hope the taste matches the efforts," she said. Eamon seated himself at the table. "I hae no doubt that it will be." Agatha placed the stew in front of Eamon. He ate in silence for a few moments, relishing the warmth of the meal and letting it settle as he sat back in his chair. Agatha sat across from him, smiling wryly and choosing her words carefully. "How are you?" Agatha asked. Eamon shrugged. "As well as can be expected," he said. Agatha took a beat. "I am so sorry about your father, Eamon. I am not sure what I can say to help ease your burden. It's like I said. I ken that he is in a better place. The look on his face when I found him was so content. It offers me comfort. But you must be sad." She winced. "I'm sorry. I should not have said that." Eamon waved her off. "There is nae a thing wrong in saying that. I am sad, truly. I lost me father." Eamon turned away, saying the words out loud, making him feel even more chagrined than he already did. He took a breath, his eyes welling up with tears. Agatha stood up and came behind him, hugging him and cooing softly in his ear. "What can I do, my love?" Agatha asked. "How can I help?" Eamon smiled. "Your presence is enough of a comfort. It is helping mair than ye can even ken." They held each other for a moment, saying nothing and enjoying the pleasure of each other's company. "Can we lay down?" Eamon said. "I am quite tired." "What of the hands of God?" Agatha asked. "What of Simon? Weren't ye heading out at first light?" "We are going tonight. We have postponed the campaign just a few hours to burn me father. The plan is still the same." Agatha led Eamon into the bedroom. They laid down, spooning one another and saying nothing for several moments. Eamon could not help but think of his father, his mother, his deceased wife. He thought of the countless people he had lost and the countless times he had to grieve those losses. "Tell me," Eamon said, "tell me about your mother." Agatha smiled. She was a wonderful woman. Strong, smart, very smart. She taught me everything I knew. She taught me to be independent, to not rely on anyone but myself. Countless men had tried to wed me. Countless men had tried to take me against my will, but I always heeded my mother's words. I always remained independent. "And her death forced you to flee?" A nod. "Among other things, but yes, Her death sealed my fate to leave England. Do you miss it? Agatha shook her head. It is not my home anymore. The Highlands are my home. I may have had to suffer under Sir Ian's rule, but no longer. She turned, facing Eamon. I have found my home. I am at peace now. Eamon pulled Agatha in close. He treasured having her with him. It was a silver lining amongst the relentless onslaught of suffering he had to endure. I love ye, Agatha, he said. I ken that ye ken that. She nodded. I do, and I love you. I just want us to see this through. I want us to be safe. I want us to live happily in each other's arms. We will. I promise ye, we will. They kissed, passionately, once again feeling the fire that began kindling when they first met, burning ever so bright. They quickly disrobed one another, Eamon laying on his back as Agatha mounted him. She slipped Eamon inside of her, moaning and clutching her breasts as she grinded her hips. She pinned Eamon's hands over his head, Eamon looking deep into her eyes as she rode him. The pleasure they were feeling was unmeasurable. He then gripped her buttocks, Agatha collapsing onto Eamon as he took control of the thrusting and planted her lips against his. Eamon flipped Agatha over, still inside of her, moving with sheer ferocity, as Agatha held a hand to her mouth to stifle her cries of pleasure. Finish on me, she said. Eamon increased his thrusting, pushing harder and deeper into Agatha. When he felt the moment of climax upon him, he pulled out, finishing on her chest and feeling a euphoria of pleasure overcome him. After grabbing a linen to assist in freshening Agatha up, Eamon donned his clothing and stood in the doorway as Agatha covered herself with a sheet. Are you leaving now? Agatha asked. Eamon nodded. Aye, but I shall return, me love. He kissed her, donning his tunic and heading towards the door. He did not look back as he left, and after he closed the door behind him, Agatha silently wept and feared for her lover's safety the rest of the day. Eamon headed over to the stables, Connor and Gavina waiting for him with their collective group of warriors. Here is the plan, Gavina said, gesturing to Connor. Connor's men will stay here and guard the village. Eamon and I will ride out with our people to confront Simon and the hands of God. We ride east. At this hour, I am certain that we will stumble across them by nightfall. We ride hard, fast. We will fight hard, fast. There is nae a thing mair left to be discussed. We ken our mission. We ken what we hae today. Are there any questions? Eamon looked around at each of the warriors, none of them questioning a thing as they waited for the order to move out. Let's go, Eamon said, each of the warriors mounting their horses and preparing to ride. At the head of the group, Eamon and Gavina stayed side by side, looking behind at the men as they prepared to leave the village. For Finlay Baird, Gavina said. Eamon looked at his aunt and nodded. For Finlay Baird, he replied. They led the charge, Gavina, Eamon, and the Bairdsmen, riding hard and fast out of the village and headed east, ready to confront Simon and the hands of God so they could end the whole ordeal once and for all. Chapter 27. Agatha was nervously biting her thumbnails as Rose entered the cottage. She turned around, forcing a smile as Rose approached her. "Good evening," she said. "Are you all right?" Rose inquired. Agatha nodded. "Yes, I am just worried about Eamon." Rose closed the door behind her. "I ken," she said. "And I date. But I take comfort in knowing that me brother is one of the finest warriors in all of the Highlands, second only to me, Aunt Gavina." "She seems fearsome," Agatha said. "Your aunt?" "Aye, indeed she is. I dinna think there is a single member in our family who is nae." "I am surprised you do not fight. Is that by choice?" Rose nodded as she moved to a chair and sat down, sighing from the exertion that she had put out due to the day's events. "Aye," she said. "I ken how to yield a blade, but I prefer nae tay. I am much better with medicines, with assisting in helping others with their health. It feels mair rewarding." "But I bet," Agatha said as she sat across from Rose, "that if someone tried to bring harm to you, to fight you, that you would be more than capable of repelling an attack." Rose grinned. "Perhaps. It has happened mair than once. I ha' me father and mother to thank for those skills." Agatha took a moment. "I am sorry," she said, "about your father. I am sorry for all of you." Rose nodded. "It is a sad day. But Eamon is right. He is in a better place. I take comfort in that." Eamon said the same. "Is he doing all right? When you last spoke to him, what was the sense you had?" "That he is sad. But he is still strong. He is hell-bent on ridding the Highlands of Simon and the hands of God." A nod from Rose. "As we all are, this fight will end one way or another, but I am confident we will be victorious." Agatha drew a breath. "What if they do come here?" she asked. "What if they do intend to attack the village?" Rose forked a thumb over her shoulder. "Connor is a competent warrior. I trust that we will be all right with him leading the charge on this end." "Will you take up the sword if need be?" "If need be," Rose said, "I will. I shall defend me village until me last breath, if need be." Agatha bit her lip, curious to dig deeper into Rose's past. "How come you never married?" "I hanna found the right man yet, is all," Rose said. "I am content with me life, of course. I guess I just need to find the right person." She leaned in. "But you fancy me brother. That is apparent." Agatha smiled. "Very apparent, no." Rose laughed. "He is a good man. Me brother is hard-headed, but he is trustworthy. A bit of a handful, though. You seen how mad he has driven his family at times. But it reflects a good heart." Rose nodded. "Aye, it does." She stood up, walked over to Agatha and took her hand. "He has chosen well. I can see ye as being a good addition to our family." A tear slid down Agatha's cheek. She stood up and hugged Rose, the two of them feeling a sisterly bond that they had never experienced before. Gavina and Eamon, leading their pack of Bairdsmen, came to a forested area a half-day's ride from the village. The sun was in the early stages of settling, and the group was slowing their ride to conserve their energy. Eamon scanned the area. "Any signs?" he asked Gavina. "Do you see anything?" Gavina searched for a moment, squinting as she tried to spot anything out of the ordinary. "Nay yet," she said. "Perhaps we should break for a moment. The horses look tired. I think they require some rest." Eamon nodded. "Good idea. We should eat as well. We may nae hae the chance again soon." Gavina gave the order, the Bairdsmen slowing down and dismounting their horses. Each member of the Bairdsmen tended to his or her animal, feeding and patting them as they took a 5-minute reprieve. 5 minutes, Gavina said to Eamon, "but nor longer than that. We mayst keep moving." They stood next to one another, breathing in the air and taking a moment to stretch their legs. Eamon felt it in his bones that the hands of God were close, that the moment of battle was near. He was confident and scared, ready yet apprehensive. He questioned how much of it was sheer nerves and how much of it was due to the fact that he just wanted to return to Agatha and see her face once again. "Your mind drifts," Gavina said. Eamon blinked himself out of his trance. "I am thinking of Agatha. She is a fine woman." "Aye, she is. Will ye marry her?" Eamon rolled his eyes. "Ye are the second person they ask me that." Gavina shrugged. It is nay an unreasonable question. There are other matters at hand. But ye love her, don't ye? Eamon took a moment to reply and nodded. Aye, I day. I never thought I would again after me wife passed. I question sometimes if that is wrong. Tay love mair than one person. Eamon nodded. Gavina shook her head. The heart is meant tay grow. It is only by our own prohibitions that it can decrease in size. There is nor such thing as just one person, one special someone. Eamon squinted. Then, why get married? I am nae saying ye can't. I did. I loved me husband. I still day. But there is a possibility that there is another man out there that I can love. I just choose nae tea. Why? Ye said so yourself that the heart is meant to love mair than just one. It is, but I choose nae tay. I just dinny want tay. Eamon thought a moment. Then your logic is nae sound. Gavina squinted. How day ye figure? Because ye choose nae to find a new love because of your deceased husband. Gavina shook her head. That is nae why. I choose nae to find a new love because me focus has been on me clan, me family. It has been a long, vicious campaign that we have fought, and tay me, at least right now, finding a new love is a distraction. Eamon poked himself in his chest with his thumb. Then what of me? Am I distracting myself with Agatha? Gavina turned to Eamon. Nay for ye. How do ye figure? Because this woman has brought light into your life again, Eamon. She has made ye smile again. Many of us thought that ye would never bring yourself back from the brink after your wife died. Many of us feared that ye would have died of a broken heart. Eamon looked away. The thought had occurred to him as well. So many days had gone by after his wife's passing where he just felt like he could not live anymore. The hole in his heart felt like it was well past the point of being patched, irreparable damage having been done to it and causing his soul to decay. But then Agatha came along, a woman he never expected to bring such joy back into his life. Eamon smiled, thinking of Agatha's face as Gavina spoke. See? Gavina said, gesturing to Eamon's expression. I told you, she brings light into your life. You should seize it. Dinny let it go. Eamon opened his mouth to reply to Gavina, but then a scent of smoke invaded his nostrils. He turned his head up, breathing in the air as his eyes scanned the area feverishly. What is it? Gavina asked. Ye dinna smell that, Eamon said. The smoke? Gavina sniffed the air, taking a moment to pick up on what Eamon was sniffing out. Wait, she said. I day. I can smell it. They marched forward, looking from left to right as they took note of every tree, stump and shrub. They searched for just under a minute, finding nothing as they turned in a circle and tried to locate the source of the scent. Someone is burning something, Eamon said. It is nae far from here. Eamon then noted that the smell of smoke was growing, coating his throat as he licked his lips and tasted trace amounts of ash. Aye, he said, something is burning, and the fire is big. They continued walking toward the edge of the forest, about 30 feet away from the rest of the bearsmen, when they came to a clearing that looked out into a field. Both of their eyes went wide with horror. My lord, Simon prayed, on his knees near the base of a tree, his hands folded in prayer as he closed his eyes. I ask for your wisdom. I ask for your protective hand. We are about to embark on our final crusade, and I ask that you guide me and my men toward victory. We do these things for you, Lord, and I ask for a steady hand as I commit this act against the Bairds. Simon stayed in silence for a few more moments, mumbling under his breath before saying, Amen, and stepping away from the tree. One of the hands of God, one of the new recruits that Simon had brought into his circle, ran up to him hastily. "Simon," the man said. Simon faced the man. "What is it?" "Our scouts say that riders approach in the distance." Simon turned around, scanning the forested area a half-mile away. He smiled, sensing the presence of intruders, though there were no visible signs. Simon wanted the fight. He welcomed it. "How far?" he asked the man. "A little over a half-mile," the man said. "He says there are 50 of them in total. That is more than our own numbers." Simon dismissed the comment with a wave of his hand. "God is on our side," he said. "Do not worry about that." "What should we do, though? The riders are approaching soon." Simon turned to his left, an open field of wheat stretching for 2 acres beside him. He knew without a doubt that it was the Bairds who were approaching. He knew it, like he knew the sky was blue. "Get me a torch," Simon said. "What do you plan on doing?" the man asked. "Burn the fields. Tell the men to move around and head through the forest on the left-hand side. I will buy us some time." The man nodded, retreating and returning moments later with a lit torch. "Go," Simon ordered the man. "Ride now, all of you. I will rejoin you all shortly." Simon stepped out into the wheat fields as the man retreated, rallied the hands of God, mounted their horses, and took off. He held the torch behind him, lighting the wheat and setting it ablaze as he stood in the centre of the field and waited. Moments later, the Baird's men arrived at the edge of the forest, Gavina and Eamon in the lead, and staring straight at Simon from 100 yards away. Simon smiled and waited as the Bairdsmen started to rush toward him. Chapter 28. Eamon saw the wheat fields burning with the same ferocity of the sun, the night sky ablaze with orange hues, the heat vibrant and scorching and licking at his skin. With Gavina beside him, they led the Bairdsmen in a collective huddle toward the edge of the clearing leading into the fields, and his eyes went wide when he saw Simon standing in the centre of the blaze. "Me God," Gavina said, "the man has gone mad." Eamon shook his head, tightening the grip on his reins and preparing his steed to march into a gallop at a moment's notice. "No," he said, "he went mad a long time ago. I am na sure what they call this." "The fields are tae hot," one of the Bairdsmen said. "We canny gae out there." Eamon looked around, trying to spot an opening to ride into. Simon waited in the centre of the field, enough room around him that the fire was not touching him. Eamon rode forward a few feet, Gavina following beside him. He wanted to get close enough that Simon would be able to hear his voice from a distance. "Simon!" Eamon shouted out. Simon jutted his chin. "Eamon Baird!" he called out. "We meet again at last." Eamon was seething, gritting his teeth as he looked upon the face of pure evil. Simon's face glowed maniacally in the flames, a glimmer in his eye that looked almost black in the light. "Where are the rest of your men?" Eamon called out. Simon shrugged. "Far from here, Highlander. And I doubt ye will be able to stop the inevitable. Enough of this. Ye are a madman. Stop this endless crusade of bloodshed. Blood that is being shed for God Almighty, my friend. Again, you cannot stop the inevitable. You cannot stop the will of God." Eamon looked to Gavina. He knew that there was no bartering with the man, no reasoning, no point in trying to negotiate or level with him in any way whatsoever. "What do we do?" Gavina said. "This will only end one way." Eamon took a moment, the fire still consuming the fields, narrowly missing Simon. For a brief second, Eamon felt that God himself was saving Simon from total annihilation. "Enough of this," Eamon said to Gavina. "I am going to tell him." "Tell him what?" Gavina said. Eamon moved his horse forward a few more feet. "The truth," he said as he jutted his chin and held his head high. Simon cocked his head, resting his palm on the grip of his sword and anticipating the incoming fight. "Is this the final moment?" he called out. "Are we about to engage in battle, Highlander?" "No," Eamon said. "I am going to tell you something." Simon shook his head. "There is not a thing you can say to me, Highlander, that will change what we both know is going to happen." "Even if I told you that your wife and child are still alive?" Simon's face went slack, his crooked smile melting as he heard the words cut through him to the core. He took a step forward, glaring at Eamon as he clenched his teeth. "What did you say to me, Highlander?" "Ye heard me," Eamon said. "I hear lies." "I am telling ye the truth. I ken all aboot your past, Simon. I ken of why ye embarked on this crusade to begin with. Ye were led to believe that your wife and child were slaughtered. I." Simon said nothing, still glaring at Eamon. "I," Eamon continued, "I ken that it is true. Again, I ken mair aboot ye than ye think I dae." "You know nothing." "I ken that ye were led to think that those ye love perished, that they burned to death in a fire, and were escorted to the gates of heaven. But this is nae true. They were taken by the Sassenach lord ye once served, sold to a man who fancied your wife." Simon drew his sword, gripping it tightly with both hands, the steel shimmering in the blaze as his knuckles turned white. "Bite your tongue, Eamon! You know nothing." Eamon dismounted his horse, stepping further into the fields, the heat from the fire causing a thin layer of perspiration to gather on his torso. "I heard this knowledge firsthand, Simon. Your wife and child are nae dead. They are alive, thriving in England with a Sassenach lord. Ye were lied to, Simon. Your wife and child are alive." "Liar!" Simon hollered at the top of his lungs, charging toward Eamon with full force, with his sword raised high above his head. Eamon withdrew his own weapon, rushing toward Simon and ready to engage. The two men closed the gap, Gavina and the other Bairdsman waiting the situation out, as Gavina held up her hand to give the order to the other Bairdsman to wait for Eamon to make the first move. Simon came after Eamon with a downward scythe of his sword, Eamon parrying the attack, as the metal of Simon's blade collided with his own. Eamon pushed Simon back. Simon responded by swiping his blade over the top of Eamon's head. Eamon ducked under the swipe, Simon's blade nearly taking off his head as Eamon rolled to the left and came back to his feet. "Bastard Highlander!" Simon seethed, taking several more swipes at Eamon, but finding no success with landing a blow. Eamon parried each incoming attack, pressing Simon back and attempting to land his own blows, but finding no success. Gavina watched on as the two men went back and forth, eager to jump in to Eamon's aid, but holding out hope that he would become the victor. After a few more exchanges between Simon and Eamon, the moment arrived when Simon managed to bury the tip of his blade into the Highlander's sternum. "Eamon!" Gavina cried out as she watched him fall to the ground. Simon smiled with delight, retreating into the blaze and disappearing from sight. Gavina dismounted her horse and rushed to Eamon's side as Eamon clutched at his chest with his hand. His palms were soaked with blood, the wound flowing freely as Gavina cradled his head in her hands. "Gavina," Eamon said weakly, "ye hae to gae after him." Gavina checked Eamon's wound. The cut was deep, bleeding profusely, a look of sheer panic overcoming Eamon's face. She pressed her hand to his chest to stave the bleeding, and in the throes of dealing with her wounded family member, she turned to the Bairdsman and shouted, "After him!" "No!" The Bairdsmen rode in a collective huddle and pursued Simon, riding in a hot and heavy hustle as their horses galloped through the blaze. Simon, having a significant amount of headway from the Bairdsman, mounted his horse tethered to a tree not far away and pulled the bow and arrow he had stuffed into his saddle. He lined up a shot, aiming the tip of the arrow at the blaze in front of him. Moments later, the Bairdsmen burst through the fire, 4 of them riding side by side. Simon released the string, the arrow flying through the air and landing square in the chest of the Bairdsman in the lead. The Bairdsman fell from his horse, falling into the fire and becoming consumed by the flames. Simon bucked his horse, riding as quickly as he could, away from the area to the designated spot he had told the hands of God to rally at. Simon rode far ahead of the Bairdsmen, his horse's speed unmatched by the others. He zigzagged through a forested area, the Bairdsmen unable to keep up with him as he gained yard after yard and disappeared from sight. "Damn it!" one of the Bairdsmen yelled before turning to the other men. "Arrows! No!" The Bairdsmen halted, 2 of them pulling out bows and arrows and launching several in Simon's direction. A flurry of arrows flew past him, missing him by mere inches before one managed to bury itself into the small of Simon's back. Simon, lurching forward, felt the sting, but did not break his stride. He continued to ride hard and fast away from the area, disappearing into the darkness and leaving the Bairdsmen behind as they gritted their teeth and seethed. "He is tae far gone," one of the Bairdsmen said. "We cannae pursue him." Another of the Bairdsmen shook his head. "Come, we mayst inform Gavina." The Bairdsmen rode in sync and did an about-face, all of them eager to pursue Simon and take him down, though they knew at the moment it was not a possibility. Back in the field, Eamon was still bleeding out, Gavina pressing on the wound as her hands became soaked with crimson. "Hang on," Gavina said. "You will be all right." Eamon shook his head, panting and heaving. "How?" he said. "Does he manage to evade us like this?" "His time will come. I promise ye that." Eamon's eyelids fluttered, Gavina's eyes going wide as she saw the life starting to retreat from his body. The Bairdsmen that had been pursuing Simon then returned, Gavina looking at them with an anticipatory gaze in the hopes that they had good news. But when one of the Bairdsmen sheathed his weapon and shook his head, she knew that Simon was still alive. Gavina turned her attention back to Eamon. "Just hang on," she said. "We will get you help." She examined the wound, the bleeding still continuing. Eamon then passed out, Gavina at a loss, as she worried that he was about to follow in his father's footsteps to the gates of heaven. Agatha shot up in her bed, a thin layer of sweat on her brow as her heart raced incessantly. For a moment, she thought she was dying, her whole body coated with pain as she clutched her hand to her chest. "Eamon!" Agatha shouted out. "Oh my God! Eamon!" The door to her bedroom opened. Rose rushed inside and arrived swiftly to Agatha's aid. "Agatha!" she said. "What is it?" Agatha was panting, struggling to find the words as Rose gripped her hand. "It is Eamon," she said. "Oh my God, it's Eamon." Rose grabbed a cloth and dabbed at the sweat that had accumulated on Agatha's brow. "It is just a bad dream, that is all." Agatha shook her head. "It is not. No, it is not. I saw him. It was as vivid as the sun. Eamon has been hurt. Something has happened to him." "Ye are just worried. It was just a bad dream." "It wasn't. I promise you that. Something has happened to my love. I can feel it." Rose held Agatha close, running her fingers through her hair and doing her best to try and help Agatha control her breathing. "Relax," she said. "Ye mayst try and slow your breathing." "I saw it, Rose," Agatha said, looking at her friend square in the eye. "I saw it as clear as day. Simon wounded Eamon. Something has happened to him. This was not a nightmare, it was a prophecy." Rose could see the conviction in Agatha's eyes, the concern, the truth spilling out of her like water bursting over a dam. She could sense that Agatha was being forthright, that something indeed had happened to her brother. "It is okay," Rose said, saying it more for herself than for Agatha. "I promise ye that Eamon is all right." Agatha began to weep. "I am not crazy, Rose. I'm telling you, I saw him get hurt." "I believe ye," Rose said, though she really didn't want to. "I believe ye." Agatha began to cry uncontrollably, sobbing as she buried her head into Rose's lap. "Please, God," Agatha pleaded, "please bring Eamon back. Please say that he is not hurt." Rose continued to comfort Agatha as she cried, holding it together for the sake of the woman's sanity. But as Agatha continued to weep, after a few moments, Rose began to weep too. Chapter 29. Eamon was still bleeding out. Gavina's hand pressed to his chest with the assistance of Lachlan. "This is nae good," Lachlan said. "He is nae going to last much longer." Gavina was looking around feverishly, hoping to find something or someone who could assist in bringing Eamon away from the light. She knew they were running out of time, that the more seconds that passed, and the more blood that spilled out of Eamon, was time wasted. "Do we hae ointments?" she asked. "Anything that can help?" Lachlan shook his head. "He needs someone with knowledge of the body to help. We cannae do this on our own." Gavina's eyes went wide, a thought popping into her brain. "I ken," she exclaimed. "I ken of a man who can assist." "Who?" "He's nae far from here. He is well versed in medicine. He can provide us with what we need to help Eamon." "Where is he?" Gavina jutted her chin toward the west. "That way. His name is Delaney. He lives alone. He has brought many men back from the brink. We need to get to him. I ha' no doubt that he can help Eamon." Lachlan nodded toward his horse. "Can Eamon handle the ride?" Gavina shook her head. "It is nae wise tie move him. We need to bring Delaney here. Gae, Lachlan. Fetch him. Bring him here as quickly as possible." "And if he refuses?" Lachlan asked. Gavina squeezed Lachlan's arm, the fear of her nephew bleeding out causing her heart to race. "Make him," she said. "Dinny take no for an answer." Lachlan nodded, quickly standing and retreating toward his horse. He mounted it, moving quickly away from the area as fast as his horse could carry him. Gavina watched on as Lachlan fled, her hopes and prayers going with him. She turned her attention back to Eamon, still pressing down on his wound as his face turned an ashy shade of white. "Just hang on," she said. "All will be well." Eamon's lips parted, but he could not muster the energy to speak. It was too difficult, the life slowly retreating from him as Gavina pressed down on the wound. "Can ye hear me?" Gavina said. "Can ye hear me, Eamon?" Eamon subtly nodded, the energy he exerted causing him to pass out. "Me God," Gavina said. "Stay with me, Eamon. All will be well. I promise ye." Another one of the Bairdsmen approached, looking on Eamon's condition with the utmost concern. "He is fading," he noted. Gavina gritted her teeth. "I am aware. But he does nae need words like that to be spoken right noo. He needs hope. He will survive. He has to survive." "What should we do? Should we gae after Simon?" "Simon is lost for noo, but we will catch up to him. We need to tend to Eamon first." She shook her head. "I should nae ha' let him fight Simon. We should have fought with him." She ran her fingers through Eamon's hair, coating it with his own blood. "Just hang on, Eamon. Just hang on." Eamon saw a bright light, shining with an intensity he had never before experienced. His body felt lightweight, like it wasn't touching the ground. The light soon dissipated, A field of tall grass in front of Eamon, now that stretched on seemingly into eternity. He looked around. A cool breeze chilling his neck. Off in the distance, he could hear the sounds of a Scottish hymnal being sung by a young child. The sound was faint, but the voice was haunting and solemn as it sang. Eamon moved toward the sound, squinting as he tried to find where the young boy or girl was who was making the noise. The grass around him was up to his waist, lightweight and flowing in the breeze with the same consistency of water. Eamon outstretched his arms, running his hands through the tall grass and feeling the slickness of it in his fingertips. The hymnal grew louder, the voice now in clear view. It was a young boy's voice, Eamon finding the tone strikingly familiar. I have heard that voice before, he thought. I know who that young boy is. Not far ahead of him, Eamon could make out the outline of the young boy, standing in the field with his head turned toward the heavens. Eamon approached with cautious footing, unsure of what was going to happen as he came a few feet shy of the boy. The boy's voice was filled with sorrow, singing to the sky as if he were singing to God, his song a prayer and the lyrics pleading for something that Eamon could not understand. Eamon approached the boy, reaching out his hand from a few feet away. Eamon! A more than familiar voice called out from behind him. Eamon turned around swiftly, his head rotating like a hawk as he laid eyes on the face of the voice speaking to him. It was his father, Finlay, but he was much younger, not that much older than Eamon's own age. Father? Eamon said. Finlay smiled. Eamon looked back to look at the boy and found that he was no longer there. Eamon then looked back at his father, confused, as his mouth went slack. What is happening? Eamon said. Finlay shook his head. It is nae your time yet, me son. There is so much left to be done. Eamon glanced around the open fields, the breeze still blowing and becoming increasingly warmer as time went on. Where am I? He asked. Finlay moved up to his son. Outside heaven, Eamon. Is this real? Finlay nodded. I am very much standing here with you. A tear slid down Eamon's cheek. This is heaven. Ye are here in heaven. Aye, me son, and it is as splendid as the tales of its state that it is. Eamon trembled as he mustered the courage to speak his next words. Is mother here? A proud smile stretched across Finlay's face from ear to ear. Aye, me son, she is, and she's looking down at ye as we speak. Eamon couldn't help but beam. He walked up to his father, just inches from him as he stared deeply into his eyes. I am nae ready to die, father. I want to finish this campaign. I want to see Agatha. I love her, father. I didn't think it was possible, but I dae. Finlay gently laid his hands on his son's shoulders before pulling him in for an embrace. Ye will live, Eamon. Ye will see her again, and when ye are a man of old age, I will be here waiting for ye. We all will. Eamon held his father close, wanting to hold on to the moment for as long as possible. Wake, Eamon, his father said. It is time for ye to gae hame. Wake up, Eamon. Wake up. Wake up, Eamon, Gavina said, seeing her nephew's eyelids flutter as he slowly came back to life. Come on noo, wake! Eamon's eyelids opened, a sliver of colour returning to his face. He looked up and saw that daylight had broken, and he was surrounded by all of the Baird's men as he laid on a cot inside of a tent. Standing behind him was an old man with a grey beard and bushy eyebrows. His arms were crossed, looking on at Eamon with satisfaction as the young man fully rose from his slumber. There we gae, the old man said. That's it. Eamon cleared his throat, parting his lips as he spoke wearily. Where am I? Are we in the village? Gavina took Eamon's hand into her own. No, nephew, We are still oot. A man was fetched to tend to your wounds. He says you're going to be all right. She looked up at the old man for approval. He nodded. Aye, the old man said. Ye sustained quite an injury, but ye will live. How long until he can move? Gavina said. Ideally, nay for a while. Gavina shook her head. That is nay an option. We have pressing matters to tend to. I need to ken when he can be able to get up as soon as possible. The old man stroked his beard, a look of critical thinking on his pensive face. A half day, he said. The wound has been properly dealt with. His mobility will be limited, but I imagine, once he has plenty of water mixed with the ointments that I gave ye, that he can move about in a half day. Gavina nodded. A half day it is, she said as she reached into her pocket and pulled out a sack of coins. The old man held up a hand. Nor payment. Why is that? Ye were brought here on a moment's notice. The old man gestured to Lachlan, standing not that far from him. Ye man, explain to me that ye hunt the hands of God. They are monsters, pure evil, and I want today what I can to help assist ye in bringing them down. Gavina extended her hand and shook the old man's. Thank ye, she said. We owe ye so much, Nu. The old man nodded and left the tent, moving back to his horse and preparing to depart from the area. Gavina turned her gaze back on Eamon, his breathing less harsh and senses starting to fully recoup. How do ye feel? She asked. Eamon shook his head. Nay, that great. I feel weak, but better than I did afore. Ye will be back on your feet in no time, Eamon. We shall finish what we started soon. Eamon looked his aunt in the eye. I saw him in a field. Gavina squinted. Saw who? Eamon smiled. Father, he said. I saw father standing in a field. Gavina cocked her head, curious to know more.
I was in heaven, Eamon said. I heard a young boy singing. When I approached him, father was there. He told me it was nae me time. He said I had so much tay day afore I went to heaven. He said when the day came and I was an old man, I would see him and mother again. He said mother was there. He said she was waiting for me.
Tears welled up in Gavina's eyes. She could hear the sincerity. She could sense that Eamon was telling nothing shy of the truth. You saw mother? She asked. Eamon shook his head. No, but father said she was there. And I could feel it. I could feel her presence, Gavina. Mother watches down on us. His smile grew bigger. She watches down on us every day. She watches down on us new. Gavina began to weep, but with a happy expression and tears that were nothing shy of joyful. In that moment, she could also feel the presence of her sister, of Eamon's mother, Isla, looking down on them from the heavens. We shall be successful, Gavina, Eamon said. I just ken that we will. With what, nephew? With all of it, our lives, seeking out the hands of God. We shall be victorious. He gingerly touched at his wound. This means nay a thing, just a scar that will heal once all is said and done. Gavina sighed. We lost Simon. He has fled from the area. It does nay matter, Eamon said. We shall catch up with him. We will bring him to justice. We will end this madness once and for all. I hae no question. Gavina rested her hand against Eamon's chest. Rest Nu. Ye mayst regain your strength. Eamon nodded, slowly closing his eyes as he laid his head fully back. As he slept, Gavina looked upon her nephew fondly, inspired by his words and ready to finish what they had started. She believed Eamon. She believed his words to be true. She believed that all the madness and the tyranny of the hands of God would soon come to an end. Chapter 30. Simon stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down into the valley. His men were a short distance away, gathered around a fire and sharpening their weapons as they waited for Simon to give them their orders. The sun was high in the sky, beating down on Simon as he looked down unblinkingly into the valley. He breathed deep, his mind still haunted by the words that Eamon had spoken to him before he had become wounded. "Your family is alive." Simon shook his head. He knew it couldn't be true. It just couldn't be. His wife and child had been murdered. Their deaths had sent him down the road he was currently on, living the life that he was leading, the endless campaign of bloodshed done at the behest of God. Their deaths were the catalyst for all that had happened. He was on a mission for God, one that would rectify the deaths of his family and bring order to a land he knew was filled with chaos. But what if it is true? He thought. What if they are alive? What does that mean? How does that change things? Simon felt his heartbeat picking up, his chest tight as he reached his hand up to his sternum and pressed down. He hadn't experienced true emotion in a long time, at least not emotion that wasn't defined by anger or violence. He had not felt love in quite a while, that fire having diminished the moment that his wife and child were murdered. When they died, he died. But now, hearing that there was a chance that they were alive, old feelings were resurfacing and making him feel in a way that he hadn't for quite some time. Simon didn't want to believe that Eamon's words were true, but he spoke it with such sincerity. There were no hints of a lie in the young man's tone, but he could have been, Simon thought. He could have said it just to force me to feel the way I do now, to lower my guard, to make me quit the campaign. No, it cannot be true. He must have been lying. He must have. But there were things in the past surrounding the death of his family that now did not make sense upon hearing Eamon speak of the fact that they were still alive. The Lord that Simon served seemed to sound contradictory upon telling him his wife and child had burned. He never saw a body. There were no traces of them left behind, and Simon was never allowed to see the village where they had burned, and felt that he had now been deliberately kept in the dark the entire time. Did he lie? Simon thought. Is it true? Are my wife and child still among the living? If it were true, Simon knew that it changed everything. But he wasn't certain. He wanted to be, but there was enough skepticism welling up inside of him that he was still reticent to accept the words as truth. But if it were a possibility, if his family was still truly alive, he needed to seek out and see if it were true. He needed to question Eamon. He needed to learn who possessed the knowledge of this so-called truth and find out once and for all if it was real. Yes, Simon thought, I need to find Eamon. I need to see what he knows. Set on his ways, Simon turned around and faced his men. He knew he would change the plan, that simply wiping out the Bairds would not suffice if he was going to learn the truth. He approached his men, all of them looking up in anticipation as he said, "There is a change of plan." Agatha was still wrought with affliction from her nightmare, her vision, the night prior. She was sitting on the steps of Rose's cottage, biting her thumbnail and finding that her mind was no less at ease today than it was when she first had her vision. She closed her eyes, rubbing her neck and feeling the fatigue setting in from the copious amounts of overthinking. She still worried about Eamon's fate, wondering when he would return and what happened with their plight against the hands of God. Her mind then drifted, words that she had heard many times in her youth floating back into her mind. Be strong, always. Agatha smiled. It was the words of her mother, words that she had spoken to her on more than one occasion. When Agatha was a child, her mother had always said those 3 words to her during times of strife. One of the most vivid recollections that Agatha had of hearing those words was when she was a teenager, when a Sassenach lord publicly offended her and tainted her name after turning down his advances. She couldn't find work as a result. Names were shouted at her in the streets. It forced her to hide for several days, her reputation feeling like it was all but lost. "Daughter," her mother said, coming up to her bedside and sitting beside Agatha as she slept on her side. "This will pass, all things do." Through tears, Agatha replied, "Bad things keep happening. I do not welcome it." "I know," her mother said, running her fingers through Agatha's hair. "But this will always be the case in life. It's not fair. Number, it is not. But do you know why they happen?" Agatha waited for the rest. "Because," her mother said, "it is how you respond that makes you more capable of coping with the bad things. Every time you fall, you get up. Every time you get up faster than you did the time before." She kissed her daughter on her cheek. "You have to be strong, Agatha," she said. "Be strong, always." Agatha beamed at the memory, at seeing her mother's face, which looked just like her own, and knowing that the words were just as true today as they were when she first heard them. She could be worried about Eamon, worried about all that was happening, but she could not dwell. She needed to act. She needed to be strong, for herself as well as Eamon. With a newfound sense of optimism, Agatha turned and walked back inside the house, Rose standing in the kitchen and looking at her curiously. "Are ye all right?" Rose asked. Agatha nodded. "I am okay. You look better. You look confident." Agatha smiled. "I am. I still worry about Eamon, but I feel all will be okay." Rose looked away, a glimmer in her eye that Agatha couldn't help but note. She smiled, Agatha reaching out and grabbing Rose by the hand as she asked, "What is it?" "Something seems to bring you joy." Rose nodded. "I had a dream last night." "About what?" "About me mother. I dreamed I was in a field. I could hear her voice. She told me that she was watching over us, that Eamon was well, and that all would be okay." The words brought immense comfort to Agatha. She pulled Rose in and embraced her, the two of them feeling like they had grown closer to one another than they already had. They broke the embrace, the two of them walking side by side as they took a stroll through the village. "I feel that all of this," Rose said, "will come to an end soon. All the fighting, all of the struggle." Agatha nodded. I sense this as well." "Hopefully," Rose said with a smirk, "a wedding will be in store in the near future." The two women giggled, both of them exchanging quips about Eamon and the future and the possibility of children. As they continued their conversation, they began to make out a rumble in the distance at the head of the village. They turned their heads, both of them making out the outlines of riders in the distance. Their hearts skipped a beat, both of them knowing without a doubt that it was the return of Gavina and Eamon. Agatha ran to the riders, her eyes wide as she looked at the riders and tried to make out Eamon. Gavina came into view in the lead, waving at Agatha as the riders came to a stop at the head of the village. "Where is Eamon?" Agatha asked. Before anyone could answer, she made him out in the rear of the group, slumped over his horse with a pale expression on his face. He smiled wearily. Agatha feeling her heart race once she saw his depleted expression. "Eamon!" Agatha cried out. She rushed to his horse, Eamon slipping off his saddle and wincing as the two embraced. She kissed him, holding his head in her hands as she began to weep. "You're all right," she said. "Thank God in heaven!" Eamon nodded, pulling his love in close. I am all right." Agatha ran her hands delicately over his body. "What happened to you? Are you ill? Are you hurt?" Eamon sighed. "We found Simon. Him and I got into an altercation. He wounded me. Unfortunately, he got away." Agatha put her hand to her mouth. My God, she whimpered. He hurt you. He cut me well, but the wound shall heal. I just need a little more rest is all. Agatha hugged Eamon once more. I am so glad you are okay, my love. I feared for you so. I was worried the worst had happened. Eamon shook his head. I am going to be fine, me love. I am here new. Everything is okay. Connor, approaching the riders with his men, strolled up to Eamon. I just overheard, he said. Simon got away. Eamon sighed, nodded. The bastard is a ghost. I dinny how he keeps evading us so. Do ye ken which direction he headed in? Eamon shook his head. I dinny. We lost him and his men, but I informed him about the knowledge ye gave me, the story of his wife and child. It was what sparked the fight. Connor stroked his beard, squinting and thinking, this man is slippery. We mayst formulate a new plan. Gavina dismounted her saddle. Eamon mayst rest, she said. We still hae a little time. But nae much, Eamon said. Simon and his men approach with each second that passes. We mayst move quickly. Gavina placed a hand on her nephew's shoulder. Again, rest for a while. I will coordinate with Connor. She looked to Agatha. Take care of me, nephew. He needs to replenish his fluids. Make sure he rests. Agatha hooked her arm around Eamon's waist. I will, she said. I will make sure of it. Gavina smiled as Agatha escorted Eamon to Rose's cottage. She felt comforted at the fact that Eamon was in such good and capable hands. She then looked to Connor, the two of them walking into the heart of the village. Simon is mad, Gavina said. Connor laughed. We ken that already. Gavina shook her head. We thought we had him. He burned a whole field right in front of us. She sighed. Me God, I cannae believe he escaped us. What's done is done, Connor said. That is in the past. We mayst focus on the present. We mayst figure out what our next course of action is. The next course of action is simple. Find him and kill him. Easier said than done. Ye sound pessimistic. I am just venting. Aye, but chances are he is coming to the village as we speak. Mayst likely, Gavina said, glancing around the fields in front of the village, a thought popping into her brain and causing her to squint. What are ye thinking of? Connor asked, seeing the glint in her eye. Gavina laughed, a plan brewing in her mind. I think, she said, that I have an elegant solution to our problem. Chapter 31. This is madness, Connor said, bracing the table inside a tavern as he looked Gavina square in her eye. You want to burn the fields? Gavina nodded. Aye. We lure Simon in. We allow him to come to us. We force him and his men to come in the front way. Once they day, we burn them alive. Connor laughed, shaking his head as he began pacing. This is insanity. Desperate times, Gavina said with a shrug. Desperate measures. Ye will risk the safety of all those in the village. Nay, if we day it properly. If we arrange this in a way where we force Simon and his men to approach from the front, we can contain the fire. Create a choke point, Connor said, tracking Gavina's plan. Gavina nodded. Aye, correct. Connor huffed, crossing his arms and mulling over Gavina's plan of attack. Perhaps ye may be right, he said. It is nae like Simon has left us with any other choice. Me thoughts exactly, Gavina said, standing and moving toward the counter where the liquor was kept. They were the only two people in the tavern, and night was slowly creeping up on them. Whatever we decide, Connor said, we mayst move fast. I ha no doubt that the hands of God are imminent. Simon's numbers are depleted, though. I am sure he recruits mere men. After our last encounters with him, I am positive that he is going to great lengths to ensure that he does nae underestimate us. Connor came up alongside Gavina as she poured him a drink, pushing the glass toward him and raising her own in a toast. They clicked their glasses together, then slowly sipped the copper-coloured liquid. We should send out a scout, Connor said. See if they can make out the location of the hands of God. We should nae be sitting here and guessing when he will arrive. We mayst find out for sure. Gavina sighed. She closed her eyes and began rubbing the back of her neck. I had never afore in me life had to deal with a man of Simon's calibre. It is mair than exhausting. Connor huffed. Aye, same. It makes the other battles I have fought in pale in comparison. It worries me so. I fear that despite our intentions, we will still lose men in this fight. Because we will. Because that is war. We mayst accept that even one of us might perish in this fight. Gavina looked at Connor, the two of them matching each other's gazes, comforted by having a partner in arms. This will secure our future, she said. Once Simon has been dealt with, I feel that all will start to balance itself out. Then, that is the intention we mayst hold, Connor said. We mayst focus on that, and nae the collateral damage that will result. We mayst be strong, for ourselves and for our people. He breathed, raising his glass once again in a toast. We burn the fields. Gavina nodded, clinking her glass against Connor's. We burn the fields, she repeated as the two of them downed the rest of the liquor and set about finalising their plans. Eamon sat up in his bed. The colour had returned to his face, and his body felt much less weary than it did upon arrival. How do you feel, my love? Agatha said, entering the room with a bowl of stew and a mug filled with water. Much better, Eamon said, taking the food from Agatha. I feel me senses starting to recoup. Agatha smiled. Good, because Gavina has requested your presence. Her and Connor have finalised their plan of attack. What is it? They say they are going to lure in Simon. They say they are going to burn the fields outside the village upon his arrival. The whites of Eamon's eyes began to show. Are they serious? Agatha nodded. Gavina said we have no choice. They feel that only a plan of attack akin to that of Simon's own tactics will be what helps us prevail. Eamon sighed, taking a few mouthfuls of the stew in before speaking. These are such mad times, he said. I cannae believe that we find ourselves at this point. Agatha sat beside Eamon, rubbing his back in slow circles to comfort him. But it will bring an end to Simon and the hands of God. One mayst hope, but it is still a great risk. Eamon looked at his love in the eye. What do ye think, Agatha? Is this a wise course of action? Agatha smiled wryly. I do, quite honestly. Any time you have confronted Simon head-on, it ends in disaster. As Gavina has stated, a plan of attack akin to that of Simon will no doubt assist in bringing him down. You have to fight fire with fire, in this case, literally. Eamon laughed. Oh, me love, I dinna ken that ye had a sense of humour. Agatha leaned in and planted a kiss on Eamon's neck. One of us has to be the humorous one, my love, and it surely is not you. Eamon laughed again, taking Agatha by the hand and kissing her delicately on the lips. He finished his meal, placing the bowl aside and standing from the bed. Where are you going? Agatha inquired. "Tay speak to me, father," Eamon said, donning his tunic and pants. "I trust that his ashes were properly buried next to me mother's grave after the funeral pyre?" "Yes, they were. He rests alongside your mother. Flowers already grow in the area around his grave." Eamon saw firsthand that this was the case after wandering out of Rose's cottage and coming to the gravesite where his mother and father rested. Lilies were in the early stages of growing around the grave, and Eamon smiled upon witnessing this as he got down on one knee. "Hello, father," Eamon said. "I trust ye are resting with mother." A breeze came through, licking at Eamon's neck and offering him solace. He could not help but think that it was the spirit of his father, staying with him despite the fact that he was no longer tethered to his mortal coil. Eamon looked to the front of the village, at the wide-open expanse of fields that led in and narrowed into a small road. "Gavina plans to lure in Simon and burn the fields. We plan on making a choke point and forcing him to take the one road in." A sigh. "Oh, father, what madness has ensued. I only pray that this matter will come to a swift end. And soon." The breeze picked up again, Eamon smiling as it wrapped around his body and felt like the equivalent of a warm embrace. "Watch over us, father," Eamon said. "Please help guide us tae the finish. I want this all tae be over. I want us tae finally live in the peace that ye and mother fought so hard over the course of our lives to find. Guide us, father. Give us a steady hand. See that we are victorious." The wind blew again, soft and serene and still, offering Eamon comfort. He could not help but feel like it was his father reminding him that all would be well, that he would indeed guide Eamon and his family and the clan and the entirety of the village to safe haven. Eamon stayed at Finley's grave for a few more minutes, saying nothing and sitting with the breeze. He then stood up, walked back to Rose's cottage, kissed Agatha like he never had before, and fetched his sword to prepare for the final battle. "I want Eamon Baird alive," Simon said to his men. All of them gathered in a huddle as he paced back and forth. "The rest of the villagers will perish, but not before we take Eamon alive." One of the hands of God squinted his confusion. "Are we not supposed to obliterate them all, Simon? Is that not what the word of God has told us?" "There is more at stake now," Simon said, folding his hands behind his back. "It has come to my attention that Eamon Baird possesses certain important knowledge that I must have before we can dispose of him." "And what is this knowledge?" another one of the men said. Simon wagged his finger. "That I cannot tell you. I must proceed with this plan without dispensing that knowledge to you." The man inquiring about the story that Simon would not tell him shook his head. "This seems foolish, Simon," he said. "Why can we not know of what these secrets are?" "Because I said so." "But we take our orders from God. You said so yourself, that even you are not one to question his methods." "I am not." "Then why are we changing the plan? Why do we take a hostage? Why keep Eamon Baird alive?" Simon turned away, shrugging as he did so. "Because it is what I said we are going to do, and I will not have my methods be questioned." The man interrogating Simon stood up. "But this makes no sense, Simon. I must question you. I must ask why you are going against God's instructions." Simon slowly turned around and leered at the man, somewhat incredulous that the individual would question his orders. "Sit down," he said. "We will discuss this matter no further. We will ride to the Baird's village. After we annihilate the next clan not far from here, we will recruit more numbers. Once we have done so, we will set about destroying the Bairds and taking Eamon into our custody. From there, I will speak to him, alone. No one will interfere. This is the plan, and I am ordering you to abide by it." The man gritted his teeth, his fingers curling into a fist. "No, Simon," he said. "I cannot abide by this. You are going against the wishes of God, and that is something that we swore an oath to never do." Simon folded his hands in front of him, holding his head high and looking at the man with a pensive gaze. "I will not tell you again, my friend. This is the plan. This is what we are going to do. If you cannot abide by that, then we have a problem. The man took a step forward, reaching toward his sword and resting his palm on the handle. Then, I suppose, he said, that we have a problem. Simon smiled, his face reflective, still of a man who did not feel fear. He took a step closer to the man, holding his hands out in a messianic pose. So, he said, what does this mean? That you will challenge me, that you will strike me down and take up my mantle, that you will be the one who will lead the hands of God? The man nodded. If I have to, he said, gripping onto the handle of his sword with a white-knuckled intensity. You are speaking madness. You are going against the orders of God, and all of us, each and every man here, has stated that this will never, ever be the case. You will not go down this road, Simon, and I will not let you. Simon responded by taking his sword and dropping it to the ground with a hard thud. Well, he said, if that is what you must do. The man shook his head, and then he charged, taking out his sword and attempting to behead Simon with one quick stroke. But Simon, ever the quicker man, withdrew his dagger, ducked under the blow, and buried the dagger into the man's belly. He slapped away the man's sword, stabbed him in the back, and then dropped him to the ground, where the final traces of life left the man's body. The rest of the hands of God stared on with blank expressions, all of them unmoved by the events. Simon cleaned the dagger, pocketed it, and said, Does anyone else want to question me? None of them said a word. Good, Simon said. Then the time has come to move out. We have another village to destroy. Chapter 32. Connor's men began hauling wooden barrels up toward the front of the village. They rolled them, all 12 of them, all the way up the dirt pathway that opened up into the fields in front of the village. They brought the barrels into the field, Connor ordering the men to space out and begin dousing every inch of the fields until it reached the edge of the forested area. Dinny waste a single drop, he commanded, hands on his hips. I want every inch of this area covered. Connor's men did as they were instructed, spreading a copper-coloured liquid across every inch of the fields. As they did so, Gavina and Eamon approached Connor and covered their mouths from the sting of the aroma the flammable liquid gave off. What is it? Eamon asked. Connor gestured to his men dispensing of the contents in the barrels. It is the same fluid we use to light the tips of arrows. Is there nay a way to cover the scent? Simon might grow suspicious if he shows up and picks up on the scent. Lavender, Gavina said. That might day the trick. I'm sure that Rose can aid us in that regard. Eamon glanced over his shoulder. He saw the entirety of the village, men, women, and children, watching on with apprehensive expressions etched into their faces. He could see their confusion, their fear, their uncertainty practically pouring out of their eyes as they watched Connor and his men cover the fields with flammable liquid. They are troubled, Gavina said. They sense dire times ahead. Eamon sighed. I will speak to them, he said. I will assure them that all is well. They have been through a lot. Finley's passing, the relentless attacks. I think their spirits are wearied. Perhaps it's best if we have them moved from this location while the fight ensues. I want to try and cut back on as many of the causalities as humanly possible. Gavina gestured to the village. We maun set up barricades around the village to create or choke point. What do you plan on using? Eamon inquired. Wooden stakes, walls made of wood and stone. There is no chance that Simon and his men will come in from the north or south. East is the only way he can come in, unless we block that entrance to the village, then his only option is to come in from the west. Eamon stroked his chin, pondering. What if we light that ablaze? He asked. Gavina shook her head. I fear that Simon will be suspicious of that. Eamon pondered some more. What if we lit several fires around the village? Why? Gavina said with a squint. What if we made it appear that the village was already attacked? What if we staged things in a way that Simon will be completely befuddled as to what is transpiring? Gavina smiled. Make him think someone has already attacked us. It will confuse him. At the same time, he will think that we are weakened. I would be inclined to believe that this will lower his guard significantly. Gavina nodded. Aye, it just may work. Eamon pointed to the areas where they planned on setting up the barricades. I will coordinate with Connor and the rest of the men, but we maun send out a scout immediately to track Simon's location. We need to establish proper timelines and move accordingly. Gavina jutted her chin to the fields, doused with the flammable liquid, Connor nodding his head to indicate that they were in the midst of finishing. I will work with Rose Tay, cover the scent of the fields, so that Simon does nae become suspicious. The hour is at hand. We shall soon resolve this. Eamon looked back in the direction of the villagers, all of them still watching with concerned expressions on their faces. I will address the village right noo. I dinna want them to worry. Once that is finished, we shall establish a caravan and send them east out of harm's way. I agree. But first, Eamon said, I maun speak with Agatha. Eamon headed to Rose's cottage, Agatha waiting patiently in the kitchen for his return. Is all well, my love? Agatha asked. Eamon nodded. We are nearly finished with the preparations. The hour of truth is upon us. And what of me? I wish for ye to leave with the caravan. It is nae safe for ye here. Agatha shook her head. No, my love. I wish to fight. I wish to play a part in all of this. Eamon sighed. Agatha. Agatha took a step forward and rested her hands on Eamon. No, me love, she said. I want to fight. I can take care of myself. You have taught me enough that I can handle myself. I am staying. I will not abandon you. This is my home now too, and I want to stay here to defend it. Eamon leaned in, pressing his forehead against Agatha's. This will be a terrible ordeal. Much blood shall be shed, and I dinna wish for any of it to be years. That is not something you can guarantee. It is if I ask ye to leave. And I told you, I won't, I can't. I am staying here with you. I am going to fight alongside you. You are my protector, and I know that you are trying to do what is best for me, but my decision is final, as is Rose's. We are staying here. We are going to fight for our land. They embraced, Eamon planting a kiss on Agatha's cheek. If anything happens to me, if anything goes wrong, ye hae to run. I know, my love, Agatha said. I know. After sharing his moment with Agatha, Eamon then ordered one of his men to gather the collective of the village in the centre of town. Everyone congregated moments later, waiting patiently, as Eamon stood at the head of the group and held up his hands. Everyone, Eamon said, please, may I hae your attention? All heads turned, all eyes focused on Eamon. They waited patiently, eager expressions laced with apprehensiveness. Men, women, and children were huddled together, the tense quality of all those in attendance more than apparent. This is nae the first time, Eamon said, that we have found ourselves in this position. I cannae count how many times ye have been told that this is the last fight, that peace is on the horizon, and that we no longer hate to suffer. Me friends, me family, I value ye all. I ken what ye hae had to endure, and it has been mair than I care to admit. But tonight, this day, we will draw a line in the sand. We will see to it that Simon and the hands of God are wiped clean from the Highlands. A plan has been put into motion, one that will see us the victors. I will be sending all of ye away from the village before we engage in tonight's battle. Ye will all ride in a caravan headed east, and ye will remain there until we have finished this campaign. This is a lot to ask, I ken of that, but mark me words, this will be the last time we fight for our peace. This will be the battle to end all battles. I canny promise that all of us will make it out alive, but rest assured, after this day, we will fight no more. Eamon stepped away from the group and began coordinating with the Bairdsmen. They organised a small caravan and designated those who were unable to fight to ride out of the village. Horses were gathered. All of the men, women and children who were not capable of fighting placed in the caravan before it was ordered out. They headed east, Gavina and Eamon watching them ride away into the horizon. Once they disappeared from sight, Eamon turned to Gavina and said, "Come, let us finish this." Coordinating with Connor and the rest of the fighters, several fires were set throughout the village. The town was made up to look like it had suffered a recent attack, with small damage being made to the aesthetic to further enhance the appearance. Connor, along with his men, set up the barricades at the access points leading in from the rear and sides of the village to help create the choke point. Sunset had arrived by the time they had finished, and once all was done, Gavina, Eamon, Connor and the rest of the fighters gathered on the rooftop of what was once Finley's home to survey all that they had made. Connor nodded. "I think we accomplished what we set out to make," he said. "It looks as if the village was attacked." "It looks good," Gavina said. "If I did nae ken any better, I would think that we had suffered an attack." Eamon turned his head to the heavens. "Night falls soon," he said. "We need to arrange our fighters around the village and send out a scout to pinpoint Simon's location." Connor rested a hand on Eamon's shoulder. "I will send one of me men. I ha' one of the fastest riders in all of the Highlands. He will return with haste once he locates Simon." "Good," Eamon said. "Until that time, we shall arrange our swordsmen and place them in the proper locations. We need archers placed on all of the rooftops as well." "What is the plan of attack?" Gavina inquired. "We wait until Simon arrives," Eamon said. "We hide in the shadows. We wait until he creeps into the village. Once they arrive in the fields, we will hae one of our archers ignite it with one of his arrows. Simon's men will panic. They will start to scatter. We will attempt to take as many of them down as we can from a distance. Whatever men seep through the cracks, we will engage them in combat. From there, it is just a matter of engaging them all until no man is left standing." Moments later, Connor found his fastest rider and ordered him to ride west as fast as he could. "Find Simon and the hands of God," Connor told him. "Once ye ken of their location, return here immediately and inform us. From there, we wait." The rider, a strapping and tall young man, mounted his horse and rode off into the west. Gavina, Connor and Eamon watched him as he rode away, their nerves on edge as they awaited his return. The rider rode for a little over an hour into the west, the sun dipping and disappearing into the horizon as the night sky slowly began to paint itself a shade of black. He rode through fields, rivers, and ravines for some time, his head swivelling and eyes scanning the terrain for signs of anything out of the ordinary. The rider then came to an outcropping, a small area near a cliffside where the scent of smoke was invading his nostrils. He slowed his horse, dismounting it and crouching down as he came to the edge of a lookout spot and saw a small village engulfed in flames. The rider looked on with squinted eyes and saw that yet another village had been decimated by the hands of God. Upon closer examination, he saw that the entire village had been wiped out, and the hands of God were going about looting and killing off the last members of the village and recruiting those into their employ who were still left standing. The rider counted the numbers, judged the distance from his location back to the Baird's village, retreated, mounted his horse, and hustled his way back. Eamon and Gavina waited for him eagerly to arrive. Chapter 33. Gavina and Eamon were perched on Finley's rooftop, the twinkling stars shining overhead, and the bright glow of the moon illuminating the village. The fires were still burning, the entire village still appearing like it had been damaged, as they had planned. Gavina sighed. "It grows late," she said. "I wonder if the scout is all right." Eamon waved his hand through the air. "I think all is well. It has only been a couple of hours. I think he will return shortly." They remained silent for a few moments. Only the chirping of crickets was audible as they looked out at the fields. The scent of lavender was thick in the air, Gavina having instructed Rose and a few others who stayed behind to fight to mask the scent of the flammable liquids that had doused the fields. "Do ye think we will stay here forever?" Gavina asked. "What do you mean?" Eamon said with a squinted expression. "Here, in our village, do ye think we will dwell in this place forever?" "Was that nae the intention? Father and mother fought hard to preserve these lands. This is our home." Gavina shrugged. "I dinna ken," she said. "There are plenty of places in the Highlands tae dwell. Perhaps this is a sign that once we have settled this matter, that the time has come to move on." Eamon shook his head, memories of his father, mother, and his childhood flooding back to him. "I dinna want to leave here. This is our home. This has always been our home." "Home is where family is," Gavina said. "The structures and the rest of it are merely things to sustain us. Wherever we settle is our home." Eamon sighed, shifting his weight. "Once this matter is settled," he said, "we will live in peace. We will nae hae to struggle any longer." We have said that many a time. Finlay said that many a time. But we need to find a lasting peace, Eamon. We cannae hae generation after generation suffer through this type of turmoil. Our lives have been defined by chaos and struggle. I want the next generation to ken nothing but true, everlasting peace. Eamon reached out his hand and rested it on top of Gavina's. "We will find peace, Gavina. This will be the end of the matter. I swear it to ye." Off in the distance, the sound of a single rider approaching became audible. It was no mystery who it was, so Gavina and Eamon descended the rooftop and met the rider with Connor at the front of the village. "What news do ye bring?" Connor said. Through panted breaths as the rider dismounted his horse, he said, "Simon and his men ha' burned another village. They appear to hae recruited mair numbers." "Do ye hae a head count?" Agatha said. The rider nodded. 30 men strong. "How far away are they?" Eamon added. 5 hours, I think. Perhaps less. They were in the midst of coordinating when I began me journey back. Connor nodded. "We has some time afore they arrive." He looked at Gavina. "They will probably come by daybreak. Are the fighters in place?" Gavina nodded. "Aye, they are ready. Now, it's just a matter of waiting." Knowing that there were no further preparations to be made, Eamon, knowing that a minor dulling of the senses might assist them in garnering the courage to fight, ordered one of his men to fetch a jug of ale from the tavern. The man returned, and Gavina, Eamon, and Connor once again sat on Finley's rooftop as they passed around the mug and sipped. "A fine ale," Connor said. "Who brews the liquor in this village?" Eamon forked a thumb over his shoulder. "Rose, actually. She is quite good at it." Eamon showcased a smile. "Ye are saying that ye fancy me sister. Connor held up his hands. No, nay a thing like that. He couldn't help himself but smile. Gavina laughed. Dinny fret, Connor. She is a fine woman. I ha' seen a few glances she has tossed your way. Connor took the jug and held it up. This is foolish talk assisted by liquor, he said. Nay a thing mair. Eamon looked over his shoulder, scouring the ground for signs of Rose. After a few moments of looking, he spotted her near her cottage, her eyes held level on the rooftop. Rose made eye contact with her brother and winked, and moments later, Eamon said to Connor, I think ye should gae and tell her. Connor squinted. Tell her what? Of how good her ale is. Connor looked away, somewhat bashful. Connor, Gavina interjected. Life is short. Who kens of the next opportunity ye may hae to talk to a woman after tonight? I dinna want to sound dire, but we are in for the fight of our lives. Just gae and tell her how fine her ale is. What harm could come of that? Hiding a smirk, Connor took one more swig of ale and descended the ladder to ground level. He wandered over to Rose, Rose smiling as he walked up to her and hung his head. Miss Rose, he said. She waved her hand through the air. Rose is fine, Mr. Connor. Well, Connor is fine as well. The two laughed. Connor began, mustering the courage to find the words to compliment her. Wanted to credit ye for your ale-making skills. It is quite good. Rose crossed her arms, a playful glint in her eye. I trust that me brother and me aunt sent ye here to compliment me. I? A bashful look overcame Connor. I, he said. It is possible. Rose shrugged. I dinna mind it. Tell me, are ye married? Connor shook his head. Nay, for a long time, Rose. Again, I think the drink is what inspired me to come speak to ye. It sounds so foolish. We ha' never exchanged mair than a couple of words, ye and I. There has been a lot transpiring. We have been quite busy. Connor took a step forward. Am I being tae bold? Rose shook her head. Nay, in the slightest. Dire times are ahead. I think we are all feeling a quite bit bold at the moment. Connor pointed. How is it, he said, that a woman as strong and as beautiful as ye are, nay, married? Rose laughed. The drink has offered ye a significant amount of confidence. I am sorry. Again, dinny be sorry. As we said afore, life is short, perhaps shorter than we care to admit after tonight's events. Connor bit his lip. He was influenced by the drink, yes. But he had always cast a look or two in Rose's direction since his arrival at the village. I am bad at this, he said. Bad at what? Rose asked. At speaking to women. Ye were married. Clearly ye hae some skills. Connor shook his head. I was nae that great at speaking with her either. Me wife was the talkative one. She could speak on many subjects for hours on end. Ye dinna give yourself enough credit, I think. A pause, both of them looking into each other's eyes, both of them feeling that proverbial sense that the world was about to end, and being bold was a matter of the utmost importance in times such as these. Can I ask ye something? Connor said. Rose smirked. I think we are well past the point of pleasantries, Highlander. Connor took a beat, rubbing his hands together, still mustering the courage to say more. When all of this is over, he said, perhaps ye would like to take a ride with me. Rose squinted. Take a ride with ye? Aye. Just a leisurely ride, you and I. Get to ken each other a bit mair. Rose bit her lip, flattered, and looking away as she tried to hide the fact that she was blushing. I have a better idea. Is that so? Aye, she said, taking a step forward and pressing her finger into Connor's chest. When this is over, when we make it through the other side intact, I will buy ye a drink. Connor tilted his head. Ye dinna wish to take a ride with me. Rose shook her head. No, that is tae conventional, and I am nae a conventional woman. Connor smiled. Rose smiled. Aye, Connor said. A drink it is. Rose nodded over Connor's shoulder to the rooftop. Then gae and win this fight so we can make it happen, Connor. Connor bowed politely and began to move backward. I shall, he said with a smile as he made his exit and ascended the ladder leading back to the rooftop. Gavina and Eamon, having eavesdropped on the entire conversation, did their best to hide their smiles. Sounds like it went well, Gavina said. Eamon and Gavina exchanged a light laugh as Connor hid a smile. Shut it. No, he said. We ha' mair important things to focus on. A beat of silence held sway. Ye ken, Gavina said, that ye and Rose would ha' quite handsome children. I said shut it, Connor said, through a stifled laugh, the trio enjoying the brief moment of levity as they shared the last remnants of the jug and awaited the arrival of the hands of God. Simon's men, 30 strong now, were in the midst of loading their supplies onto their horses and preparing to ride out. Simon, watching on as the village they had just burned down was in the final stages of turning into ashes, looked forlornly off into the distance. He was thinking of his wife, thinking of his child, still dwelling on the words that Eamon had spoken to him about them both being still alive. Simon looked around at his men. He spotted one of them, a man named George, a man who used to be a knight serving the same lord as Simon had, helping aid the other men in loading their supplies, be it a moment of vulnerability or the general sense of fatigue he had been feeling. Simon whistled and ordered George to come over. Yes, Simon, George said. I wish to speak to you, Simon said, but I need to speak to you in confidence. George wandered away from the rest of the men with Simon to the outskirts of the village. What is it? He asked. It took Simon a moment to find the words. Do you remember? He said. About your life before we started the Hands of God? George looked away. Yes, I do. But it was a long time ago, me. Simon drew a breath. There is something I must tell you, but I tell you this in the greatest of confidence. I trust you will keep what I tell you to yourself. George nodded. Of course. Simon took a moment to draw a breath and speak. It is possible, he said, that my wife and child are still alive. George held his breath. He was not sure how to reply. It may not be true, Simon said, but it is what Eamon Baird told me. It is why I want him alive. The men are on edge right now after the past few days. I understand it completely, but it is important that I take Eamon Baird alive to discover if what he said is true. I tell you this because I hope I can rely on your support. George nodded, his own past and deceased family running through his mind. You can count on me, Simon. I would do the same thing if I were in your position. Simon held his head high. Good. Then the time has come to disembark. We must make our leave now. We must finish what we have started. Simon then ordered his men to move, all of them mounting their horses and riding to the west, ready to burn the Baird's village to the ground and finally complete their campaign that had been fighting for so long to finish. Chapter 34. Eamon looked at the stars and judged that 2 hours had passed. They still had some time before Simon and the Hands of God arrived. We should all rest in shifts, he said to Gavina. Each of us should take an hour to recoup our energy. Gavina gestured to the ladder. Take the first hour, she said. Connor and I will stay up here. Are you sure? Gay nephew, be with your love. Take the time. Eamon squeezed Gavina on the shoulder before descending the ladder to ground level. He wandered over to Rose's cottage Agatha asleep in the bedroom, with a sword waiting by her side. Eamon cosied up slowly beside Agatha, seating himself quietly on the edge of the bed as he watched her sleep. He worried for her fate, for his own, for his family, for the entire safety of the village. He closed his eyes, trying to recall how long and how often he had been troubled by such fears. It seemed that his entire life he had been focused on the turmoil, on the struggle, of the endless fighting that always seemed to rear its head the moment they thought that peace had been achieved. "Eamon," Agatha said wearily, awakening from her slumber. Eamon forced a smile. "Hello, me love. Is all well? Has Simon arrived?" Eamon shook his head. "Nay yet. We still wait for his arrival." Agatha sighed. "I feel like I have been asleep for an eternity. We are all exhausted. It is no surprise." Agatha sat up, taking Eamon's hand into her own. "I was thinking," she said. "About what?" "About our future. About what we will do once this is all over." Eamon shifted his weight. "What does it look like to ye?" Agatha smiled. "I saw us married. I saw us living in peace with a couple of children at our side." Eamon looked away, fearful and elated all at the same time. "I am sorry," Agatha said. "For what?" Eamon inquired. "For putting that on you. I know that you have a past. I know that you were married before, that you had a child that was on its way. Sometimes I feel like I am pressuring you to do something that you are not ready for." Eamon shook his head. "It is nay that, me love. It has taken me a while to come around and understand that I have many good things in me life. I am—" "What, my love? What is it?" Eamon shrugged. "I am just scared of losing it, is all. I knew that I have found something so wonderful that I will lose it all over again." Agatha slipped her arms around Eamon's neck and squeezed. "Do not fret, Eamon," she cooed. "I am not going anywhere. It is nay that which I fear. I fear of ye being taken from me. Then we will fight to our very last breaths to make sure that does nae happen. But we ha' no guarantees. It maddens me so." He stood, lingering toward the window, towards the left, and staring at the full moon overhead. "Gavina said something to me." Agatha stood from the bed and stood behind Eamon. What did she say? She was entertaining the idea of leaving the village, of travelling far away from here, of finding someplace new, tear settle and call our home. Agatha shrugged. "What do you think? Is that something you want to do?" It took Eamon a moment to answer. "All me life I ha' lived here," he said. "I was raised here. All of my fondest memories are here." Agatha tilted her head. "You know, I miss my home too. I miss England every day, but there is nothing left for me there, nothing but heartache and tragedy. As much as I wish I could return, I know that it is not possible. Family, home, is where your people are. It does not matter the structures, the buildings. It can all be made anew." Eamon nodded. Gavina said the same. "Then perhaps we should leave once this is all done," Agatha said. "It is not a bad idea. But where would we go? There are plenty of places in the Highlands, aren't there?" "Aye, there are." "Then let us entertain the notion. Let us indulge the possibility of leaving here once this battle is finished and Simon has been disposed of. There are many memories attached to this place. That I understand. But so many of them are dire, and it seems that this place attracts more trouble than anything else." Eamon turned and wrapped his arms around Agatha's waist. "Then," he said, "let us entertain that possibility, but until that time, we hae mair pressing matters at hand." Eamon pulled Agatha in close. the two of them locking lips and breathing in deep as they took comfort in each other's embrace. Their kissing was slow, both of them feeling that titillating sensation rising in the pit of their stomachs that was accumulating into that roaring fire of passion that still burned bright between them. Between their passionate lip-locking, Agatha whispered into Eamon's ear, "Do we have time?" Eamon nodded, brushing a loose strand of hair away from Agatha's face and tucking it behind her ear. "Aye," he said. Agatha backed up toward the bed, laying herself slowly on it as Eamon slowly stripped away his garb. Once he was naked, he assisted Agatha in disrobing, the two of them then entangling their naked flesh and dancing with one another for several moments. They kissed slowly for a while, only kissing, the two of them taking their time for fear that it would be the last chance they would ever have. After a few moments, Agatha reached down and gripped onto Eamon's member. She spread her legs, exhaling softly as she placed Eamon inside of her. "Go slow," Agatha whispered, gripping onto Eamon's arms as he began to thrust. Eamon moved slowly, in and out, taking his time and pushing himself as deeply into Agatha as he could. She moaned, he moaned, the two of them feeling the ecstasy of the pleasure they were generating coating their entire bodies. Eamon increased his thrusting, Agatha biting her lip and nodding in approval as he pushed harder and deeper inside of her. Agatha's eyelids fluttered, Eamon turning up his head and smiling as they felt the moment of climax slowly creeping up on them. At the last moment, Agatha turned over, mounting Eamon and gyrating her hips as she dug her nails into his chest. Eamon gripped onto Agatha's buttocks as they felt the moment of climax approach, and as Agatha swayed her hips and the two of them finished at the same time, they held each other's hands before collapsing onto their side and kissing one another for the longest of moments. "I love you, Eamon," Agatha said. "Know that no matter what happens, that love will never die." Eamon planted a kiss on Agatha's forehead. "And I love ye, Agatha," he replied, "and I will make it me mission to see that we get through the other side in one piece." They remained with one another for the next few minutes, embracing each other's naked bodies and taking note of every curve, blemish, and soft spot that the other sported. At the same time, they both arose from the bed, donning their clothing and smoothing their appearance before they grabbed their weapons and headed for the door. "Come noo," Eamon said. "The time to protect what we love is at hand." On Finley's rooftop, Gavina and Connor, still watching with unblinking gazes toward the field, waited patiently for Simon's arrival. "Soon," Connor said. "What?" Gavina asked. "Simon arrives soon. I can feel it. It's almost as if the man gives off a scent." Gavina nodded. "Aye, I sense it as well." A beat passed, nothing but the soft hum of the night and the crackling of the fires they had set filling the air around them. "I just want to say," Connor said, "that it has been a pleasure fighting alongside ye, Gavina Baird. Ye are a fearsome warrior, all the lot of ye Bairds." Gavina huffed. "I cannae argue this. The Bairds hae always been a fearsome lot. It has been an honour to serve alongside ye. Ye will always be a friend of me clan." "Likewise, Connor," Gavina said, extending her hand for him to shake. "Likewise." The two of them embraced and shook hands, feeling the mutual respect being passed between one another as they shook. They then waited, still looking out with scrutinous gazes out at the fields, the scent of lavender thick in the air and the archers ready to set it ablaze, waiting quietly in the shadows. Eamon and Agatha then ascended the rooftop, the two of them keeping low and quiet for fear of prying eyes and ears out in the distance. "Do ye see anything?" Eamon asked. Connor shook his head. Nay yet, he said, but dawn arrives soon, and Simon and the hands of God, I am sure, will accompany it. Eamon took a glance around at the fires and the damage they had made to the village to make it appear under distress. I ha' ordered the men to rekindle the fires, he said. They are starting to gae out. Gavina nodded. A good idea. We dinna need Simon Tay grow suspicious. She then looked at Agatha, at the sword gripped with a tight and rigid squeeze in her palm. You fight with us? She asked. Agatha nodded. Yes. This is my home now. I will fight to defend it, but I do not wish to be presumptuous. It is only by your grace that I am being allowed to be a member of this family. Gavina waved her hand through the air. Aye, she said, ye are one of us, ye are nae being presumptuous. It is an honour to hae ye fight alongside us. Everyone in the immediate vicinity smiled at Agatha, more than pleased and honoured to have her among their ranks. The group then fell silent, their vigilant eyes kept homed in on the fields as they gingerly awaited the arrival of Simon and the hands of God. An hour away from the Baird's village, Simon, riding alongside his man George, felt that the early stages of fatigue hit him. Simon, George said, perhaps you should close your eyes for a spell. Simon shook his head. Number, the moment of battle is upon us. You will not be able to fight if you cannot keep your eyes open. Simon waved his hand through the air, blinking his eyes to try and stave away his weary state. God is on our side, he said. He will keep me vigilant. George reached out and placed his hands on Simon's shoulder. Rest, brother. If only for a brief spell. We need our leader to guide us through this ordeal. Simon sighed. He knew that George was right. Steadying himself on his horse, he then slowly closed his eyes and breathed, allowing himself a brief reprieve to gather his senses as he felt himself fall into a slumber. As his eyelids fluttered and sleep overcame him, Simon then found himself in the midst of dream, one in which his wife and child greeted him at the pearly gates of heaven. Chapter 35. Simon found himself in burning fields, every inch of it consumed by a fiery blaze that reached toward the heavens and licked the sky. Despite the fact that he was standing dead centre in the middle of the blaze, not an inch of it consumed him. He could feel the warmth of the fire licking at his skin, but he was not burned. Not any point of it touched him directly. He breathed in deep, the smoke filling his lungs and making him feel like he was choking. Despite the fact that he was unaware of where he was, he felt like he was in familiar territory. To Simon, it felt like he had been here before, as if he was reliving a memory he had buried deep in his subconscious. Simon, a familiar voice cried out from ahead of him. Simon, help us. Simon's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the voice. It was that of his wife. Though she had been gone for quite some time and many of his memories had been suppressed, he could never forget her tone, laced with a sweet optimism even in the midst of being surrounded by a towering inferno. Delilah, he called out. Where are you? We are here, Simon, the voice called back. Help us, please. Simon began to trot in a full-out run through the blaze, the fire parting like the Red Sea, as he felt his steps heavy and sinking into the ground beneath him. He searched feverishly, unable to locate his wife's face through the blaze. He began to panic, throwing his hands up and feeling at a complete loss. Delilah, he cried out. I cannot find you. Where are you? The voice did not call back. Simon began to fear the worst. The flames then began to reach higher and higher and higher, Simon unable to search any more, as his entire vision was obscured. He sat down in the fields, collapsing into a fetal position, as he closed his eyes and squeezed. "Please," he pleaded. "God, please make it stop. Make it stop." The sounds of the fire then abruptly ceased. He shot open his eyes, the fires now completely extinguished, not a trace of them to be found. He found himself still in a fetal position, the earth beneath him remarkably unscathed as he slowly stood and looked around. Simon looked from left to right, nothing but the breeze of the wind audible as he spoke through panted breaths. "Delilah," he said, "where are you?" "We are still here, my love," he heard his wife say, "but I cannot see you." "We are alive and well, my love. We think of you every day. Cease this campaign. Cease this bloodshed." Simon gritted his teeth. "I cannot," he said. "I must find you. I must bring you back to me. It is too late, my love. It is too late." Simon hung his head, burying his face in his hands as he began to weep. "Simon," another voice called out, "you must awaken. We are close. Simon!" Simon shot his eyes open. He found himself on his saddle, riding alongside George in an open field, surrounded by the hands of God as they approached the Baird's village. "Simon," George said, "are you all right?" Simon nodded, jutting his chin and holding his head high. "I am fine," he said, unwavering, despite the dream, to find Eamon Baird and discover the truth about his wife. Let us do what needs to be done. Eamon was dreaming. Most did not know when they were slumbering, but Eamon was well aware that he was in the land of slumber. Much like the dream he had with his father, Eamon was approaching a cottage in a field of wheat. He had not seen the cottage before, but it felt familiar. It felt like home. Standing outside the cottage was Agatha, tending to a garden as the sun shined brightly overhead. The colours of the cottage, brown and red and green, were vibrant. It was a resplendent display that offered a cheerful quality that he had never been used to before. "Agatha," he said, smiling as he approached her. Agatha stood up, turning away from tending to her garden of lilies, and showing a ripe stomach full of a baby on the cusp of arriving. "Hello, my love," she said. Eamon looked around. Birds were chirping. The breeze was blowing. The sky was a crisp shade of blue that Eamon had never before witnessed. The land around him was pristine, untainted by war and strife and all of the things that Eamon had grown accustomed to. "Where are we?" he asked. Agatha approached him, running her fingers through his hair and placing his hand on her belly. "You are home, Eamon," she said. "You made it. You found the peace that you were always looking for." Eamon looked at Agatha's pregnant belly, a sense of pride overwhelming him and bringing tears to his eyes. "You are with child." Agatha nodded. "I am with twins, my love. They are arriving soon." Eamon huffed, filled to the brim with happiness. "Twins?" "Yes, Finley and Isla. We named them after your parents. They will make us proud, as you have made me proud, as you have made your family proud." Eamon embraced Agatha, looking down at his finger and spotting a ring there he hadn't sported before. He knew it was a dream. He knew this was not real life, but as he held his bride-to-be in the dream, he felt like it was a good omen, a prognosis of things to come. As Eamon slowly awakened from the dream and found himself on the rooftop of his father's cottage and awaiting the arrival of the hands of God, he looked at the slumbering Agatha and felt himself filled with a surge of optimism that gave him the strength to see things through to the end. Agatha, also in a slumber, found herself ascending a hilltop. Everything was green, a shade she had never seen before, so vivid and rich that it was hard not to stop and soak in the beauty. "Me love," she heard Eamon's voice call out. Agatha looked to the top of the hill. Waiting for her there was Eamon, standing proudly with his hands folded in front of him. "Eamon," she said. He nodded, extending his hand for her to join him. "Come," he said. "Our time to be wed has arrived." Agatha was beaming. It was a happiness she had never experienced before. Feeling light as a feather, she hot-footed her way up the hill and ran into the arms of her love. They embraced, Agatha planting a warm kiss on Eamon's cheek and not wanting to let him go. "Is this real?" Agatha asked, "or am I dreaming?" Eamon shrugged, cupping Agatha's face in his hands. "It is a dream," he said, "but live in it. Enjoy it. It is a prediction of things to come." Eamon then led Agatha by the hand up the remainder of the hill. As soon as they were at the top, the ground opened up into a small clearing, ripe with flowers of all colours, and filled with a collection of people that Agatha had come to know well. "There are so many here," Agatha said, glancing from one person to the next. "They are here to see us wed?" Eamon nodded. "Everyone is in attendance," he said, "all those we love and cherish." He gestured to the crowd. "Look for yourself." Agatha looked at all the faces in attendance. She saw Gavina waving and beaming at her proudly. She saw Rose winking and crying tears of joy. She saw Connor, the other members of the village, everyone who had come to embrace her as one of their own. "I am here too, my daughter." A voice softly cooed from behind Agatha. Agatha turned around, her eyes lighting up upon hearing the voice. As she faced the voice, she found that she was laying eyes on her mother, just as beautiful as she was when she saw her during the days that she was happy. "Mother," Agatha said, jumping into her mother's arms and weeping happily. "My daughter," Agatha's mother said. "I knew that you would arrive. I just knew it. I miss you so much. I miss you every day." Agatha's mother ran her fingers through Agatha's hair, just like she did when she was a child, to offer her comfort. "I miss you too, my daughter," she said. "But I look down on you from the heavens every day. I always knew that you would find your happiness. Enjoy it. Live with it. You have earned it." Agatha embraced her mother as she looked to her left, Eamon staring back at her with a proud expression. Agatha's mother broke the embrace. "Go now," she said. "Marry this man. Be happy." Agatha kissed her mother on the cheek before taking Eamon by the hand. He then led her up to the altar, Finlay Baird waiting there with a Bible in his hand and nodding his approval as the two stood there hand in hand. "Come noo," Finlay said. "All of us gather tae witness these two join together." Finlay opened his Bible, Agatha staring into the eyes of Eamon and telling him that she loved him before she slowly awoke from her slumber. Agatha looked fondly into Eamon's eyes as she sat on the roof of Finlay's house. "I had a dream," she said. Eamon nodded, still smiling as he looked into the face of the woman he loved. "I did as well," he said, gently planting a kiss on Agatha's mouth before looking longingly into her eyes for several moments. "Eamon," Gavina said, slowly creeping towards the edge of the rooftop. Eamon felt his heart drop upon hearing Gavina call his name. He knew what the tone reflected. He did not even need to look in the direction of the fields to know what she was about to say. Breaking his embrace from Agatha, he slowly slipped onto his belly and said, "Everyone stay low." Connor and Agatha and Gavina followed Eamon's command. Everyone slid onto their bellies and remained flat as Gavina and Eamon slowly peeked over the parapet that looked out onto the fields. For a moment, Eamon did not see anything. He squinted, doing his best to try and make out whatever it was that Gavina had spotted. "What do ye see?" Eamon asked Gavina. Gavina shook her head. "I see nae a thing," she said. "But I can sense them. I sense that Simon is here." Connor, backing up slowly, looked to his right to the cottage, resting just 50 yards away. Perched on top of the cottage were 2 archers, arrows in hand and dipped in flammable liquid that they were prepared to light at a moment's notice. He held up his hand, the archers waiting for him to give the order. Gavina and Eamon, looking out just beyond the edge of the village, held their breath in anticipation. "I still see nae a thing," Gavina said. They waited, interminable silence holding sway as they scanned from left to right. A couple of minutes passed before the silence was broken by a twig snapping off in the distance, and then another, and then another. After a few moments, the snapping of twigs and leaves increased, and Gavina's eyes went wide as she jutted her chin toward the edge of the fields and said, "He is here. Simon and his men have arrived." Eamon looked out beyond the edge of the village. After a moment, a single rider came into view, and then another, and then another. After a few moments, the entire collective of the hands of God gathered at the edge of the village and waited, lined up in a single file and eagerly awaiting their orders. Eamon drew a breath. "Here we gae," he said as the hands of God slowly began to move in their direction. Chapter 36. Eamon turned to Gavina as the hands of God began their approach. "Stay low," he whispered. "Let them get toward the centre of the fields before we give the order." Gavina nodded, relaying the instructions to Connor, who nodded his head in reply. Everyone gathered on the rooftop held a tight grip on their weapons, Eamon reaching out and looking Agatha in the eye as he squeezed her hand and winked at her with a smile to accompany it. The hands of God, moving side by side through the fields, approached with an apprehensive and slow stride. Simon, leading the men at the head of the group, craned his neck and began scanning the village. He saw the small fires, the bits and pieces of destruction peppered throughout. He held up his hand, ordering his men to stop as he breathed in the air and smelled the traces of lavender. George, riding alongside Simon, pointed to the frayed state of the Baird's village. "Simon," he said, "what happened here?" Simon took a moment to reply, noting the bits of damage that had been done and the small groupings of fires scattered throughout the village. "It appears," he said, "that someone has already paid the Bairds a visit." George nodded. "It looks as though a fight occurred here." "It appears that way." "I do not see anyone." Simon shook his head. "Me either, and it is quiet. Almost too quiet." The hands of God remained stationary, Simon debating his next move. On the rooftop, Eamon peeked over the parapet and saw Simon scanning the area, keeping himself as low as possible to not flag themselves down. Simon, turning to George, said, "Go ahead of us. Scout the village. Report back what you find." George bucked his horse and nodded, riding ahead of the group and toward the centre of the village. As he did so, Gavina turned to Eamon and said, "Day we give the order." Eamon shook his head. "Nay yet, but make sure one of the archers tracks him." Gavina rolled over and whispered the order to Connor, Connor then giving a few hand signals to the men on the roof next to them. One of the archers nodded in reply, keeping himself low and aiming his bow in George's direction and tracking him the entire way. George rode into the village, looking from left to right, noting the fire and bits of damage as he came to settle and looked around. He spotted nothing, no one, convinced that there was not a soul left in the village. After a few minutes, he did an about-face and returned to the hands of God, rushing up to Simon and shaking his head. "Not a soul is around," George said. "It appears they have left." Simon laughed, waving his hand through the air. "No," he said. "I do not think it is that simple." "We missed them, Simon." "We missed no one. This does not feel right. It does not feel right at all." Simon sniffed the air, the traces of lavender invading his nostrils and causing an alarm to go off in his head. "What is it, Simon?" George inquired. Simon said nothing as he dismounted his horse. He dropped to the ground, placing his hands on the earth and running them across it. On the rooftop, Eamon perked up as he watched Simon survey the ground. He shook his head and turned to Gavina. "He grows suspicious," he said. "I think he kens." Gavina jutted her jaw. "Day we give the order." Eamon held up his hand. "Wait a moment. Just wait." They held their position as Simon pressed his hands into the earth. He then held up his hands, examining them and finding them slickened with a watery-looking substance. He sniffed his hands, a crooked smile stretching across his face as he closed his eyes and began to laugh. "Simon," George said, "what is it?" Simon showcased his hands to George. "Do you smell that?" George tilted his head and sniffed the air like a dog. "Lavender," he said. "Lots of it." "And do you see any lavender growing in these fields?" George shook his head as Simon wiped his hands clean on his tunic. "Something is out of place here," Simon said as he mounted his horse. "I feel that we have walked into a ruse." George pointed to the village. "Should we proceed forward? Ransack the village?" Simon took a moment to think, his hand resting on the grip of his sword. "I think," he said, "that the Bairds are still here." On the rooftop, Eamon shook his head. He knew that Simon was getting wise to their ruse, and the moment to strike was now upon them. He turned to Connor and whispered, "We give the order. Tell the men that the time has come." Connor nodded. He then turned over and directed his gaze to the archers on the opposite rooftop. He held up 2 fingers and kept them there, prepared and ready to give the order. "Eamon Baird!" Simon shouted from atop his horse. "I know that you are here. Come out now, otherwise I will obliterate all of you." Silence held sway, Eamon pursing his lips and making sure that no noise evacuated from his mouth. Simon, adjusting his weight on his horse, shook his head and took out his sword. "You have much to answer for," he said. "You have given me information that I must sort through. This is the last time I will ask. Come out now, otherwise I will behead every single member of your family and put their heads on display for all of the Highlands to see." Eamon gritted his teeth. He knew there was no reason to keep stalling. He drew a breath, turned to Connor, and nodded. Seconds later, he cleared his throat and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Simon!" All of the hands of God directed their gaze toward the source of the noise, withdrawing their weapons and gearing up to fight. As Simon once again flashed his crooked smile, Eamon then shouted out, "Burn in hell, ye bastard!" Connor gave the order to the archers. They then ignited the tips of their arrows, stood up, aimed them in the direction of the fields, and let their arrows fly. The flaming arrows soared through the sky, bright flashes zipping through the air and descending on the fields. Eamon, Gavina, Connor and Agatha watched as the arrows arched and made their way to the centre of the fields. Simon, watching the arrows soar through the sky, for a second thought that he had an advantage, that Eamon and his men were limited in their numbers, with only 2 archers at their disposal. He thought that they were not the most capable of archers, the arrows certainly about to miss their mark as they prepared to land 10 feet shy of their mark. But once he recalled the scent of lavender and the slick liquid that had coated his hands moments earlier, his eyes went wide and the Baird's ruse became all too apparent. "Run!" Simon shouted to his men as the arrows landed and ignited the fields in a fiery blaze. The flammable substance that had coated the fields ignited and spread like a sea of fire, rolling toward the hands of God like some kind of holy plague sent from the heavens. As the sea of fire approached the hands of God, several of them, including Simon and George, broke to the left and began to flee toward the village. The fire, moving fast and with a furious and animal-like growl, consumed a majority of the hands of God. They were completely ignited, their clothing, horses, and weapons consumed by the fire and burning with a bright and vibrant display. "Now!" Eamon shouted. From their respective hiding positions, all of the fighters in the Baird's village came out of concealment and began the attack. The archers were first, launching their arrows and taking out several of the hands of God ablaze in the fields. Simon, George, and 10 of the hands of God, who had managed to steer clear of the fire, dodged the incoming flames at the last moment and entered the village. They were greeted by 4 archers and 2 swordsmen. The archers managed to take down 2 of Simon's men, but the rest were cut down by Simon and George with a series of scything blows that killed them immediately. On the rooftop, Eamon turned to Connor and slapped him on the back. "Gay, no! Let us engage them on the ground!" Gavina, squeezing Eamon's arm, said, "I will wait here with Agatha. I will command the men on the front lines." Eamon nodded as he descended the ladder with Connor. They dropped to the ground and were immediately greeted by 2 of Simon's men. The men dismounted their horses, swinging their swords around as they squared off and prepared to fight. "All right, ye animals," Connor said, holding up his weapon and ready to do what needed to be done. "Let's see what you're made of." The 2 members of the Hands of God engaged. Connor, coming in from the right, parried and pushed his man back. Eamon, engaging from the left, ducked under an incoming blow and managed to counterattack with a hard swipe that took out the legs of the man he was fighting. The man fell to the ground, Eamon burying his sword in the man's sternum before standing up and assisting Connor in engaging the other man. "Come on, ye devil," Connor taunted the man. "Ye can fight better than that." The member of the Hands of God hollered out, rushing toward Connor and Eamon with his sword held high above his head. Working together, Eamon and Connor took the man down, both of them burying their steel into his belly. The man keeled over, Connor then raising his foot, planting it in the man's chest and kicking him onto the ground. Simon, engaging several of the Baird's men on the opposite side of the village with George and his 8 men accompanying him, struck down 2 of them from on top of his horse. Gavina, seeing that Simon had the advantage from fighting on top of his steed, turned to the opposite rooftop and pointed to one of the archers. "You," Gavina shouted, "take down his steed." The archer nodded, aiming his bow in Simon's direction and launching an arrow through the sky. The arrow flew and landed in the neck of Simon's animal, killing it instantly and knocking Simon clear to the ground. Simon rebounded quickly, standing up and going into a defensive stance as 2 Bairdsmen rushed toward him. Simon fought them both with quick serpentine strides. The Bairdsmen fighting him were competent, but they only lasted a few moments before Simon managed to strike them both down. Simon took a quick glance at his fallen horse, and then he directed his gaze toward the rooftops where the arrows had come from. Looking at George, he said, "Order the archers to fire in that direction, now." George gave the order, and 2 members of the Hands of God produced their bows and began launching arrow after arrow in Gavina and Agatha's direction. "Agatha!" Gavina shouted as the incoming arrows barreled toward them. "Get down!" Agatha and Gavina ducked down as low as possible, the arrows flying over their heads and missing them by mere inches. The archers on the other roof, however, were not as lucky, both men being struck down quickly as a series of arrows buried themselves in their sternum and killed them where they stood. "Come," Gavina said, grabbing Agatha by the arm. "We maun take this fight to the ground." Agatha, fear coursing through her veins, nodded as she followed after Gavina and descended the ladder leading down. They dropped to ground level, Agatha shaking as she raised her weapon and took a quick glance around the village. The hands of God were engaging each of the beardsmen. Not a man around was not in the fight. As Gavina rushed toward the centre of the action, Agatha followed after her and knew that she was in for possibly the greatest fight of her life. Chapter 37. Gavina raised her sword as a member of the Hands of God rushed toward her. He struck first, Gavina parrying the blow and throwing a right hook punch into his jaw. The man stumbled backward, Agatha rushing up behind him and burying her sword into his spine. Agatha, mouth agape as she killed someone for the first time, pulled the sword out and stood back. Gavina grabbed Agatha by the arm. "Are ye all right?" Agatha, in shock, nodded repeatedly. Yes, I am all right." Gavina smiled. "Ye did well. Nu come. We still ha' much to do." They rushed away and headed toward a group of beardsmen, engaging the last 7 members of the Hands of God still left standing. Near the tavern, Simon and George were back to back. 4 beardsmen circled them, teeth gritted and eyes flaring as they came after them one at a time. Simon, the ever-vicious force of nature that he was, took down man after man. He was unstoppable, the beardsman no match for his ferocity. As soon as all the men were dispensed of, he turned to George and said, "Find Eamon Baird, now." George nodded and fled, searching feverishly around for signs of Eamon Baird. He struck down another one of the beardsmen on his way, and after a few moments of searching, he found Eamon fighting alongside Connor, the 2 of them engaging one of the Hands of God and striking him down, bringing down the numbers of the rogue knights to 6 in total. "Eamon Baird!" George hollered out as he pointed his weapon in Eamon's direction. "You are coming with me!" Eamon squeezed Connor on the arm. "Gay," he said. "I will handle this." "Are you sure?" Connor said. Eamon nodded. "I dispose of the rest of the Hands of God. I will find Simon and kill him. End this once and for all." Connor rushed away after patting Eamon on the back. Eamon, raising his sword in a defensive posture, jutted his chin in George's direction. "You are coming with me," George repeated. "Simon has some questions for you." Eamon shook his head, his eyes ablaze and tunic peppered with blood. "Enough talk," he said. "Just do what you need today." George drew a breath, ready to take Eamon hostage. He rushed forward, attempting to strike at areas on Eamon's body that would disable him, but not kill him. The 2 fought with a hectic yet graceful precision, Eamon parrying each one of George's blows and managing to stay a step ahead of him at each turn. George, at one point, managed to strike Eamon in the arm. Eamon, a river of ruby flowing from the wound, clutched at his arm. George spotted his opening, came up behind Eamon, and curled his arm around his throat. He squeezed, attempting to choke Eamon into unconsciousness. "Just let it happen," George said. "Your fate now rests with Simon." Eamon cocked his head back, the back of his skull making impact with George's nose and breaking it. In a daze, George stumbled backward, and Eamon spun around before striking a fatal blow to George's sternum. George fell to the ground, clutching at the wound in his chest as the life fleeted from his body. Eamon jutted his chin. "Your fate no rests with God," he said as he fled from the area, and George dropped dead to the ground. Not far away, Gavina, having taken down 2 more of the Hands of God and bringing their numbers to 4 in total, heard the growl of Simon holler out from behind her. She turned around, the lecherous leader of the Hands of God holding his weapon high and ready to attack. "Damn you!" Simon said. "You and your whole village." Gavina wasted no time and rushed forward. She engaged Simon furiously, the 2 of them exchanging blow after blow, the clinking of their swords reverberating through the village as the Bairdsmen and the remaining members of the Hands of God fought in small groups around them. Gavina attempted to take a strike at Simon's head, but he ducked under and managed to strike Gavina in the leg. Gavina fell to her knees, and Simon then coming up behind her and slicing her in the back. Gavina went pale, falling onto her hands as she dropped her sword. "Not as skilled as you thought you were," Simon said as he raised his hand high over his head. Gavina closed her eyes, ready for the moment of her death to arrive. But as Simon prepared to strike, he heard one of the Bairdsmen shout out, "They are retreating. The Hands of God are leaving." Simon ceased the blow and saw that only 2 members of the Hands of God were left and were currently mounting their horses and riding away from the area. He growled, lowering his weapon and retreating. As Gavina bled out, Agatha and Eamon rushed up to her side. "Gavina!" Eamon shouted. "Gavina, are you all right?" Eamon turned Gavina over and examined her wounds. The cut was deep, but she would surely live. "We did it," Gavina said with a smile. "We forced those bastards out of here." Eamon looked up and saw Simon riding with his last 2 men toward the west. "It is nay over yet," he said as he fetched a nearby horse and mounted it. Agatha, her eyes wide, shouted out, "Where are you going?" "To end this," Eamon said as he slapped the reins of his horse. "I shall return. Douse the fires. Tend to Gavina. I will finish the last men off once and for all." Eamon rode like the wind in the direction that Simon and his last 2 men had fled in. Connor, rushing up to Gavina and Agatha, began barking orders at his men. "Douse the fires! Tend to the wounded! We are victorious, me friends. We are victorious." Rose, having managed to avoid most of the fighting, came to Gavina's side. "Are ye all right?" Gavina nodded as Agatha began tending to her wounds. "I will live," she said, pointing to Eamon, as he began a faint outline in the distance. But the same can be said for Simon. An hour had passed since Simon had fled from the village, his 2 men riding alongside him, their tunics covered in grit and blood, came to the edge of a forested area. Their horses panted and heaved, tiring from a long and arduous ride. "Simon," the man on the left said, "we must stop. The horses are tired." Simon, breathing heavily, held up his hand. "Then we stop, but not for long." The trio held their position at the edge of the forest. They searched around, finding no signs of Eamon or any other approaching riders. "I don't see him," the man on the right said. "Where is he?" Simon shook his head. He was tired, defeated, feeling like the world was slowly coming to an end. "I don't know," he said, "but take a moment's rest." The men hunched forward on their saddles, depleted of energy and waiting for death to knock on their door. "What should we do?" the man on the left said. Simon said nothing in reply as he dismounted his horse and fell to his knees. He clasped his hands together and closed his eyes, feeling the weight of all of his decisions catching up to him. He was questioning his methods, questioning his life, questioning everything that had happened up until this point. Simon drew a breath, tilting his head to the sky as he closed his eyes and prayed, "Lord, what have I done? What has become of me? Nothing you said has come to pass. All is lost. Nothing is as it seems. I am trying to see this through. I tried engaging in the campaign that you set forth, but I have failed." He began to weep. "You took my wife and child from me. You told me that their death was meant to be a catalyst for this crusade, but now I have discovered that they are alive. I don't know what to do. I don't know where I am supposed to go from here. I am at my wits' end, Lord. Tell me what to do." Simon waited for a reply, but all he heard was the breeze. He heard nothing, not a word from God, not a sign from heaven indicating what to do. Simon then let his hands fall into his lap. the feeling of defeat completely overcoming him. "You are not there, God," Simon said. "Are you?" A laugh. "You never were. I put my faith in something that wasn't ever there, did I? You are not real. There is no such thing as the divine. There is nothing but coincidence, nothing but chance. I have wasted my time on a pointless crusade of bloodshed." He held his head in hands. "I have killed for no reason. I have committed—" He held his hand to his mouth. "I have committed murder in vain." Simon stood up, his hands draped at his sides, and the two men left in his employ, waiting for him to give an order. "Simon," the man on the right said, "what do we do?" Simon laughed and shrugged. "We do nothing now. Everything is lost. All we have pursued has been nothing more than an illusion." He stripped his tunic and let it fall to the ground, nothing but his bare chest showing as he grabbed his sword and examined it. "What are you saying?" the man on the left said. Simon jutted his chin toward the forested area. "We make our last stand in there," he said. "Eamon Baird will be here soon. God has abandoned us, my friends. There is nothing left. All that we have now is a fight to the death. We will fight alongside each other. We will wait for Eamon Baird to arrive. Once he does, fate will decide what is in store for us." The two remaining men exchanged quick and apprehensive glances. "What say you, my friends?" Simon said. "Do you wish to fight?" The two men took a moment, and then they stripped themselves free of their tunics. The trio then took their weapons, marched into the forest, and disappeared among the trees. 10 minutes after heading into the forest, Eamon arrived on the outskirts and spotted the 3 horses belonging to Simon and his men. He dismounted his steed, taking cautious steps toward them as he looked around for signs of Simon. After a moment, and seeing the footprints leading into the forest, he knew where Simon had gone. Eamon drew a breath, his hands trembling as he felt the final hour of combat upon him. He stripped himself free of any excess weight on his person, only his tunic, pants, boots, and sword now on him. "God," he said, praying out loud as his eyes scanned around the forest. "Grant me a steady hand. Help me dispense of these men. See to it that I bring them down. Bring me back Tammy family. Help me find our peace." As he released his breath and held his sword with a white-knuckled grip, Eamon took a step forward and marched toward the opening to the forest. The tall and towering trees, foreboding and casting ominous shadows on the ground, as he proceeded to take down Simon once and for all. Chapter 38. Eamon was creeping through the forest, the trees tall and looming, and only letting in slivers of light. No animals were stirring, not a noise was being made as he weaved his way through the trees and navigated the rough terrain. The further that Eamon ascended into the forest, the tighter the groupings of trees became. He started to feel claustrophobic, concerned at any moment that Simon or one of his men would come out of hiding and strike him down where he stood. Despite the fact that there was very little illumination in the forest, the heat was starting to increase the further Eamon travelled. After what felt like an eternity of navigating the forest, Eamon decided the time had come to take a rest. He found a log, covered in moss, and positioned in front of one of the towering trees. With a sigh, he sat down, but still looked over both shoulders for any traces of Simon or his men. Eamon breathed. He began to think of Agatha, wondering if she was all right, and hoping that she wasn't worrying too much about his condition. He thought of Gavina, praying that her wounds were not as bad as they seemed. He thought of the fallen villagers, of the men who had fought so bravely to secure their victory and their peace. Once again, Eamon tilted his head to the sky, lowering his voice to a hush as he began to engage in prayer. "Lord," he said,
guide the men who are fallen into the gates of heaven.
See to it that they are granted eternal rest. Watch over their families, bless them, and watch over them all.
With a sigh, Eamon slumped back. He felt the fatigue from the battle an hour prior catching up to him, his bones aching and knees feeling like they were on fire. He knew he couldn't rest too long, that he needed to keep moving so he could find Simon and put an end to the entire debacle. I cannae wait any longer, Eamon thought. If Simon escapes, he will simply recruit mere men. The bloodshed will continue, hell will be raised, the entire Highlands will be destroyed, my entire family will be put into harm's way. With a groan, Eamon pushed off the log and stood back up. He gripped his sword tight in one hand, stepping with cautious footing through the forest so that he did not make any noise. He moved further into the thicket of trees, scanning from left to right, waiting for that proverbial moment when Simon and his men would attack, and then he heard a twig snap. Eamon stopped dead in his tracks, swivelling his head to find where the source of the noise came from. He waited, on guard, sword held high, the rush in his body once again picking up and alleviating the overall weary nature he had been feeling. Moments later, he saw it. 2 flashes of grey rushing toward him from the left and the right. Simon's men, their teeth gritted and eyes manically wide as they prepared to take Eamon down. The man on the left took an overhand swing at Eamon's head, the steel missing Eamon by inches as he ducked under and pushed the man away into one of the trees. The man collided with the trees, the wind knocked out of him and forcing him to take a moment to recoup. Eamon cocked his head to the right, the other man charging toward him with the tip of his sword pointed outward and aimed toward Eamon's belly. Eamon, striking the tip of the blade away, quickly shuffled to his right just before the man was able to land his blow. The man who had collided with the tree had recouped his senses. Pushing off of the tree, he charged toward Eamon and swiped his sword from right to left repeatedly. Eamon jumped back, once, twice, 3 times, nearly being clipped by the sword each time as he ducked out of the way and waited for his opportunity to parry. As soon as the man exhausted himself, Eamon raised his blade and came down in a downward strike towards the man's shoulder. The man raised his sword, blocking the blow, absorbing it, and pushing Eamon back. Eamon fell onto his back, the other man charging toward him and raising his sword high over his head to come down with a killing blow. Eamon, knowing that he did not have enough time to stand, rolled to the right just as the sword came down and made contact with the earth. The man raised his sword again, chopping at Eamon as he rolled away and missing him by mere inches as Eamon rolled to the edge of a dip in the terrain and found himself rolling head over heels down a hill. Eamon tumbled down and down and down, the trees scraping at his flesh and causing small cuts to form in his flesh. The world was like a blur of green and brown colours, Eamon reaching out to grab a hold of anything he could to stabilise himself. He tumbled all the way down the slope and came to a stop when his body made impact with the base of a tree and knocked the wind clear out of his body. As Eamon struggled to regain his senses, he looked up and saw the 2 members of the Hands of God quickly shuffling down the hill. Eamon, still trying to catch his breath, looked around desperately for his sword, but it was gone, nowhere to be found. Cursing under his breath, Eamon stood and fled, looking around for anything of use to help aid him in his fight. At one point, he spotted a jagged branch that had broken off of a tree laying on the ground. He picked it up. Eamon moved quickly into a thicket of trees grouped together. He hid behind one of them, holding his breath as the Hands of God came to a stop and began searching around. Eamon waited patiently as the men searched, the one on his right approaching from 10 feet away. Eamon held his breath, waiting for the right moment to strike as he remained concealed behind the tree. He waited, the man's footsteps growing closer and closer. He came 10 feet shy of the tree, 8, 5. 2. And then Eamon jumped out from hiding, swiped the tree branch he was clutching in his hand, and made impact with the man's skull and shattered it. The man dropped dead, his sword falling to the ground. The other man, 10 feet away, saw Eamon jump out from hiding, and the other man fall dead to the ground. He charged toward Eamon, sword raised high as Eamon scrambled to pick up the dead man's weapon. Both men were panting and heaving, sweating and exerting more energy than they ever had before in their lives. They continued to engage with blow after blow, tiring each other out to the point that they stood a few feet away and rested while staring each other dead in the eye. Through laboured breathing, Eamon looked at the man dead in the eye and said, "Give up. Your crusade is over. It is all over." The man, raising his sword fruitlessly, shook his head in defiance, but after a moment he dropped his sword to the ground and ran from the forest. Eamon began walking, looking from left to right and praying to God that he would give him the courage and energy to end the fight. Eamon walked for 30 feet as he weaved through the trees, scanning for signs of Simon, but starting to feel that, perhaps, Simon had fled the area for good. But once Eamon came into an open clearing, with the sun shining bright onto a vividly green patch of grass, he saw Simon standing there, shirtless and with his sword in his hand. Chapter 39. The fires that had been set throughout the village had been put out. All of the bodies of those who had perished were gathered in the centre of the village. The fallen Bairdsmen, 8 in total, were lined up, side by side. 2 of them were Connor's men, and Connor stood over them with Rose at his side as he folded his hands and crossed himself. "Lord," Connor said, "bring these men into the light. Grant them salvation and eternal rest. Bring solace and comfort to their families. Help guide them through their turmoil and strife." Rose squeezed Connor's arm. "They fought gallantly." Connor nodded. "Aye, they most definitely did." Rose forked a thumb over her shoulder. "And what of the deceased members of the Hands of God? There are quite a few." Connor looked over his shoulder and saw the Bairdsmen gathering the bodies and putting them onto a pile. "Burn them," he said. "Their judgment awaits with God and God alone." Rose gave the order. The bodies of the deceased members of the Hands of God promptly burned as the smoke rose and curled into the sky. Connor and Rose then walked over to Rose's cottage, Gavina laying on her side on the bed as Agatha tended to her wounds. "How do you feel?" Rose inquired. Gavina laughed. "I will ha' quite a pretty scar once all is finished." Dabbing at the wound, Agatha said, "I have applied several ointments. She shall heal well, though she needs to rest for quite some time." "What of the village?" Gavina asked. "What is the condition of the fires?" "They have been put out," Connor said. "Me men are starting to rebuild the structures that were damaged." "And the fields? Has the fire been put out?" "They are still in the midst of putting them out. The fire ravaged most of the area. It came close to the village, but we managed to stave it off before it did any real damage." Gavina sighed, resting her head back and feeling herself on the verge of passing out. "How long?" she asked. "How long until what?" Rose said. "Until all is rebuilt? We have lost significant supplies, resources. We may..." Agatha pressed her hand against Gavina's forehead. "Rest, now. You are trying to burden yourself with too much. You must rest." Gavina shook her head. "But there is so much to be done. And it will be done in due time," Connor said. "But the hard part is over. We had disposed of the Hands of God." "Nay yet," Gavina said. "It is finished only upon Eamon's return." Agatha shuddered, holding her breath and looking away. Gavina sensed her turmoil and squeezed her hand. "Dinny fret, Agatha," she said. "He will return. I promise ye." Agatha nodded. "I know. I just worry so about him. Simon is defeated. He is at his wits' end. There is nae a thing left for him." Agatha said nothing, glancing out the window and pondering where Eamon was and how close he was to returning to her arms. Eamon stared at Simon for a long moment. The two said nothing, merely looking at each other as the proverbial moment of combat arrived. Simon breathed in the air. Eamon couldn't help but note that the man looked relaxed, almost accepting of his fate. "So," Simon said, "this is where it all ends. This is where my path in life has led me." Eamon shook his head. "Dinny day this, Simon. It is over. All of your men are dead." Simon nodded. "I know. And I feel a fool for having led them down the path that I did. But it does not matter any more. I shall fight until I have not a breath left in my body." "Surrender, Simon. Just surrender." Simon shook his head. "It is over for me, Highlander. My crusade was pointless. I am nothing more than a murderer." "Then dinny day this. Give up the fight. Let us end this, once and for all." Simon took a beat. "Is it true?" he said. "What you said about my wife and child, is it true?" Eamon nodded. "Aye, it is. I was nae lying to ye." Simon smiled. "I will never see them again. They are too far gone." "I cannae say if that's true." "I can." Simon raised his sword. "And I do not want to live knowing that they are with another man." Eamon raised his own sword. "Are ye sure ye want taid o' this?" Simon nodded. "Come, Highlander, show me what you are made of." Eamon shook his head. "So be it," he said as he charged forward and engaged Simon. The two began fighting, Simon taking the first strike and landing it straight on Eamon's blade. Their swords collided, the two men exchanging several blows, and feeling themselves past the point of exhaustion, they fought for several turns. Simon at one point gaining the upper hand and nearly taking off Eamon's head with a blow. Eamon ducked under, the sword colliding with the tree and becoming stuck. Seeing his opportunity to finally end the fight, Eamon stood, spun around, raised his sword, and buried it deep into Simon's back. Simon's face went slack, his eyes went wide. He crumbled to the ground as Eamon stood over him, and an ashy shade of white came into his face. Blood pooled around Simon. He blinked his eyes repeatedly as he gasped for air. Eamon dropped his sword and perched down onto one knee beside Simon, grateful for the fight to be over as the life began to retreat from Simon's body. "I dot," Simon said. "I am scared. I am scared I will go to hell." He reached out his hand, pleading with his eyes for Eamon to hold it. Eamon hesitated for a moment, but then he took Simon's hand into his own and squeezed it reassuringly. With a complacent look in his eyes, Simon turned his head away and looked toward the heaven, a bright spot of light shining down on him as he slowly closed his eyes, took his final breath, and drifted off into the unknown. Eamon waited until Simon had fully passed before he released his grip. He sighed, sitting on his rear and shaking his head, grateful for the fight to be finished and wanting nothing more than Agatha, a drink of water, and some rest. "It is over," he said. "It is finally over." Epilogue. "Look!" one of the villagers shouted as he pointed out toward the burnt and crispy fields. "It is Eamon! He has returned!" Agatha heard the announcement from inside Rose's house and flocked outside with haste. She was smiling as she spotted Eamon approach from the distance and ran out into the fields to join him. Eamon saw his love and smiled wide, dismounting his horse and running the last few feet toward her. He scooped Agatha up into his arms, placing a kiss on her and spinning her around as both of them laughed joyously. "You are all right," Agatha said. "My love, you came back to me." Eamon nodded, running his fingers through his love's hair. "I am safe, me love," he assured her. "I am safe." "Is it over?" she asked. "Has the madness ended?" Eamon nodded. "It is over, me love. It is finally over." The two kissed passionately and held on to the embrace for a few moments. As soon as they settled, Agatha guided Eamon by the hand back to Rose's cottage and into the room where Gavina was resting. "Nephew," Gavina said, "I relish your return." Eamon smiled. "As day I—" "Is it over? Has Simon been disposed of?" Eamon nodded. "Aye, Gavina, he is with God now. The rest of his men he been taken care of." A single tear slid down Gavina's cheek. "Thank God," she said, feeling a wave of euphoria overcome her. "Thank God, in the heavens." Everyone in the room remained silent for a moment. Eamon held Agatha close. Connor gave a sideways hug to Rose. All of them said nothing as they basked in the glory of victory for several minutes, happy to be alive and happy to feel a surge of peace overcome the village. "There is much to be done, I imagine," Eamon said. Connor nodded. "Aye, much to be done." "But we maun tend to our dead first," Gavina said. "We maun hold a proper funeral and honour those who fought so bravely." Eamon nodded. "Agreed. We should day it tonight. A maist festive occasion in their honour, one that nae only celebrates our victory, but their lives as well." That evening, the entire collective of the village was gathered near the tavern. The bodies of the dead had been wrapped and placed on several mounds of wood doused with flammable liquid. All were in attendance, even Gavina, though she required Rose's assistance to stand as Eamon addressed the group. "All of ye here," Eamon said. "He fought bravely, gallantly, without concern for yourselves." He gestured to the bodies of the dead. "These men here gave the ultimate sacrifice. They fought without question for their own safety. They fought to preserve this village and establish a peace that we shall, from here forth, live in until our days are no mair." All those around began to hold their loved ones close, kissing and hugging them, and appreciating the fact that they were all still alive. Eamon looked around for Agatha. After finding her, he pulled her in close for an embrace, happy to have the love of his life by his side. He then looked around at the villagers. He knew every face there, every man, woman, and child. He had a proud history with each of them, and now, filling his father's shoes as the man in charge of the clan, he was swelling with pride as he looked at his clan and saw that they were still vigilant, still proud, still alive. "All of ye here," Eamon said. "He earned your peace. Ye hae fought and struggled longer than anyone should he be here today. I relish being your friend, your leader. But just because I am the head of this clan doesnae mean that we all dinna hae an equal stake, an equal role in being where we are today." He motioned to the bodies once more. "Remember these men. Remember the sacrifices that they made. It is only because their blood has been shed that we have finally found peace. Remember them well. Never forget the sacrifice that they made." Eamon then nodded to Connor, holding a lit torch as he approached the bodies. He lit the piles of wood. The bodies ignited and blazing as the smoke curled toward the sky. All of those around watched as the bodies burned. Tears were shed, hugs were exchanged, silent prayers were offered up to God. After the bodies were burned, the villagers gathered in the tavern to share a ceremonial drink. Eamon offered up a simple toast, and the villagers set about celebrating their victory and the lives of those that were lost, as a fiddler played a cheerful tune in the corner. Seated at one of the tables was Gavina and Eamon, smiling and feeling themselves on the cusp of passing out from all they had endured. "Quite a tale to be told," Gavina said. Eamon nodded. "Aye, quite. I hope this peace will last." "It shall. I feel it in me bones." Gavina smiled. "Father would be proud of ye. Ye hae turned into the man he always ken that ye would be." Eamon raised his mug. "Tae father," he said. "Tae Finlay Baird." "And tae Ela Baird," Gavina said. "The fiercest warriors in all of the Highlands." They clinked their glasses and drank, sitting comfortably in their seats as the celebration played out. Not long after, Eamon wandered over to Finlay's cottage, now his cottage, and ascended the ladder that led up to the roof. He sighed, stretching, and feeling that he would sleep that night better than he ever had before. Eamon looked out at the fields, the charred and black fields that had burned as a result from their altercation with the hands of God. He knew that they would eventually grow back, that the village would prosper more than it did before. Agatha then ascended the ladder, Eamon turning and smiling at her proudly as she cosied up alongside him. "Hello, my love," she said. "Hello, me love," he said, as he planted a kiss on her cheek. Agatha wrapped her arms around Eamon's waist, the two of them saying not a word as he looked out at the blackened fields. "Are you all right?" Agatha said. Eamon nodded. "Aye, I am well. Just tired." "How tired?" she asked, a playful hint in her tone, suggesting more intimate activities for them to engage in later on. Eamon laughed. "Well," he said, "perhaps nae too tired." "Good," Agatha said, planting a kiss on his cheek, "because we still have more celebrating to do." "That we do." They stood there for a long moment, gazing out into the fields as the night sky started to become alive with the twinkling of stars. They felt relieved, at peace, happy to be holding each other in their arms and knowing that it would last forever. With nothing more to be said, Eamon turned Agatha around, looked her deep into the eyes and said, "I love ye, Agatha, mair than ye will ever ken." Agatha nodded, a single tear of joy streaming down her cheek. "And I love you, Eamon Baird, more than you will ever know." They kissed, holding on to the moment for as long as possible, the moon shining bright overhead as the sounds of celebration in the tavern echoed throughout the village. All those in attendance were happy. All of those joined in celebration were finally and deservedly at peace. Eamon raised his mug to the villagers, all of them seated around at a circular table in the centre of the village. It had been over 3 weeks since the ordeal had occurred, the village still in the midst of repairs and recouping from the attack from the dreaded Simon and his hands of God. He had married Agatha. Connor was now courting Rose. Everyone was happy and healthy. Seated beside Eamon at the table was his new bride Agatha, swelling with pride as she looked at her husband, raised her mug as well. "I want Thai toast, all of ye," Eamon said. "For being here with us today, I canny tell ye how proud I am to be with ye all, and at how happy I am to finally find the peace that we have strived for so long to achieve. Congratulations to ye all, and cheers." The villagers smiled, cheered, hollered, applauded at Eamon's words. Everything in the village, from the conditions of the weather to the expressions on the faces of those in attendance, were nothing short of joyous and ecstatic. Everyone felt free. Everyone felt, finally, at peace. As he sat back down in his seat, Agatha turned to Eamon and whispered in his ear, "I love you, Eamon Baird." Eamon beamed proudly, planting a kiss on his wife's cheek before saying, "I love ye too, Agatha Baird." They exchanged a quick peck, and moments later, Gavina, still healing from her wounds, stood up and raised her glass. "I would like to make a toast as well," she said. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Gavina curiously. Gavina, her gaze now focused on Agatha, said, "I would like to formally welcome the newest member of our family, Agatha. I cannae think of a better individual to join us at this table. She is a strong, capable woman, a fearless warrior, and I am mair than proud to call her a Baird. So please, all of ye, raise your glasses high and take pleasure in this moment that we add a new addition to our family." Collective cheers resounded throughout the village, everyone in attendance more than thrilled and joyful to welcome Agatha as they toasted and drank. Agatha reached out her hand and squeezed Gavina on the arm. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you, Gavina, for everything." Gavina winked. "Thank you for taking Eamon off of all of our hands." Laughs were exchanged, drinks were raised, toasts were made. "Come noo," Gavina said. "Let us celebrate and be merry." A violinist then sauntered up to the table and began playing a cheerful medley that had all of the crowd clapping their hands in sync to the music. As the music played, Agatha leaned in and tapped Eamon on the shoulder. "I must tell you something," she said. Eamon perked up as he waited to hear the rest. Agatha responded by taking his hand and resting it on her belly, Eamon knowing without hearing the words that she was with child. "Really?" he asked, tears welling in his eyes. Agatha nodded, planting a delicate kiss on his cheek. "Very much so," she said. "You are going to be a father, Eamon Baird, and you will be the best father in all of the Highlands." Elated, Eamon embraced her and kissed her passionately, happier than he had ever been before in his life. As the village drank, celebrated, and enjoyed one another's company, the sun shone brightly overhead over the entire scene, the clouds in the bright blue sky billowing with a thick property that reflected the immense amount of pride and love that had accumulated throughout the village, one that had finally found peace and prosperity, one that celebrated that fact all through the night, as not a drop of wine was spilt and not a sour face was found in attendance. They were happy. They were content. They were all finally free. The next book is available on our website and on Amazon. Read the next book now. Click on the image or scan the QR code. Thank you for watching.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch on of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.